March 16th, Alliance Calendar Year 200, Spring. After receiving his assignment from the chief champion, Miguel departed from Mesagoza and made his way toward Kosagi Town. However, upon arriving in the area, he quickly found himself lost, unable to locate the elusive Naoki's ranch. Thankfully, a memory surfaced. A tip from the campus forum strategy post had mentioned, Naoki's ranch is located on the outskirts, far from the main roads. If you can't find it, ask a local. Everyone knows it. Determined to get back on track, Miguel waved down a passing truck. The driver, a bald man in a blue work uniform with a towel around his neck, leaned out the window with a welcoming smile. "Looking for something, young man?" he asked. "Yes, sir," Miguel replied respectfully. "Could you direct me to Naoki's ranch?" The man chuckled. "You're headed the wrong way. The ranch is to the east, but you've drifted south. Head back to the market, take the eastern road out of town, then follow the path at the edge of the woods. You'll find it." "Thank you very much," Miguel said with a grateful bow. "No trouble at all." The man waved it off. "Plenty of folks looking for that ranch these days. It's famous now." That piqued Miguel's curiosity. "Famous? Why?" The man's eyes lit up. "You don't know? Naoki's not just a rancher. He's a local hero. Came here a year ago, turned a wasteland into paradise. Introduced the farmers to Calyrex, saved our crops, and even helped stop last year's forest fire. With his Dragonite, no less." Miguel was stunned. He had heard whispers of Naoki's talents, but this was something else. "And that's not all," the man continued. "He started Dragon Express, too. Delivers top-quality milk from his go-goats and mill tanks. People travel just for a taste. Ever since he showed up, Kosagi's been thriving." With a nod of thanks, Miguel continued on, the man's words echoing in his mind. He summoned his Farigiraf and mounted up. "Let's move." The tall Pokémon galloped gracefully through the countryside. As they neared the destination, storm clouds churned above the distant ranch. Thunder cracked. Rain pounded down. And in the center of the chaos, a battle raged. Miguel squinted through the rain, spotting a powerful clash. A Meowscarada against a Dragonite. A composed man stood at one end of the field, commanding with quiet authority. "That must be Naoki," Miguel muttered. The storm intensified as Dragonite unleashed a final, devastating blow. Meowscarada fell, and the skies began to clear. As Naoki stepped forward, an NDD approached and gently fed Meowscarada a bottle of restorative milk. "I'm afraid you failed the storm trial," Naoki said kindly. The trainer, Nina, nodded, dazed by the battle. "So strong." Miguel's eyes widened. "Nina? What are you doing here?" She turned to him. "Miguel, just came to test my luck." "You too." Miguel nodded, his gaze shifting to Naoki. Naoki raised a brow. "You two are acquaintances?" "Yes, sir," Miguel said. Unbothered by her loss, Nina looked to Naoki. "Can I attempt another trial?" "There are 4 main ones," Naoki explained. "But there are also hidden trials, unlocked only by passing one of the 4. Miguel's heart raced. "Hidden trials?" Naoki gestured behind him. "Storm, grass, lightning, metronome. Beat one, and the others may open to you." Nina's eyes sparkled, but Naoki shook his head when she asked to peek. "Earn it. I want to try the lightning trial," Miguel said suddenly. Naoki nodded. "Very well. Palmot, it's your turn." Miguel's Venusaur faced off against the small but powerful Palmot. Despite having the type advantage, Miguel quickly found himself outmatched. Palmot's use of levitation, its silver thunder hammer, and incredible speed overwhelmed Venusaur. Though Miguel tried to counter with strategy, Palmot's final electric charge strike sealed the battle. Naoki's voice was calm. "You failed the lightning trial." Miguel returned his partner gently. "You did great, Venusaur." Miguel requested a moment. After reflecting, he decided to attempt the green grass trial. Naoki gave a nod. "It's a 3-on-3 challenge." "Ready." Miguel stepped forward prepared. He opened with Whimsicott, using Tailwind and Sunny Day before it fell to Gago's Leaf Blade. Next came Leafeon, who used Substitute in Swords Dance, surviving just long enough to pass on its buffs with Baton Pass. Then came the finisher, Cerulege. With enhanced speed and attack, boosted by Sunny Day and Terrestrialization, Ceruledge clashed with Gogoat in a blazing duel. Ceruledge landed a devastating bitter blade that appeared to fell the mighty Gogoat, only for the grass Pokémon to stand up moments later, fully healed by grassy terrain. Miguel gaped in disbelief, but Naoki, impressed, called off the match. Gogoat, return. This match is yours. Though two more Gogoats remained, Miguel pushed forward. After a tense series of battles, he emerged victorious. You passed, Nina cried in disbelief. This was all thanks to my team, Miguel said humbly. Whimsicott, Leafeon, Ceruledge, we did it together. Naoki approached with a smile. Congratulations. As a reward, take this miracle berry wine. Miguel hesitated. Thank you, but this feels too generous. The chief champion already prepared a reward. Naoki insisted. This is yours, Miguel. You earned it. As Naoki explained the wine's effects, enhanced recovery and resistance, both Nina and Miguel were astounded. When Miguel asked about the hidden trial, Naoki finally revealed it. A giant, legendary Pokémon stepped forward, Koraidon. The ancient trial, Naoki said. You'll face Koraidon in a 2v2 battle. You may team up with another trainer or send out two of your own. Miguel sent out Ceruledge once more, but it was over in an instant. With a single blow, Koraidon knocked Ceruledge unconscious. Miguel and Nina were both left speechless. That was just the beginning, Nina whispered. Naoki only smiled. There are even more trials, but you'll learn about those when you're ready. You now, huh? Slowking tilted its head, blinking slowly. Then it gave a small, regal nod, as if to say, indeed, you shall. Naoki chuckled as they reached the surface, where Koraidon was waiting patiently. The legendary Pokémon let out a welcoming trill as the two emerged from the water. Thanks for waiting, Koraidon, Naoki called out, patting its side. With Slowking now securely cradled in one arm and the king's rock glinting faintly beneath the crown-shaped shelter, Naoki climbed onto Koraidon's back. As they sped across the waves back toward Kosagi's coast, Naoki couldn't help but smile. Today had been a success, not just because Slowpoke had evolved, but because it had chosen to, willingly, with a compatible partner. The shelter and Slowking were now one, and the bond between them appeared genuine. And yet, something about this new Slowking intrigued Naoki more than he expected. It wasn't just the bizarre language or the comical expressions. It was the aura, the unmistakable weight of thought. Slowking wasn't just another evolved Pokémon. It felt like a philosopher trapped in a Pokémon's body, gazing at the universe and daring to ask it why. Well, Naoki said aloud as Koraidon soared across the water, guess I've got my hands full with this one. Slowking turned toward him, blinking once, and said something that sounded suspiciously like Q and percent, dollar knowledge, infinite soup. Naoki blinked. Rotom buzzed helpfully. Translation not available. Would you like to record this as a new language? Naoki sighed. Sure. Let's call it Slowlish. Slowlish registered. First entry, Infinite Soup. As they arrived back at the shore, the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the sand. Koraidon padded onto the beach, and Slowking, ever calm, stared thoughtfully at the fading light. Naoki looked over and smiled. Come on, your majesty. Let's go home. Slowking gave a solemn nod, raised one arm, and pointed toward the horizon dramatically. You don't even know what you're pointing at, do you? Slowking didn't reply. Naoki laughed, shaking his head as he walked back toward the ranch, his regal companion waddling thoughtfully behind him. Tomorrow, they begin figuring things out, like how to understand this mysterious new partner, and perhaps whether it really was contemplating the meaning of life, or just craving soup.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Naoki looked at the school of Wishiwashi that had been leading him through the seabed. The eyes of the tiny Wishiwashi shimmered with moisture, giving them an endearing, pitiful look. Their naturally weak appearance only enhanced their charm, making them irresistibly cute. Reaching into his pocket, Naoki pulled out the last bottle of Moo Moo milk, twisted off the cap, and poured the creamy liquid into the surrounding water. The Wishiwashi lit up with delight, eagerly darting forward to drink the milk, their tails wagging in excitement as they swirled around the milky cloud. Watching the adorable scene unfold, Naoki's heart warmed, and a thought struck him. Wishiwashi, he began with a smile, would you like to come back with me and live in my home? The school of Wishiwashi paused their feasting to glance at Naoki, their tiny bodies forming a wavering circle in the water. In my territory, no Pokémon will harm you. I'll teach you how to grow seaweed in the seabed, so you'll always have plenty to eat. You'll never have to go hungry again. The Wishiwashi exchanged looks, their tiny eyes sparkling with trust and curiosity. After a moment, they wiggled their fins in agreement, their delighted chirps carrying through the water. Grinning, Naoki pulled out a Pokeball, gently tapping it to one of the Wishiwashi. The tiny Pokémon disappeared into the ball with a soft flash, signaling a successful capture. But as he glanced around, Naoki realized the sheer number of Wishiwashi was staggering. There were easily over 100 of them, far more than he had Pokeballs for. Scratching his head in thought, Naoki addressed the school. Wait here for a moment. I'll figure something out. He swam to the surface, where Koraidon was splashing idly in the shallows. The sound of water breaking caught the Pokemon's attention, and it turned, paddling quickly toward Naoki. Rayo. Koraidon greeted him curiously, tilting its head. Naoki reached out and patted its head. Pulling out his Rotom phone, Naoki dialed the Calyrex's number. After explaining his plan to the psychic Pokémon, he waited as the Calyrex used its teleportation powers to arrive at the beach in an instant. Thank you for coming so quickly, Naoki said, nodding respectfully. Could you help me transport these Wishiwashi to Dragonite Island? It will be the perfect new home for them. Without a word, Calyrex nodded and activated its superpowers. In a flash of shimmering light, Naoki, Koraidon, Slowking, and the entire school of Wishiwashi found themselves transported to Dragonite Island. The Dragonites, lounging on the beach, blinked in confusion at their sudden arrival. They quickly relaxed upon recognizing Naoki, greeting him warmly. Hey everyone! Naoki waved with a grin before turning to the nearby sea. Calyrex released the school of Wishiwashi into the water, watching as they darted through the waves, chirping happily. Jumping into the shallow waters, Naoki addressed the school. From now on, this is your home. There's no danger here, so you can live freely and without worry. The school of Wishiwashi surveyed the surroundings, their small eyes darting around the serene, crystal-clear waters. They saw no predators lurking, confirming what Naoki had told them. This was indeed a safe haven. With the absence of danger, the school of Wishiwashi noticed the abundance of lush water plants and seaweed growing on the seabed. The verdant expanse was a feast for their eyes, brimming with sustenance. Is this paradise? The tiny Pokémon seemed to think so, their expressions lighting up with joy. For now, feel free to explore, Naoki said with a chuckle. I still have some work to do, but I'll be back later to teach you how to cultivate seaweed and create an underwater farm. The school of Wishiwashi chirped in agreement, nodding eagerly. They quickly organized themselves into a group, swimming off to explore the unfamiliar yet welcoming waters. Before leaving, Naoki turned to the Dragonite resting on the island's sandy shores and gave them a firm instruction. Be kind to our new friends. No hunting or scaring them. Okay. The Dragonites, who already had a bounty of fish and berries to feast on, nodded their understanding. We've got more than enough to eat, their soft, playful roars seemed to convey. I trust you all, Naoki said with a smile, patting the heads of the nearest Dragonites. The Wishiwashi would maintain the seaweed, ensuring it thrived. As they had small appetites, they wouldn't deplete the supply. Any surplus algae would serve as food for common fish, and in turn, the Dragonites could enjoy the delicious fish. It was a perfectly balanced ecosystem Naoki was envisioning. With his task on Dragonite Island complete, Naoki took Slowking and a few other Pokémon aboard the World Tree elevator. They ascended through the massive, ancient tree. Throughout the journey, Slowking's wise gaze wandered, as if lost in deep thought. It wasn't until they arrived at the tranquil lake near the top of the tree that Slowking finally focused. Naoki pulled out a handful of translation seed crisps and munched on them. "All right, Slowking, can you understand me now?" he asked, his voice hopeful. Slowking turned its gaze toward him and nodded. "I can. Hello, Naoki." It worked. Naoki let out a relieved breath, his shoulders relaxing. "Great. Now, can you explain something?" he continued. "Earlier, neither I nor the other Pokémon could understand what you were saying. Can you speak human language? Or even standard Pokémon language?" Slowking tilted its shoulder-crowned head thoughtfully. "I don't know human language," it admitted. "I can speak Pokémon language, but the language you heard earlier was one I created myself." Naoki blinked. "You made your own language?" Slowking gave a slow, sage-like nod. Naoki sighed with amused disbelief. "Of course. Why wouldn't a Pokémon with such a high IQ invent its own language right after evolving?" He took another calming breath. "You should already know where you are, right?" Slowking looked around, its serene eyes taking in the lush surroundings of the World Tree's interior. Finally, its gaze rested on the towering canopy above. "If I'm not mistaken," it began, "this is inside a colossal tree." "That's correct," Naoki said, nodding. "This is the World Tree, a place brimming with natural energy. I plan to establish a guild here, a place where Pokémon can live peacefully and contribute to an ecosystem built on harmony." Slowking listened attentively, its calm demeanor never faltering. Naoki smiled. "I invited you here because I believe you'd be a perfect fit to help manage the store I plan to open as part of the guild. What do you think?" Naoki smiled patiently. "It should be easy for you, Slowking, with your high IQ, to open a shop or even cook like humans." Slowking, however, looked troubled. "I'm sorry, but I don't know how to run a store. I'm just a Slowking." "Naoki." It seemed Slowking wasn't interested in running a shop. This unexpected reaction made Naoki reconsider. He sighed and gave up on the idea of having Slowking manage a tavern. "That's fine. You can stay here at the World Tree and take it easy." Naoki realized he'd need to task his expedition team with finding an Oranguru or another Pokémon passionate about cooking and managing a shop. Slowking looked apologetic. "This is quite troubling. I feel bad for disappointing you." "It's no big deal," Naoki reassured it warmly. "Don't overthink it. I won't force you to do anything you don't want to. Just having you here makes me happy." For Naoki, watching Pokémon live peace, fully and play freely on his farm and the World Tree was joy enough, even if they didn't take on specific roles. "Thank you, Naoki," Slowking said gratefully. "Please give me some time to think. There are mysteries in my mind that I haven't unraveled yet, and they weigh heavily on me. I want to explore ways to resolve them." Naoki's curiosity was piqued. "Mysteries? What mysteries are troubling you?" Slowking gazed upward thoughtfully and answered, "Why is the sky blue? Why was this planet born? What is the meaning of our existence? Why can't the past be changed? Who am I? Where am I? What should I do?" "Naoki," Slowking repeated, this time more distressed. "These questions are truly vexing." Naoki decided not to delve into such existential matters. "Those are profound questions, Slowking. I'm afraid they're beyond my understanding. I'm just a simple person, not a philosopher." Leaving Slowking to its contemplations by the lake, Naoki bid it farewell. The Pokémon remained motionless, staring at the sky and pondering the mysteries of life. Before long, other Pokémon, like Tropius, Milotic, Dragonite, and Arboliva, noticed Slowking's strange behavior. They gathered around, curious about what it was doing. Trico, looking puzzled, chirped, "Tree, what's it doing?" Tropius shook its head. "Tropii, no idea." After some time, the group dispersed, returning to their usual activities, while Slowking climbed onto a large rock, sat cross-legged, and resumed its deep thoughts. Some time later, 3 Trico passed by the rock carrying berries wrapped in leaves. One Trico examined its bundle and sighed. Treek. It's a shame. These berries have rotted from being left too long. What a waste. I wish we had a way to preserve them. The Trico didn't notice Slowking sitting above them as they rested against the rock. The problem stemmed from the orchard's abundance. The three Tricos originally planned to send more berries to the Dragonites. However, Naoki, concerned about the Pokémon not having enough food, had planted extensive groves on Dragonite Island. Thus, the excess fruits were stored in the tree holes, but the fruits at the bottom had already begun to rot. The Trico were deeply troubled by the wasted berries. Suddenly, a calm voice broke the silence from behind them. If you're worried about the berries going bad, you could dry them in the sun to make dried fruit, ferment them into juice or fruit wine, or even turn them into berry candy. That way, the berries can be stored for much longer without spoiling. Startled, the three Tricos jumped up and spun around. There, sitting cross-legged on a large rock, was Slowking, looking serene and wise. The Trico stared wide-eyed. "Treek, is that true? But how does Slowking know all this?" As if reading their thoughts, Slowking smiled faintly and explained, "I just figured it out." The Trico were awestruck. They exchanged amazed glances, their disbelief giving way to admiration. One of them, clearly the most concerned about the fruit, stepped forward and asked eagerly, "Treek, how do we make dried fruit, juice, wine, or candy from the berries?" Slowking gazed upward, as though pondering the mysteries of the world. "The sun. With sufficient sunlight, the fruits can be dried into dried fruit," it explained sagely. The Trico followed Slowking's gaze, but all they saw was the strange sky above the world tree. There was no sun here, only scattered floating islands casting fragmented shadows. Determined to test Slowking's suggestion, the Trico rushed off to find Arboliva, hoping it could help. Arboliva listened to their plan, thought for a moment, and led the Trico to a nearby sunflowers whose petals glowed with radiant sunlight. "Arboliva, this should work." The Trico carefully laid the berries near the sunflower, watching as its warmth began to dry the fruit. They worked diligently, inspired by Slowking's wisdom. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, it was nearly noon. Naoki, humming a cheerful tune, headed into the kitchen to prepare lunch. As he passed through the barnyard, he noticed Cyclizar lying on the ground, looking uncharacteristically downcast. "Cyclizar," Naoki called out, concerned. The Pokémon lifted its head slightly to look at him, then lowered it again with a soft groan. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Naoki approached, kneeling beside Cyclizar. He reached out to touch its forehead, but it didn't seem to be physically ill. "Gayo." Cyclizar sighed and lay back down, its body slumped in visible dejection. From a distance, Koraidon watched the scene quietly, its piercing eyes understanding Cyclizar's feelings. Yet, it made no move to interfere, leaving Naoki to console his companion. "Strange. You're not sick," Naoki murmured, puzzled. Cyclizar shook its head weakly. It wasn't a matter of illness. It was the weight of its own emotions. Naoki frowned, then softened his tone. "Can you tell me what's been bothering you?" "Gayo." Cyclizar shook its head again, unwilling or unable to share. It felt useless, no longer able to contribute meaningfully to the ranch or to Naoki. Memories of the past began to surface in Cyclizar's mind. It remembered the day Naoki first arrived at the ranch, just a boy sent to live there after losing his family. The town's mayor, Thomas, had approached Cyclizar before Naoki's arrival. "Little Cyclizar," Thomas had said gently, "the ranch will soon have a new owner. He's a lonely child, having lost his parents and grandfather. He has no one left. Please accompany him and bring some light to his life." When Cyclizar heard those words, it couldn't help but feel pity for the human boy. The kind-hearted Pokémon agreed without hesitation. It wanted to go to the ranch to accompany Naoki and become his most capable assistant. At first, things were fine, but then Koraidon arrived. Back then, Cyclizar didn't think much of it, aside from feeling a little intimidated by the formidable Pokémon. Initially, Koraidon seemed hostile toward Cyclizar, as if it disliked the idea of sharing Naoki's attention. Naoki worked hard to reconcile the two Pokémon, and over time, Koraidon became less aggressive and even started to accept Cyclizar. Eventually, Koraidon went a step further, taking the initiative to teach Cyclizar some new moves. But with Koraidon around, Naoki began to need Cyclizar's help less and less. Koraidon was so capable. It could fly, run at incredible speeds, and even swim across deep waters. Not only that, but Koraidon was also adept at farm work, digging holes to plant berry trees, harvesting crops, and assisting with other chores on the ranch. By comparison, Cyclizar felt clumsy and inadequate. It couldn't run as fast, couldn't fly, and certainly couldn't swim. Sometimes, Cyclizar found itself envying Koraidon. It admired Koraidon's strength and versatility, wishing it could be just as capable and helpful to Naoki. Initially, Cyclizar resolved to train harder to become stronger and prove its worth. But over time, those feelings were overshadowed by self-doubt. No matter how hard it tried, Koraidon's presence made it feel irrelevant. What was the point of its efforts when Koraidon was always by Naoki's side? Naoki didn't seem to need its protection anymore, or even its presence. These conflicting emotions, its affection for Naoki and its feelings of inadequacy, twisted together, weighing heavily on Cyclizar's heart. Eventually, the emotional burden became too much. Cyclizar fell ill. This made Naoki deeply anxious. Cyclizar became listless, lying near the fireplace from morning till night without moving. It no longer trained or responded to Naoki's questions. At first, Naoki tried feeding Cyclizar some live goat milk, but it showed no improvement. Desperate, Naoki sought help from Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests. But even Calyrex, with its vast knowledge, could only shake its head and say there was nothing it could do. Naoki's worry grew, and several of Cyclizar's friends on the ranch, Alchemy, Glacian, Odrepon, Palmot, and Dragonite, tried to comfort it. But no matter what they did, nothing seemed to help. Even Naoki's dragon powers couldn't penetrate the wall Cyclizar had built around its heart. Cyclizar had shut itself off from everyone. Determined to find answers, Naoki brought Cyclizar to the town's Pokémon Center for a thorough examination. When Nurse Joy emerged from the treatment room, her expression was serious. Naoki's heart sank. Nurse Joy handed him the results and explained, Cyclizar is in poor mental health, and it's starting to affect its physical condition. Has it been refusing to eat lately? Naoki nodded. Cyclizar hadn't touched the food he prepared for days. Nurse Joy continued, there's no physical ailment. What we're seeing here is a deep emotional issue, a knot in Cyclizar's heart. It seems trapped in its thoughts and unable to move past them. A knot in its heart? Naoki was stunned. He racked his brain, tried to recall anything that might have caused Cyclizar pain. He had always tried his best to care for every Pokémon on the ranch, making sure none of them felt neglected. Nurse Joy regarded him with a kind but serious expression. Mr. Naoki, Cyclizar cares about you deeply, but it's also distancing itself from you. Whatever is troubling it, I believe it's tied to its feelings for you. Naoki felt a heavy weight settle over him. What could have happened to make Cyclizar feel this way? After returning to the ranch, Naoki was called away by Palmot's parents. 2 roosters had gotten into a fight and fallen into the river. Naoki sighed, turning to Cyclizar. Wait here for a while. I'll be back soon, and then I'll make you something nice to eat. Cyclizar lay on the grass, eyes half closed, still as dejected as ever. It watched Naoki leave with Palmot's parents to deal with the roosters, then shut its eyes again. But before it could drift off completely, a shadow loomed over it. Cyclizar caught a familiar scent and cracked its eyes open. Against the sunlight stood Koraidon, its imposing figure casting a long shadow over Cyclizar. In the pasture, Koraidon lowered its head and gazed at Cyclizar. It understood why Cyclizar was feeling so down. It had once experienced the same feelings itself. Back then, Koraidon had spoken words to it that had stayed with it to this day. Remembering this, Koraidon opened its mouth and said, Rayo, there are things I can do, and there are things you can do. Cyclizar blinked, confused, its wide eyes filled with uncertainty. Gayo, what does that mean? It asked hesitantly. Koraidon's golden eyes locked on his Cyclizar's, its expression serious. Rayo, haven't you always wanted to be Naoki's most dependable Pokémon? Are you ready to give up now? Can you really help Naoki like this? Cyclizar's gaze wavered. It hadn't expected Koraidon to bring up such a topic. Yet the words seemed to strike a chord deep within its heart, and it lowered its head in dejection. Gayo, you could do all those things. Naoki doesn't need me, Cyclizar murmured softly. Its eyes lingered on Koraidon. The towering Pokémon was strong, majestic, and capable in every way. Cyclizar had always wanted to be like that, but it knew it was impossible. Unlike other Pokémon, Cyclizar couldn't evolve. It would never undergo a miraculous transformation. Hearing Cyclizar's words, Koraidon let out a soft sigh. It shook its head and said gently, Rayo, one day you will help Naoki. You'll become his most dependable Pokémon, just like me. Cyclizar's eyes widened in surprise. It looked at Koraidon with doubt and confusion. Gayo, how do you know that? Koraidon didn't respond directly. Instead, it silently thought to itself, because I am you, from the future. There had never been another Koraidon. It was always the kind-hearted Cyclizar. After a brief pause, Koraidon spoke again, its tone calm, yet resolute. Rayo, one day, I'll leave this place, and Naoki will be in your care. Since only one of them could exist, Koraidon had decided that its past self should remain with Naoki. It planned to ensure that Cyclizar never went near the time machine, sparing it the lonely years of gazing at the moon in ancient times. Cyclizar's expression shifted to one of shock. Gayo, leave? Where would you go? Koraidon remained silent for a moment. It didn't fully understand how time might correct itself if events were altered. Perhaps it would disappear entirely. Rayo, Koraidon finally said, its tone light. Before that happens, I'll stay by Naoki's side a little longer. Cyclizar's heart sank. Was it its fault that Koraidon wanted to leave? But Cyclizar knew Koraidon's story. Naoki had once explained that Koraidon came from a distant, dangerous place, a place teeming with ferocious Pokémon. Through countless battles, Koraidon had grown into the mighty Pokémon it is today. And yet, despite its strength, Koraidon was alone here. No mother, no friends. Cyclizar felt a pang of guilt. If Koraidon left, where would it go? Cyclizar hesitated, then spoke in a trembling voice. Gayo, if you leave, Naoki will be so sad. I can share my mother's love. Please stay. Koraidon blinked. Share your mother's love? She's my mother too, it thought bemused. But it didn't respond to Cyclizar's plea. Instead, Koraidon said, Rayo, let's make a pact. Gayo. Cyclizar tilted its head. Rayo, what happened today will remain a secret. Don't tell Naoki. In the meantime, I'll teach you everything I know so you can use those skills to protect Naoki in the future. This was the promise Koraidon made to its past self. Cyclizar looked up, unsure of what to say. It didn't fully understand, but it could sense Koraidon's determination. Koraidon continued, its tone firm, Rayo, you'll need these skills one day. If you stay like this, you won't be able to help Naoki when I'm gone. The words hit Cyclizar hard. It had always wanted to protect Naoki, to be the Pokémon he could rely on most. The two Pokémon locked eyes. Koraidon's gaze was steady and resolute, and Cyclizar felt a flicker of hope reignite within itself. Could it really become that strong? Could it truly be the kind of Pokémon Naoki needed? Cyclizar sat quietly for a moment, its thoughts swirling. Finally, it raised its head and declared, Gayo, Gayo. I'll do it and never give up again. Cyclizar thought that its envy of Koraidon, Naoki's most dependable assistant, was the reason Koraidon was planning to leave the ranch. Rayo. Koraidon sighed. I was so childish and annoying back then, Koraidon thought to itself, skipping meals over something like that. I was so foolish. As Naoki fished the two roosters out of the river, he noticed Koraidon speaking with Cyclizar in the distance. A thought struck him, and a realization dawned. Could it be that his little Cyclizar had fallen into this state because of Koraidon? In the early days, he would ask both Pokémon to assist him in turns. But as the ranch expanded and more Pokémon joined, Naoki had to focus on the new additions. For convenience, he often rode on Koraidon when traveling, unintentionally neglecting Cyclizar. Under these circumstances, Cyclizar may have felt abandoned, leading to its current sadness and emotional turmoil. Is this my fault? Naoki's heart sank as guilt settled in. It's not too late to make things right. Resolving to do better, Naoki decided he would dedicate more time to Cyclizar moving forward. He asked Flareon to use its warm breath to dry the drenched roosters. Once done, he handed the now fluffy birds back to Palmot's parents and reassured them the roosters were fine. However, as a precaution, Naoki also prepared some medicine to ensure they wouldn't fall ill. With that task complete, Naoki returned to Koraidon and Cyclizar, determined to spend the rest of the day with Cyclizar and help it feel loved again. Smiling, Naoki approached the two Pokémon. What are you two talking about? Cyclizar instinctively glanced at Koraidon. Koraidon let out a playful chirp and trotted off, leaving the two alone. It seemed Koraidon wanted to give Cyclizar and Naoki some private time together. Naoki watched Koraidon leave and couldn't help but feel something was amiss between the two Pokémon. What did Koraidon say to you? It didn't bully you, did it? Cyclizar quickly shook its head, chirping in protest. Gah, Koraidon didn't bully me. Naoki smiled knowingly. Cyclizar's demeanor made it clear that whatever Koraidon had said had helped ease its troubled heart. So, Naoki continued, what were you two whispering about? Cyclizar remembered the agreement it had made with Koraidon and clamped its mouth shut, refusing to say anything. Naoki chuckled. Let me guess, Koraidon was comforting you, wasn't it? Cyclizar's wide eyes betrayed its surprise. Gayo, how did you know? We've lived together for so long, Naoki said, smiling gently. How could I not know? Cyclizar's expression softened, and its face lit up with a mix of bashfulness and relief. But then, it saw Naoki's expression grow serious. Naoki reached out and rested a hand on Cyclizar's head. I'm sorry, Cyclizar. I wasn't thoughtful enough and failed to notice how you were feeling. Gah. Cyclizar's eyes filled with tears, overwhelmed by a mix of relief and pent-up emotion. Are you feeling so upset because you think I don't need you anymore? That you're not important? Naoki asked gently. Tears spilling over, Cyclizar nodded. Gah. Naoki shook his head firmly. That's not true at all. I don't need you to do anything for me or prove yourself. Just being here with you makes me happy. Cyclizar blinked through its tears, tilting its head in confusion. You know, Naoki continued, the first Pokémon a trainer bonds with is always special. You're the first Pokémon I've had since coming to this ranch. Memories of Cyclizar flooded Naoki's mind. Its carefree joy as it chased butterflies in the pasture, its contentment as it dozed by the fireplace, and its earnest effort as it helped him harvest crops. All of it filled Naoki's heart with warmth. If you weren't here anymore, if I couldn't see you on the ranch, I'd be heartbroken. Naoki crouched, his voice earnest and direct. Cyclizar, you're very important to me. If you ever ran away or decided you didn't want to stay with me anymore, I'd be devastated. Gah. Cyclizar's tears welled up again as it listened, deeply moved. Do you understand? Naoki asked softly. Cyclizar nodded firmly, its tearful eyes shining with newfound determination. Gayo, yes, I understand. Good, Naoki said, a warm smile spreading across his face. He ruffled Cyclizar's head affectionately. Now, let's head home. You haven't had a proper meal in days. Let's fix that. I'll make you something special. Gah. Cyclizar quickly got to its feet and followed Naoki back toward the house. The pair entered the cozy kitchen. Naoki opened the refrigerator, rummaging through its contents while asking with a smile, Is there anything you'd like to eat? Cyclizar chirped. The Rotom phone hovered nearby, translating the response. Hot noodle soup. Hot noodle soup? Naoki blinked in surprise. That was the dish he'd made on his very first morning at the ranch, back when ingredients were scarce, and they had to make do with what little they had. His mind wandered to that chilly spring morning 2 years ago. He and Cyclizar had huddled in the tiny, drafty old house, sipping hot noodle soup together. At the time, Cyclizar hadn't been a fan of the soup's simple flavor, so Naoki hadn't made it for the Pokémon again. Since then, Cyclizar had grown to enjoy sandwiches, steaks, and barbecue dishes more. But now, seeing Cyclizar eager to give it another try, Naoki grinned warmly. All right, I'll make you a fresh bowl of hot noodle soup. Things were different now. Their lives had improved, and the once bare pantry and refrigerator were now stocked with an abundance of ingredients. They could afford to eat whatever they liked. After some searching, Naoki found a pack of noodles hidden in the cupboard. He set a pot of water on the stove, bringing it to a gentle boil before adding the noodles. As they softened, he chopped some green onions and set aside a spoonful of lard, letting the noodles absorb the broth's rich aroma. As he worked, Naoki reflected on how much had changed. When he first made this dish, Cyclizar had been just a few months old, a tiny and curious Pokémon new to the ranch. Now, Cyclizar was fully grown, brimming with personality. A fond smile crossed Naoki's face as he reached for a bottle of sesame oil, adding a delicate drizzle to the pot. He carefully placed a soft-boiled egg into the soup, using chopsticks to pierce it slightly. The golden yolk oozed into the broth, blending perfectly with the other flavors. Finally, Naoki turned off the heat and poured the noodles into a white porcelain bowl. Chopped green onions floated on the surface, adding a vibrant pop of color. Just looking at the dish was enough to make anyone's stomach growl. Hot noodle soup ready, Naoki announced, placing the bowl in front of Cyclizar. Before serving, Naoki habitually checked the effect of the dish. However, what he saw left him stunned. The description was different from the usual hot noodle soup he remembered. Blessing noodle soup, a special dish imbued with deep emotions. It is said that those who eat it can have their wishes granted. Cooking effect, prayer. Those who consume it may find their wish fulfilled. Comment. Looking forward to the future while cherishing the past. A life of abundance may bring joy, but the struggles of simpler days are often the most treasured. Naoki blinked, staring at the unusual description. It felt surreal. Cyclizar tilted its head, noticing Naoki's reaction. Gah! It chirped curiously. Snapping out of his daze, Naoki smiled and said, Go ahead and eat. Make a wish afterward. This bowl might just grant it. Cyclizar looked surprised. Gah! Really? Naoki nodded with a grin. It's worth a try, right? Encouraged, Cyclizar eagerly began to eat, slurping up the noodles with gusto. It was far tastier than the first time it had tried the dish. The rich flavors brought a warm, comforting feeling, and Cyclizar couldn't help but savor every bite. When the bowl was empty, it licked the last drop of soup and closed its eyes, ready to make a wish. What should I wish for? Cyclizar thought deeply, its mind swirling with possibilities. Its thoughts drifted to Naoki, to the other Pokémon on the ranch, and finally to Koraidon. Cyclizar made its wish quietly in its heart. It hoped that Koraidon would stay and never leave, continuing to remain with Naoki. With this thought, Cyclizar no longer felt inadequate compared to Koraidon. Naoki's earlier words resonated within it. Cyclizar was unique and just as important to him. After making its wish, Cyclizar opened its eyes, a faint spark of hope shining within them. Surely, now Koraidon would stay, right? What did you wish for? Naoki asked curiously. Cyclizar hesitated, remembering the pact it had made with Koraidon. Shaking its head, it chirped, Gah! It's a secret. Naoki chuckled, sensing Cyclizar's playful reluctance. All right, I won't pry. I just hope your wish comes true, he said warmly as he stood to clean up the kitchen. Cyclizar lingered nearby, watching him in silence. In the living room, Glacian, Ogerpon, Alchemy, and Palmot peeked around the corner, their eyes filled with concern as they watched Cyclizar. Naoki noticed them and gently nudged Cyclizar. Glacian and the others were really worried about you earlier. Don't you think you should go talk to them? Cyclizar followed Naoki's gaze and saw its friends huddled together. Memories of its recent behavior made Cyclizar feel embarrassed, but thinking of how much they cared, it gathered its courage and trotted over to them. As Cyclizar reunited with its friends, Naoki busied himself with the dishes. The younger NDD sibling approached, offering to help, but Naoki waved her off. No, you go rest. I'll handle everything today. The NDD siblings worked tirelessly every day, tending to chores and helping the Pokémon. Naoki wanted to give them a well-deserved break. Touched by Naoki's thoughtfulness, the younger siblings scurried off to rest, while the elder lingered nearby, keeping a quiet watch in case Naoki needed assistance. Naoki's mind wandered back to Koraidon. Its actions today had been nothing short of surprising, comforting Cyclizar of all things. Although Naoki didn't know the exact details of their conversation, it was clear that whatever Koraidon said had eased Cyclizar's troubled heart. It was remarkable to see how much Koraidon had adapted and grown since arriving at the ranch. Once a solitary and fierce Pokémon, it had now become a mentor and friend. Naoki couldn't help but imagine Dr. Sada's reaction. The renowned researcher would probably exclaim in disbelief, "What? A Pokémon as strong and temperamental as Koraidon consoling another Pokémon? That's incredible." Just as Naoki finished cleaning the dishes, his Rotom phone buzzed with a video call from the researchers in Area 0. The screen flickered to life, revealing Dr. Sada's smiling face. "Long time no see, Naoki," she greeted warmly. "Long time no see, Doctor." Naoki replied with a grin. "How's the research going in Area 0? "Everything's progressing smoothly," Dr. Sada said with a nod. Naoki scanned the background of the call, but only spotted Dr. Turo. Curious, he asked, "Where's Arvin?" Dr. Sada smiled wistfully. "He's studying at the Paldea Academy now. He's surrounded by peers his age, so I'm sure he'll make plenty of friends. We didn't want him to feel lonely." "Arvin started school already?" Naoki mused aloud. Time truly flew by. He still remembered meeting Arvin as a quiet, reserved boy. Dr. Sada nodded. "He has, but battling isn't really his strong suit. He's much more interested in cooking. I sometimes wonder if you had any influence on that." "Naoki!" He felt slightly accused, but quickly dismissed it. Arvin's culinary interests were entirely his own. But enough about that, Dr. Sada continued. "I want to check in on Koraidon and Fluttermane. How are they doing?" Naoki's mind flashed back to Koraidon's conversation with Cyclizar earlier. He told Dr. Sada what had just happened. As Naoki anticipated, Dr. Sada's face lit up with surprise and curiosity. "What?" she muttered, momentarily stunned. Then, her expression turned thoughtful. "Fascinating. Koraidon actually took the initiative to comfort another Pokémon. It seems it has fully adapted to the modern world we live in." Naoki nodded in agreement, reflecting on the parallels between Koraidon and Cyclizar described in various theories. Some claim that Koraidon represents what Cyclizar might have looked like in the distant past, while Mewtwo is what Cyclizar could evolve into in the far future. Naoki had yet to encounter evidence in this world to confirm such claims, but the idea intrigued him. After a moment of thought, he asked, "Doctor, have you ever noticed how similar the appearances of Koraidon, Cyclizar, and Mewtwo are? Could there be some kind of connection between them?" Dr. Sada nodded thoughtfully. "It's certainly possible. According to the research Turo and I have conducted, it's highly likely that Cyclizar is a natural evolutionary descendant of the ancient Pokémon, Koraidon." She continued, "As you know, a Pokémon's appearance and traits can change significantly depending on the environment they live in. This is evident in the various regional forms we've seen across the world. For example, during Koraidon's era, the atmosphere contained a much higher oxygen concentration, and the air was suffused with a type of primal, violent energy. Perhaps this is why ancient Pokémon like Koraidon, Slitherwing, and Roaring Moon exhibited such fierce and beast-like behaviors, resembling untamed creatures rather than intelligent beings." Dr. Sada paused, then added with a smile, "Of course, your Koraidon and Fluttermane are exception to this." Naoki nodded, taking it all in. Primal, violent energy? The term triggered a memory, primal reversion. This phenomenon, seen in the legendary Pokémon Groudon and Kyogre, involves a return to their original forms when exposed to vast amounts of natural energy. Dr. Sada continued her explanation. As time passed, the oxygen levels in the atmosphere decreased, and the primal energy in the air dissipated. This led to significant changes in Pokémon over generations, ultimately resulting in the forms we see today. Additionally, the emergence of berries provided Pokémon with abundant and accessible nutrition, eliminating the need for constant hunting. Over time, this contributed to more harmonious relationships among species, except for a few natural predators. Naoki nodded in understanding, the pieces falling into place. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. Doctor, do you think it's possible for Cyclizar to revert to its original form, transforming into Koraidon? Dr. Sada raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the concept. Primal reversion? That's an interesting comparison. While it's theoretically possible, I can't say for certain. We've never had the opportunity to directly observe Koraidon's time period or the mechanisms that shaped its environment. She looked wistful, her gaze softening. I've always dreamed of witnessing the ancient world firsthand, to see Pokémon like Koraidon and Fluttermane in their natural habitats. But then, her expression grew somber. Unfortunately, it's a dream that's hard to achieve. My family ties and responsibilities keep me grounded in this time. Naoki could sense the longing in her voice, but respected her reasoning. He let go of the idea with a twinge of regret. His thoughts shifted to Pokémon of the future, like Miraidon and Iron Valiant. What about the Pokémon from the future? Naoki asked. Do you think their mechanical forms are natural, or were they artificially modified? Dr. Turo, who had been listening quietly in the background, stepped forward to answer. The Pokémon from the future are likely products of a technological era. My research suggests that Pokémon like Iron Valiant exhibit signs of artificial creation. Turo adjusted his glasses and continued. It's plausible that these Pokémon are bionic creations, engineered by a future society or a particularly ambitious scientist fascinated by Pokémon. From what Dr. Turo said, had he established a connection with the Iron Valiant? Naoki was very surprised because the Iron Warrior was known for its cruel temperament. We employed a unique method to establish a connection between me and Iron Valiant, he explained. If you're interested, Naoki, you're welcome to visit the Zero Area Research Institute anytime. We'd be happy to explain it to you in detail. With Koraidon by his side, Naoki felt confident he could navigate Area Zero with ease. After all, the Pokémon had proven invaluable in many challenging situations. Additionally, someone from the Paldea League had reached out to Naoki before. Upon learning that he had entered Area Zero, they had informed him that he no longer needed to apply for special clearance from the League to explore the region. As for who had granted this permis, it was none other than Gita, the champion of the Paldea region. Dr. Sada and Dr. Taro were genuinely surprised to learn that Gita and Naoki were acquainted. They made this particular call to inform him of the new privileges he had been granted. Naoki, however, was incredulous. Gita really trusts me that much? I'll have to thank the champion in person later, Naoki said with a small chuckle. Dr. Sada smiled warmly. That sounds like a good idea. Well, that's all for now. Next time we chat, let's discuss more about ancient Pokémon. With that, the call ended. At the same time, in the Paldea League headquarters, Gita was using her Rotom phone to call Iono, the enthusiastic electric-type gym leader, intending to have a casual conversation and perhaps test her reactions. Iono, meanwhile, was at home editing one of her latest videos. The sudden ringing of her Rotom phone startled her, and when she saw Gita's name displayed, her heart skipped a beat. It's the chief, she thought, momentarily panicked. Could this be about her gym's performance? Was Gita calling to evaluate her work? But then she glanced at the clock. Oh, it's after hours, so it's probably not an inspection. With that reassurance, Iono answered the call, putting on her characteristic, lively tone. Hello. Good afternoon, Chief. Gita's warm smile appeared on the screen. Good afternoon, Iono. How are things going with your gym? Have you encountered any challenges? Everything's going great. Iono replied, her confidence shining through. No issues at all. Glad to hear that, Gita said. Her tone shifted slightly, becoming more conversational. By the way, I heard from Rika that you and Naoki seem to have a good relationship. Is that true? Naoki, Iono blinked in surprise. The abrupt change in topic caught her off guard, and for a moment, she wasn't sure how to respond. Gita raised an eyebrow. Is something wrong? No, no. It's fine, Iono said hastily, waving her hands as if to dispel any misunderstanding. Naoki and I are friends. Friends, Gita repeated, her smile turning ever so slightly mischievous. Iono? Question mark. There seemed to be something off about the chief today. Just as Iono was about to ask what was going on, Gita suddenly changed the subject. By the way, Iono, you're turning 19 this year, right? Gita asked casually. Iono, slightly confused, nodded. Yeah, I just celebrated my 18th birthday not long ago. I'll be 19 soon. Time flies, doesn't it? Gita said with a nostalgic smile. I still remember when you first became a gym leader. You were just 14 or 15, almost 3 years younger than Naoki. Have you ever met anyone you like? Iono was completely taken aback. A big question mark practically popped over her head. The chief was acting so odd today. Chief, isn't it a bit early to talk about this kind of thing? She said, trying to brush it off. Is it? Gita replied with a knowing smile. Well, maybe for you. But for Naoki, the time might be just right. I'm thinking of introducing him to a few suitable candidates and setting him up on a blind date. What do you think? What? Iono exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. For a moment, she stared at Gita, completely stunned. Naoki doesn't seem like he's in a hurry for something like that, right? Gita chuckled. Well, we'll only know if we try, won't we? Besides, there are a few people in the Paldea League who would be a great match for Naoki. I called you today to get your opinion, since you're his friend. Iono felt herself starting to panic. Sure, they were friends, but Gita watched Iono's reaction carefully. The younger woman's visible distraction and unease spoke volumes. Gita smiled inwardly, satisfied that her suspicions were correct. You like him, don't you? Gita asked gently, her tone tinged with amusement. Iono's eyes widened in shock, and she stared at Gita as if she'd just been caught red-handed. Gita laughed softly and continued. For what I've observed, you're not the type of gym leader who prioritizes rigorous training or pushes yourself to be the strongest in Paldea. Other gym leaders only visited the ranch once, but you've been there multiple times. Surely you're not suddenly dedicating yourself to special training to become the strongest trainer, are you? Iono sighed, realizing there was no use denying it anymore. All right, fine, maybe just a little. If you like him, you should take the initiative. Be brave and go after what you want, Gita encouraged. Naoki's not the type to make the first move. If you wait for him, you might wait forever. Iono hesitated. I don't know. It feels like Naoki and I wouldn't be a good match. Why do you think that? Gita asked, raising an eyebrow. Iono sighed, listing her concerns. Naoki and I are so different. He loves quiet, peaceful places, while I thrive in bustling cities. Our personalities, our lifestyles, they're just different. Gita nodded thoughtfully, listening intently. After a pause, she finally responded. Love is a two-way street, she said. In the end, Naoki didn't attend the horse racing event that year. This was because Glastrier, upon realizing that the so-called crown was merely a regular golden trophy, deemed it unworthy of its regal demeanor as the king of horses. When Glastrier spoke about it, Spectrier stood silently nearby, saying nothing. After all, it had once worn that same trophy atop its head like a crown. Not just once, it had worn it for nearly a year. Awkward. Spectrier quickly pushed the thought out of its mind, pretending it had never done such a thing. With no Pokémon interested in participating in the horse racing event, Naoki sighed and left the stable, intending to inform Mayor Thomas of the situation. After Naoki left, Glastrier smirked quietly as it recalled Spectrier's past behavior. Spectrier might not have been able to see, but its hearing was incredibly sharp, and it immediately caught the sound of Glastrier's stifled laughter. Furious, Spectrier's body flickered with ghostly light as it attacked Glastrier with a powerful kick. Glastrier neighed in pain. Infuriated that Spectrier dared to strike first, the hot-tempered Glastrier retaliated with a kick of its own, holding nothing back. Spectrier, now fully enraged, gathered its energy and launched a shadow ball directly at Glastrier. The next moment, there was an earth-shaking explosion. The previously intact stable was reduced to a pile of rubble. Nearby, a group of playful evolutions froze in surprise at the sight of the battling horses. They cried out in alarm. Umbreon, ever vigilant, dashed into the house and tugged at Naoki's pant leg with its teeth, urging him outside. What's wrong? Naoki asked, startled. Seeing the urgency in Umbreon's actions, he quickly told Mayor Thomas over the phone, "Something's come up at the ranch. I need to check on it. We'll talk later." "Of course. Take care of things," Mayor Thomas replied with understanding. Hanging up, Naoki hurried outside, following Umbreon's lead. On the open grass, Glastrier and Spectrier were locked in a fierce battle. They charged at each other with full force, colliding body to body, kicking with powerful hind legs. The stable, their former home, lay in ruins. Naoki's eyes widened in disbelief. "Glastrier! Spectrier!" he shouted, attempting to stop the fight. But the two furious Pokémon ignored him entirely. Realizing he couldn't intervene on his own, Naoki pressed the button on his Rotom phone to summon Calyrex. In an instant, Calyrex materialized in the ranch, his majestic presence commanding immediate attention. His gaze swept over the scene, and his frown deepened when he saw the brawling horses. A surge of immense psychic energy emanated from Calyrex, creating a barrier that forcibly separated Glastrier and Spectrier. "What is the meaning of this?" Calyrex's voice was firm and authoritative. Spectrier, calming down slightly, was the first to speak. "This fool provoked me." Glastrier, unwilling to back down, snorted defiantly. "Glasse, you attacked first." Spectrier glared, retorting, "Specnig, you provoked me by mocking me." Glastrier rolled its eyes and responded with a sharp tone. "Glassne, mocking you? I was just telling the truth. You're the one who wore the trophy like a crown." "Calyrex! Naoki!" Spectrier's fury reignited upon hearing this, its frustration boiling over. Two streams of ghostly purple smoke rose from its ear sockets as it gathered an overwhelming wave of shadowy energy. The force condensed into a dark, monstrous silhouette poised to crush Glastrier. Glastrier, sensing the imminent danger, refused to back down. With a powerful stomp, it summoned a massive icicle, directing it straight at Spectrier. Calyrex's patience reached its limit. With a flash of blue light in his eyes, he unleashed another wave of psychic energy. Both Spectrier's shadowy attack and Glastrier's icicle were instantly dissipated. Enough! Looking at his two beloved horses, Calyrex felt a headache coming on. "Glastrier, you were the one who started this. You shouldn't have mocked Spectrier," Calyrex said sternly. Glastrier snorted in dissatisfaction. In its opinion, Spectrier had brought it upon itself by being foolish. It had only spoken the truth. Hearing Calyrex's explanation, Naoki quickly pieced the situation together. Glastrier had teased Spectrier for wearing the trophy like a crown. Spectrier, infuriated, had lashed out, leading to their fight. Naoki sighed. He had to admit, Glastrier's emotional intelligence was astonishingly low. Seeing Glastrier's defiant attitude, Calyrex found himself in a difficult position. While Glastrier was clearly at fault, it refused to acknowledge its mistake. On the other hand, Spectrier, feeling wronged, stood silently to the side, saying nothing. Calyrex was caught in a bind. Both horses were deeply cherished companions, and he didn't want to alienate either of them. With the matter unresolved, Calyrex turned to Naoki for help. Naoki immediately understood Calyrex's silent plea. After a moment of thought, he stepped forward and addressed the two Pokémon. "This conflict between you seems to be about the crown, right?" Both Spectrier and Glastrier turned their attention to him. "In that case," Naoki continued, "why don't we settle this with a duel? The winner will earn the title of Horse King. As the Horse King, they'll receive a real golden crown, a true symbol of their status. Calyrex and I will personally oversee the coronation. How does that sound?" At the mention of a real golden crown, both Spectrier and Glastrier's ears perked up, their attention fully captured. Spectrier let out a soft snort, its determination clear. If it could claim the crown, Glastrier would no longer have any right to mock it. Spectrier would finally prove itself as the rightful king of horses. Glastrier's eyes lit up with excitement. This crown, it had to win it at all costs. Calyrex gave Naoki a helpless look, silently wondering what would happen to the horse that lost. Naoki caught Calyrex's expression and gestured for patience. Then he turned back to the two Pokémon and continued. However, keep this in mind. Every year, any horse that hasn't won the crown will have the chance to challenge the reigning Horse King. After all, the Horse King should not only be the fastest horse, but also the strongest. If a Horse King cannot defend its title, it won't deserve to keep it. The position of Horse King is earned, not given. Calyrex's eyes brightened with understanding. That made perfect sense. This way, no horse would feel permanently excluded. Even if they lost this year's competition, they could train harder and challenge again the following year. What a clever solution. Calyrex gave Naoki an approving nod of gratitude. Spectrier and Glastrier fell into deep thought after hearing Naoki's words. He was right. The Horse King should embody both speed and strength. Only a truly powerful Pokémon deserved such a title. After a moment, Naoki smiled at their thoughtful expressions and said, "Good. Now take some time to rest and recover. Once you're both at your best, we'll hold the Horse King competition. But you must understand," Calyrex said solemnly, "I won't ride either of you during the competition. You'll have to win the crown using your own strength." Nay. Both Spectrier and Glastrier looked fired up, their determination shining through. "All right, go rest up for now," Naoki said with a smile. The two horses, their minds full of thoughts about the crown, each found a spot to rest and prepare for the competition. The loss of the stable didn't seem to bother them. Back when they lived on the Crown Tundra, they were used to sleeping under the open sky anyway. Watching their retreating figures, Naoki and Calyrex exchanged a glance, momentarily at a loss for words. "Well, I suppose I should go find Kelly to help rebuild the stable," Naoki sighed. However, Kelly was still busy working on the Expedition Guild at the World Tree and likely didn't have time to spare for the ranch. In that case, the two horses could rough it out for a bit and sleep on the grass. Perhaps it would teach them to think twice before wrecking ranch facilities again. "Where are you planning to get the crown?" Calyrex asked, his tone tinged with concern. "Oh, that's easy," Naoki replied, a certain Pokémon coming to mind. "I'll ask Goldingo for some gold coins and take them into town to have a golden crown made." Luckily, Goldingo had gifted him a large number of gold coins in the past, and Naoki had saved them all. There would be no need to borrow anymore. That afternoon, Naoki packed a hefty bag of gold coins and made his way to Kosagi Town. At a goldsmith shop renowned for craftsmanship, he handed over the gold coins and requested a custom crown. "No problem," the elderly artisan said, patting his chest confidently. "My work is the finest in all of Kosagi Town. I'll have it ready in just one day. Come back tomorrow, and it'll be waiting for you." "Perfect," Naoki said with a nod. "A Pokémon will come by to pick it up." "Not an issue," the artisan agreed cheerfully. Back at the ranch, Naoki began cleaning up the remnants of the stable that had been destroyed during Spectrier and Glastrier's fight. The debris, consisting of shattered wooden planks, was scattered everywhere. Not wanting to waste anything, Naoki decided to gather the wood for use in the fireplace during the colder months. Meanwhile, the Pokémon were playing happily in the pasture. Since the events of the other day, the relationship between Koraidon and Cyclizar had improved dramatically. Naoki often saw them together, with Cyclizar seeking advice and Koraidon patiently teaching it new moves. This newfound camaraderie between the two Pokémon brought a smile to Naoki's face. Looking back, their relationship had started off rocky. Koraidon had been openly hostile towards Cyclizar, and Cyclizar had been deeply intimidated by Koraidon. Yet, against all odds, they had become good friends. It reminded Naoki of an old saying, "I didn't like you when we first met, but who knew we'd grow so close over time?" "Good work, you two," Naoki called out from a distance. "I'm heading to the World Tree to check on Slowking." He was curious to see if Slowking was still deeply engrossed in contemplating the mysteries of life. "Rayo, Gayo, Both Koraidon and Cyclizar responded cheerfully. Naoki smiled faintly, then grabbed his Rotom phone and the translator seeds as he headed toward the World Tree. As he walked, he glanced at Rotom phone and noticed that Giratina had been complaining in the legendary Pokémon chat group. The most powerful Giratina in the world. I'm so annoyed. Those two next door are starting to get restless again. They'd better not mess with my distortion world, or I'll deal with them both personally. Naoki. The message had been sent 5 minutes ago. Below it, Calyrex had responded with a comment. The farmer. If you remain calm, you'll feel much better. The most powerful Giratina in the world. You don't understand how infuriating those two are. They despise each other and fight every time they meet. And every one of their fights causes disruptions in my distortion world. They're just two old-fashioned relics who can't keep up with the times. Naoki. Two old relics? Was Giratina referring to Dialga, the god of time, and Palkia, the god of space? The current timeline seemed to be focusing on the Hoenn region, leaving just 1 year before the major events in the Sinnoh region would unfold. If Naoki remembered correctly, the realms of time and space would soon collide, leading to a fierce battle between Dialga and Palkia. This was also a prelude to the awakening of Arceus, the god of creation, from its deep slumber. Who would have guessed that the signs of this conflict were already starting? It was particularly amusing that Giratina called Dialga and Palkia old relics who couldn't keep up with the times. Naoki couldn't help but chuckle as he opened the Pokémon forum and clicked on Giratina's personal page. There, he saw an astounding figure. Giratina had over 5.5 million fans. The most powerful Giratina in the world. Annual VIP 10 number of fans. 5,550,384. Wow. Naoki muttered, stunned. Giratina's fan base has exceeded 5.5 million. Out of curiosity, he checked Calyrex's profile. The number of fans for the Calyrex was slightly lower, just 5 million. Unlike Giratina, which actively posts its photos daily, Calyrex rarely posted anything beyond occasional replies to private messages or public questions. However, one detail on Giratina's profile stood out. Annual VIP 10. How does Giratina even get the money for a VIP membership? Naoki wondered aloud. Intrigued, Naoki stopped by Giratina's Flower Sky Island on his way to the World Tree to ask this very question. Humph, Giratina replied proudly. My fans gifted it to me. I have plenty of money now. Rotom, show Naoki my savings. Got it. Rotom phone chirped happily, opening Giratina's personal savings account. Naoki leaned in to take a look. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 100,000, 1 million. 1.6 million. Naoki's eyes widened in disbelief. Being an internet celebrity can earn this much? Giratina's pride was palpable. Humans can be surprisingly generous when they want to be. Naoki then noticed several stacks of special food for electric-type Pokémon on the Sky Island. What's all this? He asked, puzzled. Before Giratina could answer, Rotom phone cheerfully chimed in. These are treats Giratina bought for me. Giratina glanced at Naoki and declared, I'm rich now. Is there anything you want? I can buy it for you online. Naoki. It seemed Giratina had made impressive progress in adapting to modern technology, even mastering online shopping apps. No wonder it had such disdain for Dialga and Palkia's outdated ways. Thanks, but save your money. I don't need anything, Naoki said with a wry smile. Out of curiosity, Naoki decided to investigate why Giratina was so popular. He called over Rotom and asked it to check the origin of Giratina's fanbase from its profile analytics. Copy that, Rotom. Rotom chirped as it began analyzing the data on Giratina's personal homepage. Moments later, an organized chart appeared on the screen. Fanbase distribution, Sinnoh region, 58% Kanto region, 8% Johto region, 2% Hoenn region, 6% Kalos region, 4% Unova region, 7% Galar region, 3% Alola region, 2% Paldea region, 8% others, 2%. Naoki's eyes widened. Over half of Giratina's fans are from Sinnoh. But then he noticed something peculiar. Could it be that the people of Sinnoh revered Giratina as a deity? Intrigued, Naoki searched the internet and quickly stumbled upon several news articles about Sinnoh residents building a Giratina statue in a city park. It even mentioned that the Sinnoh League had approved significant funding for the statue's construction. Naoki couldn't help but feel bewildered. The thought struck him. In the Pokémon, Arceus and the Jewel of Life movie, Arceus sought to punish humanity, and during that conflict, Giratina, Dialga, and Palkia worked together to stop Arceus. What if humans interpreted that battle as Giratina standing against the wrath of a god to protect humanity? Naoki shuddered at the thought. That would be quite the misunderstanding. His imagination began to run wild, envisioning a dramatic scene. The heavens rain down meteorites as Arceus's anger threatens humanity. In their darkest hour, Giratina boldly steps forward, shielding the planet. Despite its best efforts, Giratina is eventually defeated. Humanity, inspired by Giratina's courage, places its hopes in the legendary Pokémon, uniting their light with its power to confront Arceus. Naoki shook his head, trying to dispel the bizarre image. That's just too weird, he muttered to himself. At that moment, Giratina noticed Naoki's distracted expression. What's on your mind? It asked curiously. Snapping back to reality, Naoki quickly replied, Nothing, just thinking about the world tree. I need to check on it. All right, go ahead, Giratina said casually, before turning its attention back to Rotom and their internet browsing. Naoki glanced back one last time, observing Giratina sprawled out on its Flower Sky Island, basking in the sun, smiling as it chatted with Rotom. A thought crossed his mind. Is this what happiness looks like for Giratina? Initially, Naoki had worried about Giratina getting along with Rotom. However, those concerns proved unfounded. The two had become close companions. Rotom guided Giratina through the intricacies of the online world, and in return, Giratina spoiled Rotom with gifts, including electric-type food it had purchased online. It was clear that Giratina had adopted Rotom as a younger sibling, and Naoki felt confident that Giratina would protect Rotom if danger ever arose. With a satisfied smile, Naoki turned his attention back to the world tree. Taking the elevator, he reached the top floor. The once empty grassland was now bustling with new structures. Over the past month, significant progress had been made. Kelly approached to give Naoki a tour. Currently, the cafe, food warehouse, Pokémon dormitory, and restaurant are complete. The guild headquarters, item shop, Pokémon hospital, training center, and other facilities are still under construction but should be finished by April, she explained. Naoki nodded, impressed. He pushed open the warehouse door and was surprised to see it filled with neatly arranged berries. Where did all these come from? He asked. Kelly smiled. The Tricos and Arboliva have been hard at work harvesting fruits from the orchard and storing them here. Naoki's eyes wandered to a corner of the warehouse, where he noticed dried fruits and bottles of juice neatly stacked. What's that? He asked, astonished. Kelly shook her head. I didn't make them. It seems the Pokémon figured it out on their own. I have no idea where they learned to make dried fruit. Naoki was taken aback by the surprising news. Could it be that the Pokémon themselves came up with this ingenious solution? Turning berries into dried fruit not only extended their shelf life, but also made them easier to carry, perfect for traveling or adventuring. Fascinated, Naoki decided to find out more. While Kelly continued her work, Naoki headed out to track down Arboliva and uncover the details. Munching on a few translator seed crisps along the way, he eventually found Arboliva in a clearing within the woods. To his surprise, a group of Pokémon had gathered there. Alongside Arboliva were Tatsujiri, Milotic, Dragonite, and Tropius. Even a few Dragonites were lined up, waiting patiently in a queue. What caught Naoki's attention most was the sight of Slowking sitting atop a large rock at the center of the gathering, its expression serene and contemplative, like a philosopher lost in thought. At the front of the line, Milotic was asking a question. Malu, if I use water gun to water the fruit trees, it takes dozens of attempts to cover all of them. It's exhausting, and I run out of energy. Is there a better way to water them? Slowking tilted its head, reflecting deeply. After a moment, it replied, why not channel your water energy into the sky to create rain? That way, all the trees can be watered at once. Milotic's eyes sparkled with realization. It began practicing immediately, failing several times before finally succeeding. With a sudden downpour, rain clouds formed above the clearing, drenching the area in heavy rain. While some Pokémon scampered for shelter, others, like Tropius, Trico, and Slowking, welcomed the rain and reveled in it. Then, 3 Tatsujiri approached the rock, their tails wagging with excitement. Tatsu, how can we run a successful sushi restaurant? Slowking pondered for a while before answering sagely. Treat your customers with care. If they feel valued, they'll return often. The Tatsujiri leaped with joy, chirping their gratitude before running off to prepare their plans. Naoki watched the scene unfold, amazed. Has Slowking become the great sage of the world tree? He muttered, incredulous. Just then, Arboliva noticed Naoki and approached him with a warm greeting. Arbo, what's going on here? Naoki asked. Arboliva gestured toward the Pokémon, patiently waiting in line to consult Slowking. Arboli, they're asking Slowking for advice. Through Arboliva's explanation, Naoki pieced together what had transpired during his absence from the World Tree. It all started a week ago when 3 Tricos, frustrated by the amount of fruit going to waste, happened upon a clearing. Sitting beneath the rock to rest, they lamented their inability to consume all the fruit before it spoiled. At that moment, Slowking, perched atop the rock in its usual contemplative state, overheard their concerns. After some thought, Slowking proposed a solution. Why not use sunlight to dry the fruit? That way, it can be stored for longer. The Tricos decided to give it a try. Using large leaves, they sliced the fruit into pieces and placed the slices under the radiant glow of Sunflower Station nearby. The result? Perfectly dried fruit. The Tricos were stunned. Who would have thought that Slowking, who often appeared absent-minded, could offer such a brilliant solution? Word spread quickly. Before long, Slowking earned a reputation as the sage of the World Tree. Whenever a Pokémon encountered a problem, it would seek Slowking's wisdom. Hearing this, Naoki was very surprised. The information recorded in Slowking's Pokédex entry is actually true. If Naoki remembered correctly, Slowking was referred to as the Sage of the Sea in the Pokédex. It's known for its incredible intelligence, and in some regions, there's even a saying, if you're lost, ask a Slowking. Not only does Slowking help those who are lost by guiding them to safety, but it also offers solutions to problems faced by both humans and Pokémon who ask for its help. Now, seeing the events at the World Tree, it seems the description of Slowking in the Pokémon Encyclopedia was indeed accurate. Naoki had initially been worried that Slowking might seem out of place on the World Tree. But now, it was clear that Slowking had integrated itself into the community in its own unique way. Although it couldn't fulfill the role of running a Pokémon tavern, serving as a great sage was just as admirable. In the future, as more Pokémon settled on the World Tree, inevitably bringing a variety of challenges, they would have Slowking to turn to for guidance. With such a wise and intelligent Pokémon in their midst, those problems could easily be resolved, just like how Slowking had helped the Pokémon that came to it for advice today. The next morning, a Dragonite set off from Naoki Ranch and flew to the nearby town of Kosaji to retrieve the golden crown Naoki had commissioned. The old goldsmith, startled but awestruck by the sight of Dragonite, handed over the crown. Dragonite, with the golden crown in its grasp, took off and flew back to the ranch. Naoki Ranch, 9 a.m. On the battlefield beside the Gagote pen, Glastrier and Spectrier stood at opposite ends of the field, their expressions resolute as they stared each other down. Calyrex held the golden crown in its hands, while Naoki stood beside it, explaining the rules of the Horse King tournament to the 2-horse Pokémon. The rules are simple. This is a one-on-one. The Pokémon that emerges victorious will earn the right to wear the golden crown, symbolizing the honor of the Horse King. Nay! Both horse Pokémon neighed in response, their determination evident. Glastrier anxiously pawed at the ground with its front hooves, eager for the match to begin. In contrast, Spectrier remained composed, exuding an aura of calm focus. Though Spectrier's vision was impaired, its other senses, hearing, smell, and touch, were extraordinarily keen. These heightened senses gave it the ability to accurately assess its surroundings and locate its opponent, even in the heat of battle. Despite Glastrier's intimidating and aggressive demeanor, Spectrier stood unshaken. Naoki observed the contrasting pre-match attitudes of the two Pokémon. To ensure that neither Pokémon felt defeated or disheartened, Naoki addressed them once more. Winning this match doesn't mean you'll always hold the title of Horse King. The Pokémon that loses today will have the chance to challenge the champion again next year. As long as you win, you can claim the crown. He turned his attention to Glastrier and added, "And for the Pokémon who wins today, remember that being the Horse King comes with responsibility. You must protect the crown and continue to grow stronger. Only by triumphing in every Horse King tournament can you truly earn the title of the greatest Horse King." After announcing the rules, Naoki stepped aside to observe. Calyrex floated gracefully to the center of the battlefield, addressing its two cherished steeds with authority. "Let the battle begin." With a whistle-like sound of energy, the match commenced. The next instant, both Pokémon sprang into action. Glastrier galloped forward with thundering strides, icy energy erupting from its hooves and freezing the ground beneath it. Its charge was ferocious, barreling toward Spectrier with an overwhelming aura of cold power. Slam! Spectrier stood its ground, seemingly unshaken, as the eerie purple mist around its body shifted ominously. Glastrier charged with all its might, but just as it reached its target, it passed straight through Spectrier's form as if it were a mirage. "Glastrier, what?" Spectrier let out a mocking whinny, its sharp senses pinpointing Glastrier's new position. With precise timing, it spun and delivered two solid kicks to its opponent with its hind legs. Glastrier's eyes widened as it staggered, the blows leaving it momentarily dazed. Enraged, it roared, and a cold beam of energy erupted from its hooves. Anticipating the attack, Spectrier leaped gracefully, activating agility to enhance its speed. It darted across the battlefield with breathtaking speed, leaving Glastrier struggling to keep up. The more Glastrier failed to connect with its target, the more its frustration grew. Fueled by rage, it raised its powerful front legs and stomped heavily on the ground. The earth quaked under its hooves, sending shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. The tremor reached Spectrier, slowing its movements and causing it to grunt softly in discomfort. Sensing an opportunity, Glastrier surged forward. But Spectrier wasn't done yet. It released a burst of confused ray, an eerie, glowing light that struck Glastrier, clouding its mind. Dazed, Glastrier began to gallop aimlessly, imagining its opponent in an entirely different direction. Taking full advantage of the confusion, Spectrier calculated its next move with cunning precision. It conjured a shadow ball, a swirling sphere of dark energy, and hurled it with precision at its disoriented opponent. Boom! The shadow ball struck Glastrier squarely, sending it crashing to the ground. The battlefield fell silent as the mighty steed struggled briefly before succumbing, unable to continue. The match was over. Spectrier stood victorious. Naoki observed the phantom horse with admiration. Did Spectrier use Nasty Plot to boost the power of its shadow ball at the end? He mused. Nasty Plot, a dark-type move, allows a Pokémon to sharpen its mind and drastically boost its special attack. Spectrier's clever use of strategy and abilities had turned the tide of battle decisively in its favor. In comparison, Glastrier's brute force seemed simplistic. Naoki sighed as he glanced at the defeated Pokémon. It even tried using Tackle, a normal-type move, against Spectrier, a ghost-type. That's never going to work. Glastrier and Spectrier, one is straightforward and brash, while the other is cunning and calculated. These two cherished Pokémon of Calyrex truly made for an entertaining rivalry. After the battle concluded, Calyrex used its heal pulse ability to mend Glastrier's injuries. Soon, Glastrier regained consciousness. "It seems the match has been decided," Calyrex said, floating gracefully toward Spectrier with the golden crown in hand. Spectrier's excitement was palpable as it laid its gaze on the genuine golden crown, not some ordinary trophy. The fact that it was being personally awarded by Calyrex made the moment even more special. Memories of a time long past flooded Spectrier's mind. It remembered how, at the crown shrine, Calyrex had crowned Zacian and Zamazinta in a similar ceremony, giving rise to the Sword and Shield Kings. Now, Spectrier itself was about to ascend as the unrivaled Horse King. Such an honor was exhilarating. Spectrier snorted with pride and anticipation. "My beloved steed," Calyrex said in a warm and regal tone, "accept this golden crown. From this day forward, you are the king of horses." Under the influence of Calyrex's psychic powers, the golden crown floated gently onto Spectrier's head. Feeling the weight of the crown, Spectrier lifted its head high and let out an ecstatic cry toward the heavens. "Nay!" Nearby, Glastrier exhaled sharply through its nostrils, twin streams of frosty air billowing out. "This conniving trickster," it thought furiously, "winning with such devious tactics. I can't accept this." Calyrex turned to Glastrier, its tone calm yet firm. "My dear steed, there is no need to feel disheartened. 1 year from now, you may challenge Spectrier again. Should you prove victorious, I will place this crown upon your head." Glastrier glared at Spectrier, resolve burning in its icy gaze. "Nay, just you wait," it thought fiercely. "Next year that crown will be mine. I am the true king of horses, the strongest steed in the world." Spectrier, however, paid no heed to Glastrier's defiance. It had already ascended as the rightful Horse King and dismissed the other as unworthy of its attention. With the crown adorning its head, Spectrier trotted off, its prideful demeanor evident as it inspected its territory. Meanwhile, Glastrier silently focused on growing stronger, determined to claim the crown in the next Horse King contest. Watching the two horses reach a tentative truce, both Naoki and Calyrex exhaled in relief. Finally, peace had returned. Naoki mused aloud. Perhaps this rivalry will drive both of them to grow stronger. Calyrex nodded in agreement. With its connection to both steeds, it could unleash powerful fusion moves like Astral Barrage and Glacial Lance when merged with them. These moves are not only majestic in name, but also devastating in battle. Considering Calyrex's current strength, Naoki felt confident that few Pokémon in the world could withstand its Glacial Lance. Perhaps only a few, like Hydreigon from the Unova region, could pose a challenge. Even Rayquaza, with its dragon/flying typing, would likely falter against the overwhelming Ice-type attack of Glacial Lance. Against Rayquaza's quadruple weakness to Ice, Calyrex's Lance would be a true dragon-slaying spear. Naoki sighed wistfully. It's a shame Calyrex rarely gets the opportunity to showcase this move. I'd love to witness its full power in action. His thoughts drifted to the events of Hoopa and the Clash of Ages, where Hoopa summoned legendary Pokémon to engage in a colossal battle. Perhaps Calyrex and its regal moves could shine in such a chaotic spectacle. The idea sparked an amusing thought. Naoki considered creating a documentary to analyze such battles. For instance, how long would it take Groudon to walk from Kalos back to Hoenn? With a chuckle at the thought, Naoki set his gaze back on the harmonious scene at the ranch, his heart light with satisfaction. On April 1st, 200 of the Alliance calendar, with rising temperatures signaling the onset of summer, the Paldea region officially welcomed the hot season. The daytime heat was intense, so Naoki used the cooler morning hours to milk the Gagote and feed the other Pokémon on his ranch. Once his chores were done, he decided to check on the progress of the fruit wine fermenting in the cellar. Just as he was about to enter the house, his Rotom phone rang. Pulling the phone from his pocket, Naoki glanced at the screen and saw it was Iono calling. He raised an eyebrow, paused for a moment, and then pressed the answer button. "Hello," he said. Hey, Naoki. What are you up to?" Iono's energetic voice came through the phone. I just finished up my ranch work. I was planning to take a break, Naoki replied, letting go of the Rotom phone as it switched to hover mode, floating near his ear. He turned to the outdoor faucet to wash his hands. And you? Don't you have work today? He asked. Gym leaders rarely took time off, especially not during this season. They typically stayed at their gyms, prepared to take on trainers' challenges. If it were Iono, Naoki figured she'd be live-streaming battles from Levincia Gym right now. Iono chuckled mischievously. Guess. Near the ranch entrance, Iono motioned for Koraidon and Cyclizar, who had noticed her arrival, to stay quiet. Koraidon, about to let out a sound, obediently closed its mouth. Huh. Naoki was surprised. Are you live-streaming outside right now? No, Iono teased. Naoki paused, drying his hands with a towel. Thinking about Iono's playful personality, he had a sudden realization. Wait, are you on your way to the ranch? Bingo! Look behind you! Iono exclaimed with a laugh. Turning around, Naoki saw Iono standing on the grass not far away, waving energetically at him. Beside her, Koraidon and Cyclizar stood, watching silently. Naoki shook his head, smiling helplessly. This was just like Iono. He ended the call and considered the rising heat. Deciding it would be better to chat indoors, he invited Iono into the living room. Sorry to intrude, Iono said cheerfully, following him inside. Are you here to attempt the trial again? Naoki asked. Iono nodded enthusiastically. You got it. After my last attempt, I've come up with a strategy to counter Palmot's hammer. In truth, she wasn't entirely sure why she'd come to the ranch, but used this excuse to cover her visit. I see, Naoki said, intrigued. Still, he felt something was a little off. From what he knew of Iono, she wasn't usually one to focus on honing her battle skills. She prioritized entertaining her audience over victory during gym challenges. But perhaps Iono had changed her mindset? If so, Naoki was more than willing to help. As the two of them entered the house, Koraidon and Cyclizar squatted on the grass outside, watching the scene curiously. Cyclizar looked at Koraidon, then at the odd tree nearby, and asked in confusion, Gao, do you know the human? Cyclizar felt that Koraidon seemed very familiar with that human. It had a positive impression of Iono, recalling how she had encouraged it during a low point. Koraidon nodded sagely. Rayo, you'll get to know her well soon enough. Koraidon believed that someday Iono would become an important part of their lives. Cyclizar tilted its head, unsure of what Koraidon meant. Gao, I don't get it. Inside the living room, Nddd brought Iono a cup of refreshing black tea. Thank you, Iono exclaimed, taking a sip. Her eyes widened with delight. This is so good. Nddd beamed at the compliment, cheerfully replying, Nddd. A moment later, Nddd returned with some homemade snacks to accompany the tea. Wow, you're spoiling me, Iono said gratefully, happily digging into the treats. Naoki watched the interaction with a warm smile. Once Nddd left, he asked, How's your live streaming going lately? It's been great, Iono said excitedly. I switched up my style, and the popularity of Levincia Gym is soaring. Naoki, who followed Iono's page on Pikatube, nodded in acknowledgement. Though her popularity wasn't quite at its peak, she was undoubtedly on the rise. He grinned. But isn't Levincia Gym still open for challenges? Are you sure it's okay for you to be here? As far as Naoki knew, the Paldea Alliance had performance requirements for gym leaders and would occasionally send inspectors to test their strength. Iono nodded and said, Don't worry. Before coming here, I made sure to request 3 days of leave from the Paldea Alliance, and Gita personally approved it. I see. Naoki smiled. It seemed that the Paldea Alliance and Gita were both quite considerate. After Iono finished her snacks and drank the black tea, prepared, she expressed her intention to challenge Palmo's lightning trial once again. Naoki called for Palmot, and the two headed to the battle arena on the ranch. Watching Palmot brimming with fighting spirit, Naoki couldn't help but marvel. I didn't expect this. Iono tilted her head in confusion. Didn't expect what? Naoki chuckled. I didn't expect you to be so diligent and hardworking. You're a little different from what I imagined. In Naoki's experience, trainers like Grusha or Larry rarely visited the ranch more than once, but Iono frequently returned to challenge the trials. Was it possible that the Iono of this world differed from her in-game counterpart? Regardless, if Iono was working so hard, Naoki resolved to help her to the best of his abilities. After all, she was his friend. However, hearing this, Iono's cheeks turned red. The truth was, she wasn't here solely for the challenge. Naoki, unaware of her flustered thoughts, continued, "Although I'm not an expert in raising and training electric Pokémon, I think observing Palmot in battle might give you some inspiration. So, in the next match, we won't go all out. Consider it a demonstration. Be sure to have your Pokémon watch carefully." Iono blinked in surprise before nodding enthusiastically. All right. The first match began with Naoki sending out Palmot, while Iono chose her Electivire. As the battle commenced, Palmot charged forward, its hammer sparking with electricity. Electivire braced itself, crossing its arms in defense. As the hammer came down, a surge of electricity erupted, but Electivire absorbed it completely into its body. Naoki immediately recognized the ability. "Motor Drive," he remarked. "It nullifies electric-type moves and boosts the Pokémon's speed instead." However, Palmot was no ordinary electric Pokémon. Its hammer carried physical force alongside its electrical energy. Electivire stumbled slightly from the blow, but Iono quickly issued her next command. "Electivire, use Brick Break." Electivire roared, raising its hand to strike Palmot, who dodged the attack with swift precision. Not missing a beat, Iono followed up. "Thunderbolt." A brilliant burst of electricity surged from Electivire, aiming directly for Palmot. Naoki, unfazed, calmly instructed, "Charge." "Palmot." Palmot cried as it stood firm, allowing the Thunderbolt to hit. To Iono's shock, Palmot absorbed the electrical energy rather than suffering damage. "How is that possible?" Iono exclaimed. Naoki explained, "For electric-type Pokémon, electricity can act as food. When a Pokémon uses charge, it accumulates energy. If it absorbs the opponent's electric moves during this state, it takes minimal damage while greatly enhancing its own energy reserves." Iono's eyes lit up. "Using the opponent's attack as fuel? That's brilliant. Let's try it." Her Electivire nodded in understanding, ready to attempt this new strategy. Naoki called out, "Palmo, discharge." Palmot. A powerful surge of electricity spread across the battlefield, heading straight for Electivire. "Electivire, charge!" Iono shouted. Electivire roared, standing firm as it braced itself. Channeling Naoki's earlier words, it began absorbing the incoming electricity. The electricity surged into Electivire's body, its energy levels rapidly climbing. Within moments, it felt its power reach an unprecedented peak. In this state, if Electivire uses any electric-type moves, their power will be significantly amplified. Naoki nodded toward Iono and Electivire. "Give it your all." Iono was now fully immersed in the battle. She clenched her fists and shouted with determination. "Electivire, use Wild Charge." "Palmot, let's go too. Use Thunderclap." The commands were given, and the two Pokémon sprang into action simultaneously. Electivire's muscular frame was enveloped in crackling electricity, forming a shimmering suit of lightning armor. It charged forward with incredible speed, leaving scorch marks on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Palmot channeled all its stored electricity into its hammer, which glowed with a radiant silver sheen. Without hesitation, it dashed toward Electivire. The two Pokémon collided in a brilliant flash of light, creating a massive sphere of electricity that engulfed them both. Moments later, a powerful explosion rocked the battlefield, sending shockwaves through the air. Both Palmot and Electivire were knocked back, landing on opposite sides of the field. Neither had lost the ability to fight, but both were clearly exhausted. "What a powerful clash!" Iono exclaimed, her eyes wide as she saw the faint scorch marks and bruises on Electivire's body. Naoki smiled. "It looks like Electivire has already understood the lesson. There's no need to push it further. Let's end the battle here." Iono nodded. Okay. Naoki gestured to Elder NDD, who brought over bowls of fresh milk to help the Pokémon recover their strength. The two Pokémon eagerly drank, their exhaustion easing as the soothing milk restored their energy. Seeing their efforts, Naoki invited Iono and Electivire to rest in the living room. How was it? Naoki asked with a smile. Iono nodded enthusiastically. As expected of you, Naoki. Your methods are amazing. Naoki chuckled. When you head back, try incorporating this training method with your Pokémon. I'm confident that with consistent practice, the strength of the Levincia gym will improve greatly. I'll definitely give it a try. Iono replied eagerly. As they relaxed, Iono's eyes wandered to the many strong Pokémon on the ranch. Curiosity piqued. She thought about Naoki's past. According to Gita, Naoki had come to the Paldea region 3 years ago after spending time traveling through other regions. By the way, Naoki, Iono asked, where did you travel before coming to Paldea? Naoki paused, caught off guard by the question. After a moment, he smiled and replied, I've been to quite a few places: Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Kalos. Wow! Iono's eyes sparkled with excitement. I've never even left Paldea. Naoki chuckled warmly. When you have the time, you should explore other regions. Each one has its own unique culture, landscapes, and Pokémon. It's worth experiencing. Iono nodded thoughtfully, then hesitated before asking, what about your family? Don't you live with your parents? Naoki's expression softened. He shook his head gently. No, they passed away a long time ago. I spent part of my childhood in Paldea, but later, we moved to Hoenn for my parents' health. After they passed, I began traveling through other regions. He paused, his gaze distant. Eventually, I got tired of wandering. So, I returned to my hometown and inherited my grandfather's ranch. Iono's expression fell. I'm so sorry, Naoki. I didn't mean to bring up anything painful. Naoki grinned, signaling to Iono not to feel awkward. It's okay, it's all in the past. Iono's eyes sparkled, and she nodded earnestly. Naoki, you're really strong, not just in battles, but as a person. Naoki waved it off with a soft laugh. Instead of continuing the topic, he asked, what about you? Me. Iono pointed to herself, slightly surprised by the question. When Naoki nodded, she began to speak. I grew up in Levincia. Like other kids, I left home when I was 10 to attend Naranja Academy. That's where I met Belly Bolt and Miss Drevis. Together, we started my journey, challenging gyms, earning badges, and eventually, I became the gym leader of Levincia's electric gym. Life in the city must be lively, Naoki commented thoughtfully. Iono hesitated for a moment, unsure how to respond. I've never really experienced living in the countryside. That's a shame, isn't it? Naoki said with a smile. Life in the countryside is wonderful in its own way. In spring, the hills come alive with flowers, and you can see Combi flitting among the blossoms, gathering nectar. During summer nights, fireflies gather near the rivers. It's like watching the stars come to life on the water's surface. Sometimes, you'll even see water-type Pokémon peek out from the river to enjoy the glow. In autumn, the forests turn golden, and you can go up the mountains to gather things like mushrooms, hazelnuts, and berries. You might even spot wild Pokémon stocking up food for winter. As for winter, well, it's freezing, so I don't venture out much. But on occasion, I'll take my Pokémon to the fields to build snowmen and gaze at the stars. On clear nights, with no clouds in sight, the stars and moon shine brighter than you can imagine. Iono listened, her face lighting up with wonder and a touch of envy. That sounds incredible, doesn't it? Naoki smiled, the thought of summer already filling him with anticipation. Then, an idea struck him. Speaking of which, it's summer now. There should be fireflies tonight. Would you like to see them? Iono blinked, taken aback. Really? Would that be okay? Of course, Naoki said warmly. There are guest rooms upstairs where you can stay the night. You can head back to Levincia tomorrow. The guest rooms were well kept, often hosting visitors such as Professor Oak, Arvin, and Alder. Iono smiled sheepishly, scratching the back of her head. Thanks. I'll take you up on that offer. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sound of cicadas echoed faintly from the nearby hills. In the tall grass near the river, fireflies began to flicker to life. As the night deepened, the tiny glowing insects gathered by the water, their light illuminating the serene lakeside like countless tiny stars. Naoki spread out a picnic blanket on the grassy riverbank. It was adorned with an array of snacks and treats. Fresh milk pudding, honey cake, poffins, poke blocks, berry juice, and moo milk filled the picnic blanket, creating a feast for all the Pokémon on the ranch. Excited, the Pokémon chased each other around the blanket, their cheerful energy filling the air. Across the river, a group of Psyducks sat in their usual dazed poses, clutching their heads as they stared blankly at the fireflies dancing above the water. Iono released her team of Pokémon as well. The Pokémon on Naoki's ranch had dined with Iono's team before, so they were already quite familiar with each other. As soon as they reunited, Palmot hopped forward, releasing a small electric charge to greet Luxray and the others in the unique communication style of electric-type Pokémon. Fluttermane seemed especially intrigued by Miss Drevis, floating close and staring intently at the ghostly Pokémon. Miss Drevis, unnerved by the scrutiny, floated away to hide behind Iono. Watching this serene scene, Iono found herself feeling something she couldn't quite describe. She had seen many breathtaking sights before: the dazzling million-volt lights of Lavincia, the cascading beauty of Glacido's waterfalls, and the vast olive orchards of the South Paldine region. But nothing felt quite like this. Along the riverbank, where the water flowed gently, groups of fireflies glowed faintly as they danced through the night air. Their shimmering reflections rippled across the surface of the clear water. The tranquil night, the soothing hum of cicadas, the soft summer breeze. This was a peace no city could offer. So beautiful, Iono murmured, a smile spreading across her face. Thank you, Naoki. Naoki, leaning back on his hands, looked out at the luminous river, his gaze soft. I should be thanking you, too, he said quietly. Iono blinked in confusion. Naoki turned to her with a knowing smile. You've promoted my ranch shop during your live streams, haven't you? Iono's eyes widened in shock. How did you figure that out? She thought she'd been subtle. Your fans left messages on my shop's page. Naoki chuckled, pulling out his Rotom phone to show her some of the comments. Recommended by Iono's livestream. The milk here is amazing, fresh, sweet, and delivered super fast by Dragonite. Highly recommend. Thanks to Iono, I found this gem of a shop. The vegetables are so fresh. Now my grandma doesn't have to go out to buy groceries. We'll definitely order again. Iono's face flushed crimson, utterly embarrassed. Thank you, Naoki said sincerely. Iono scratched her head awkwardly, her blush deepening. She had always been someone who liked to help others, even as a live streamer. In the anime, she often encouraged her fans and cheered them up during tough times. By the way, Naoki suddenly remembered, did you take the Squawkabilly flying taxi to get here? Iono nodded. Yup, there are taxi stations in both Lavincia and Kosaji Town. It's really convenient. How long was the flight? Naoki asked curiously. About 6 hours, Iono answered after a moment of thought. Kosaji Town and Lavincia are at opposite ends of Paldea. A 6-hour flying taxi ride was already remarkably fast, considering the distance. Naoki raised an eyebrow and asked in disbelief, a 6-hour flying taxi ride? Iono tilted her head, puzzled. What's wrong? Naoki fell silent. 6 hours? That's too slow. This back-and-forth trip sounds like such a hassle. Let Dragonite take you back tomorrow, Naoki said, feeling a headache coming on. Dragonite could reach Lavincia in less than half an hour with its incredible speed, several times faster than the Squawkabilly flying taxi. Now it was Iono's turn to look confused. Isn't that a bit much to ask? She said hesitantly. It's fine, Naoki replied. Dragonite needs to deliver goods to Lavincia anyway. You could just go along for the ride. All right then, Iono said with a smile. Thanks so much. Not far away, Koraidon and Cyclizar were squatting on the grass, observing the two humans by the river. Cyclizar turned to Koraidon, its expression curious. Gal, why can't we bother Naoki? Koraidon's tone was serious as it replied, "A woo. Naoki has something very important to take care of." "Gal, something important?" Cyclizar perked up with interest, but Koraidon remained quiet. Koraidon glanced at the peaceful scene by the river, with Naoki, Iono, and the Pokémon happily gathered together. Memories from its past resurfaced. It remembered a time long ago when a small child, Naoki's child, held its tail and asked in a tender voice, "When will you come back?" Back then, Koraidon, still in its Cyclizar form, had promised to return soon. But it didn't, and the child never saw it again. The memory made Koraidon's heart heavy, but then it lifted its head resolutely. Now that it was back, it would fulfill its promise. The next time it saw that child, it would proudly say, "I've returned." Early the next morning, Iono boarded Dragonite and returned to Levincia. Just half an hour later, Naoki received a message from her. "Iono, thank you, Naoki. I had such a great time yesterday." Naoki smiled and sent back a cheerful emoji before pocketing his Rotom phone. It was another new day, and there was plenty of work waiting for him on the ranch. While he was busy planting summer crops in the fields, Kelly arrived with a construction team in tow. She waved to Naoki before glancing around with a mischievous smile. "Where's your girlfriend?" Naoki blinked, confused. What girlfriend? But then he realized what Kelly meant. "Wait, are you talking about Iono?" "Sure enough," Kelly grinned. "Yup, the girl who came to the ranch yesterday." Naoki sighed. "Don't jump to conclusions. She was here to challenge the trial." "Oh, really?" Kelly said, a teasing look in her eyes. "But I notice she looks at you differently." Naoki froze. "Differently?" he repeated. "No way." Kelly shrugged and returned to overseeing the construction with her mock camp team, leaving Naoki bewildered. He stood there for a moment, lost in thought. What kind of look? Did Iono really look at him differently? Shaking his head, Naoki decided it wasn't worth overthinking. Besides, the house's video phone had started ringing, pulling him away from his musings. With a shrug, Naoki turned and headed inside to answer the call. Although Rotom phones have become widely popular in this world, video phones remain essential. This is because some trainers do not own a Rotom phone or may lose theirs while traveling in the wild. In such cases, they can visit the nearest Pokémon Center and use the video phone to contact family and friends. At Naoki Ranch, the video phone was retained and repurposed as a public line for the ranch. On most days, customers use it to place orders for vegetables, moo milk, berries, and other fresh produce. When the video phone rang, Naoki answered. A gruff voice came through from the other end of the line. "Hello, is this Naoki Ranch? I'm the owner of a dessert shop in the neighboring city. We're hosting a dessert competition soon, and we need fresh apples to make apple pies and candy apples. I'd like to place an order for a batch of apples from your orchard." "Got it. No problem," Naoki replied. After confirming the man's requirements, he asked for the delivery address and contact details, assuring the customer that the apples would be delivered soon. Naoki took down the details. Name, Cliff. Contact number, 693-7394. Address, Shop 3, Blue Bay Street, Bopping City. After hanging up, Naoki opened the map app on his Rotom phone to check the distance between Kosagi Town and Bopping City. Driving there would take about an hour and a half. With the location set, Naoki called on several of his Pokémon and made his way to the apple orchard across the river to start picking apples. At this time of year, the apples in the orchard were big, round, and vibrantly red, each one looking irresistibly delicious. The task seemed simple enough, so Naoki only asked Koraidon and Cyclizar to help him. However, when Ogerpon and Goldingo overheard the plan, they eagerly volunteered to assist as well. Naoki handed them some cardboard boxes, instructing them to pack the harvested apples neatly into the cartons. Both Ogerpon and Goldingo were quick learners, mimicking Naoki's example with ease. They worked diligently, picking apples and packing them in an orderly fashion. Pleased by their effort, Naoki focused back on his own work. Everything was going smoothly until Naoki suddenly heard a startled cry from Ogerpon. Naoki and the other Pokémon quickly turned to see what had happened. "What's wrong?" Naoki asked. Ogerpon pointed toward a peculiar-looking apple hanging on a branch. Okay. Naoki followed Ogerpon's gaze and spotted the apple. At first glance, it looked just like any other apple. But upon closer inspection, subtle differences stood out. Large, round eyes had replaced the apple's stem, two caterpillar-like tails emerged from a hole in the back, and faint fawn-like patterns decorated its lower surface. Clearly, this was no ordinary apple. It was a Pokémon. Naoki immediately recognized it as an Applin. Startled by Ogerpon, the timid Applin quickly retreated into its apple shell, remaining motionless. Watching the shy Pokémon, Naoki felt a wave of excitement. Finally, it's here. He had been eagerly waiting for Applin to show up in his orchard for what felt like forever. Because Applin can help fruits and apples ripen faster. With their presence, the orchard on the World Tree can flourish even better. Thinking of this, Naoki paused his work and reassured Ogerpon, "Don't worry. It's also a Pokémon. Its name is Applin, and it lives inside apples." Hearing this, Goldengo looked surprised. "Goal, can Pokémon live inside apples?" It seemed to ask, its expression filled with amazement. Ogerpon, on the other hand, looked terrified. It was clearly worried. What if it accidentally ate an Applin hiding inside an apple? Ogerpon seemed to spiral into anxious thoughts, and its expression turned even grimmer. Noticing their reactions, Naoki quickly explained, "Don't worry. Applin doesn't start its life inside an apple. After it's born, it finds an apple to hide in and spends the rest of its life there. Ogerpon, you don't need to be afraid of it. As long as you pay closer attention when eating apples in the future, you'll be able to tell the difference between an Applin and an ordinary apple." As he spoke, Naoki walked forward and gently placed his hand on the apple housing Applin. The power of his dragon aura activated. As a dragon-type Pokémon, Applin instantly felt a friendly presence. It hesitated, then cautiously peeked its eyes out of the apple to observe its surroundings. When Applin noticed the human standing before it, it instinctively tried to retreat back into its apple, wary and defensive. However, it quickly recognized the familiar aura radiating from this person. "Hello, Applin. I'm Naoki, the caretaker of this orchard. You don't need to be afraid. No one here will harm you. Not me or any of the Pokémon in this area." Naoki spoke gently, showing his kindness. Applin stared at the human, still cautious. Its natural instincts told it to remain on guard. After all, it feared being eaten. As an unevolved Pokémon, Applin was incredibly fragile. Many dangers could threaten its life. If Applin lost its apple, the water in its body would gradually deplete, leaving it weak. If it couldn't find another apple quickly, it would perish. A fall from a great height could also force Applin out of its apple, leaving it exposed and vulnerable. Worst of all, Applin constantly had to stay alert for bird Pokémon, its natural predators. Even Pokémon like Noibat might mistake it for food and carry it back to their nests. It didn't help that Applin looked almost identical to a regular apple. But soon, Applin sensed a unique energy from the human in front of it. This energy was calming, as if it was taking care of Applin and relaying thoughts directly to it. "Don't be afraid. No one here will harm you. Not me, and not the Pokémon in this orchard." Gradually, Applin began to let its guard down. Naoki knew that no dragon-type Pokémon could resist the allure of the dragon's aura. "All right then, from now on, you can live here peacefully," Naoki said reassuringly. His plan was to help Applin eventually evolve into either Flapple or Appleton. By that time, the World Tree would have fully grown, and he would send Applin to live there. For Pokémon, the World Tree was an absolutely safe haven. But before that, Naoki had one more thing to do. "Come on, Applin, let's see what your ability is," he said gently. Naoki conveyed his thoughts to the little Pokémon. Applin seemed to understand what he was asking, though it took a moment before it acted. Finally, it hopped over to a slightly green apple hanging on a tree. The next moment, a special energy wave emanated from Applin's body. Under the influence of this wave, the green apple began to turn red right before Naoki's eyes, ripening into a perfect, glossy fruit. Seeing this, two words popped into Naoki's mind: ripening power. This Applin's ability was perfect for enhancing the orchard. A Pokemon with this kind of skill could nurture fruit trees, helping them grow faster and bear better fruit. Delighted, Naoki decided to probe further using his dragon power. He sensed a thought from Applin. I ripened all the apples on this tree. Naoki blinked in surprise. Really? Applin nodded in affirmation. Naoki turned his attention to the apple tree Applin had worked on, comparing it to other nearby trees. Sure enough, every apple on this tree was ripe and vibrant. The single unripe apple was clearly due to Applin not having reached it in time. Why are you doing this? Naoki asked curiously. Through the dragon's aura, he sensed Applin's thoughts again. I ate one of your apples. I need to repay you by ripening more apples. Naoki couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected such reasoning from the tiny Pokemon. Have you been here for a long time? He asked. Applin replied that it had only recently arrived, but had seen Naoki taking care of the orchard, watering the trees, and tending to them with care. From this, it understood that this was Naoki's territory. I see, Naoki nodded. You're a thoughtful one, aren't you? He gently placed Applin back on the tree and reassured it. In that case, you can stay here for now. Later, I'll take you to a safer place where there's no danger. You'll be able to care for an orchard there. Applin chirped in agreement, settling itself among the branches. With that, Naoki returned to work, joined by his Pokemon helpers. Together, they packed the ripe apples into cartons and loaded them onto a pickup truck. Once everything was set, Naoki climbed into the driver's seat, pulling a cart of apples along with several Pokemon following the vehicle on foot as he drove off to deliver the goods. Meanwhile, in the Hoenn region, in the heart of a sprawling forest surrounded by mountains, Mewtwo soared through the air, leading a group of clone Pokemon. For a long time, it had been searching for a place to belong, trying to uncover its purpose in this world. Suddenly, Mewtwo felt a familiar presence. It halted mid-flight, its superpowers activating as it slowly descended to the forest floor, accompanied by Meowth, Pikachu, Bulbasaur, and other clone Pokemon. The dense foliage parted as Mewtwo landed, and its sharp gaze locked onto two figures in the distance. One was a Teddiursa, its small frame radiating a sense of courage and justice. The other was none other than Mew, whom Mewtwo once regarded as its mother and its fiercest opponent in battle. It had been several years since they last met. The first time they encountered one another was on the island, during a time when Mewtwo was still lost in its search for meaning. To uncover the purpose of its existence, Mewtwo had transformed the ruins of Team Rocket's former research lab into a grand castle. It invited powerful humans to this eerie banquet as part of its plans to prove the superiority of its kind. It was during this fateful gathering that Mew appeared, breaking into the castle. Mewtwo, created from Mew's own genetic material, engaged Mew in a fierce battle to prove that the clone was superior to the original. The fight quickly escalated, dragging in the Pokemon and trainers who had been lured to the island. Amid the chaos, a young trainer named Ash stepped in to stop the clash, only to be caught in the crossfire and turned to stone. The Pokemon present cried out in anguish, their tears combining to miraculously revive Ash. Witnessing this act of love and unity between humans and Pokemon deeply moved Mewtwo. It abandoned its plans for revenge and led the cloned Pokemon away from the island in search of peace. The second time they met was on a cliffside. It was there that Mewtwo learned of the Great Hero Expedition team and came to better understand Mew, the being it once saw as its mother. At Mew's invitation, Mewtwo brought its group of cloned Pokemon to Naoki Ranch, where Naoki welcomed them warmly. At the ranch, Mewtwo noticed how Naoki treated the cloned Pokemon no differently than any other. To Naoki, they were all living creatures with their own place in the world. Perhaps out of gratitude, or perhaps for some other reason Mewtwo couldn't quite identify, it chose not to erase Naoki's memory of their visit, something it usually did for those who encountered it. After leaving the ranch, Mewtwo and its companions traveled the world, searching for a sanctuary where they could live in peace. But even after years of wandering, Mewtwo still hadn't found that place. Yet, it didn't feel disheartened. Along the way, it met countless Pokémon and had ample time to reflect on life. The human DNA within its body gave it intelligence and emotions beyond those of ordinary Pokémon. This journey of self-discovery had profoundly changed it. Mewtwo's current state of mind was a stark contrast to the turmoil it experienced on New Island. It had grown from a creature filled with anger and resentment to one that understood the value of coexistence. Through its travels, it had witnessed Pokémon treating it as an equal, not as something other. For the first time, it felt like a part of the world, a being who had entered life as any other and would eventually leave it in the same way. Now, reuniting with Mewtwo felt a surge of emotion. It found itself looking forward to sharing its experiences and hearing about Mew's own journey. Suppressing its immense psychic power to avoid startling the forest inhabitants, Mewtwo approached with its group of cloned Pokémon and called out telepathically. Mew! Mew! Napping beneath the shade of a towering tree, perked up at the familiar voice. Still slightly groggy, it glanced toward the source and immediately recognized the figures in the clearing. It was Mewtwo, along with the clone Meowth, Pikachu, and others. Mew! Mew chirped joyfully, springing into the air and darting over to greet them. It flew in circles around Mewtwo and its group, radiating excitement. The commotion woke up Teddiursa and Zapdos, who were resting nearby. Teddiursa's eyes lit up, and it rushed over to greet Mewtwo and its companions. Ursa! Zapdos, unfamiliar with Mewtwo, seemed confused by its teammates' enthusiasm. Teddiursa quickly introduced the psychic powerhouse. Ursa, this is Mewtwo, a good friend we met before. Realizing this, Zapdos relaxed. It nodded slightly at Mewtwo, acknowledging its presence. Mewtwo returned the gesture before turning to Mew and Teddiursa. Long time no see, it said telepathically, its deep voice resonating in their minds. Mew nodded enthusiastically, agreeing it had been far too long. Curious, Mew tilted its head and asked, Mew, are you traveling too? Mewtwo nodded. The Pokémon settled into the clearing, and Teddiursa brought out snacks made by Naoki from Zapdos' travel bag to share with the group. Mewtwo glanced at the meticulously crafted treats, clearly made with care, and turned to Mew. Yes, Mewtwo said, I wanted to see the world, and I'm searching for a place where the cloned Pokémon can live in peace. Mew tilted its head and asked, Mew, have you found such a place yet? Mewtwo shook its head. Not yet. It explained that while the world was vast, many places were already occupied by humans, making them unsuitable. Mewtwo preferred a quiet, secluded valley, one untouched by humans, with a beautiful environment and abundant resources. Of the three criteria, the availability of resources was the most important. Initially, Mewtwo hadn't considered this, but as it traveled, it began to understand a fundamental truth. Pokémon needed food to survive. For Mewtwo itself, finding food was no issue, but the companions it led were not so self-sufficient. Every time they stopped to rest, Mewtwo's priority was finding a safe place for the group and then searching for food. As it reflected on its journey, Mewtwo let out a rare sigh. So this is what life is. This is the life of humans and Pokémon born into this world. Hearing this, Mew and Teddiursa exchanged a meaningful glance. Both Mew and Teddiursa liked Mewtwo very much and already considered it a good friend. In the past, when the night was quiet and everyone else was asleep, Mew would sometimes think about Mewtwo, wondering where it was and how it was doing. That feeling only grew stronger after the World Tree began to flourish. It would be wonderful if Mewtwo, Pikachu, and Meowth could come live on the World Tree with us. Then we'd never have to be apart again. Mew imagined the joys of seeing each other whenever they wanted, sharing fruit from the trees, stargazing, playing games, or inviting friends to explore secret bases. Just thinking about it made Mew's heart feel light and happy. Determined, both Mew and Teddiursa decided to extend an invitation. Teddiursa stepped forward and said excitedly, Ursa! Mewtwo, Why don't you come live with us on the World Tree? Hearing the unfamiliar term, Mewtwo looked puzzled. The World Tree, it repeated, its voice laced with curiosity. Teddy Ursa nodded enthusiastically. Ursa, that's right, the World Tree. Mew chimed in with a playful laugh. Mew, yes, it's a huge tree planted by Naoki. Many of our good friends live there now. Teddy Ursa's eyes sparkled as it added, Ursa, if you come too, we can always be together. Naoki. At the mention of that name, Mewtwo's mind wandered back to its last visit to Naoki Ranch. It recalled how the human had shared fruit wine with it and treated its group of cloned Pokémon with kindness. Naoki planted the World Tree? Mewtwo asked. Teddy Ursa nodded firmly. Ursa. Mewtwo looked back at the group of cloned Pokémon that had been following it for years. Pikachu, Youth, Charizard, Blastoise, Venusaur, Sandslash, Gyarados, Golduck, Ninetales, Nidoking, Vaporeon, Rhyhorn, Flareon, Rapidash, and Wigglytuff. Over time, the group had grown to include even more companions. A Mareep, a Purloin, a Bunnelby, an Eevee, a Mudbray, and a Skiddo. These Pokémon had all faced hardship at the hands of humans, and Mewtwo had stepped in to rescue them. They had been with it ever since, relying on its strength and guidance. Mewtwo's gaze softened as it observed its companions. It knew it wasn't making decisions just for itself anymore. There were others who depended on it. Mew and Teddy Ursa watched as Mewtwo's thoughtful silence stretched on. Mew! Mew tilted its head, sensing the hesitation. Meanwhile, Teddy Ursa looked disheartened, unsure why Mewtwo wasn't immediately agreeing. Ursa, it would be so nice if we could all live together. Mewtwo's silence lingered, but it wasn't dismissive. It was contemplative. At that moment, Mew's expression brightened as an idea came to mind. Mew, I've got it. Mew flew up to Mewtwo, its face glowing with excitement. Startled, Mewtwo looked at Mew quizzically. Mew curled its body, concentrating intensely, and a magical blue aura began radiating outward. The air around them shimmered, and the forest clearing transformed into a breathtaking new scene. In the blink of an eye, they were no longer surrounded by trees, but instead floating above an enormous, towering world tree. Almost in the blink of an eye, all the Pokémon noticed the massive tree towering before them. Their faces lit up with surprise. Pika, meow. Even Mewtwo, who rarely showed emotion, was visibly taken aback. However, it quickly realized that this wasn't real. It was a projection of the World Tree created by Mew's memories. So, this is the World Tree? Mewtwo gazed forward, a trace of curiosity in its voice. In comparison to the enormous tree, they seemed so small and insignificant. Mew! Mew nodded enthusiastically, its tail curling in excitement. With a wave of its telekinesis, Mew gently carried everyone forward through the scene. They floated above the dense, vibrant treetops of the World Tree, revealing an expansive area below that left even Mewtwo stunned. From above, the size of the World Tree's ecosystem rivaled that of a human-built metropolis. There were lush forests, rolling green meadows, clear streams winding through the foliage, and a sparkling circular lake in the center of an open clearing. This was only what they could see from their vantage point. There was surely more beyond the horizon. As they soared over the treetops, Mew took the lead in introducing the World Tree. Mew, this is the World Tree. Don't worry, it's very quiet here. Except for Naoki, who occasionally visits, no other humans come here. The tree is a sanctuary for Pokémon. Naoki even promised to help us build a headquarters for our expedition guild right here. Teddy Ursa chimed in enthusiastically. Ursa, that's right. There will also be a Pokémon tavern, Pokémon cafe, Pokémon restaurant, and even a Pokémon hospital, all run by Pokémon. Mew, and Naoki will plant lots and lots of fruit trees, so no one will ever have to worry about being hungry again. Teddy Ursa's eyes burned with determination as it added, Ursa, we want the name of the great hero expedition team to be known across the world. We'll help every Pokémon in need. Hearing this, The group of clone Pokémon behind Mewtwo gazed at the scene before them with awe. Even before Mewtwo could respond, they looked visibly moved. If they could have a home like this, where endless fruits grew, where they could play with their companions upon waking, and where they wouldn't have to wander aimlessly, it would truly be paradise. Most importantly, it would be a place they could share with Mewtwo. After introducing the World Tree, Mew and Teddiursa didn't press further. They simply stood back, watching Mewtwo and the other Pokémon quietly, leaving the decision in their hands. Although Mew and Teddiursa dearly wished for Mewtwo and its companions to stay, the choice had to be made by them. Mewtwo turned to face the clone Pokémon that had followed it for so long. As its gaze swept over them, it could already see their answer written in their eyes. Do you want to live here? Pikachu, clone from Ash's Pikachu, was the first to respond. Pika-Pi, only if you're coming with us. The clone Meowth, originally part of Team Rocket's experiments, gave a soft, thoughtful response. Meow. Mewtwo's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of emotion crossing its face. Its sharp, glowing eyes scanned the faces of the other Pokémon. Mewtwo noticed Pokémon such as Venusaur, Charizard, and Blastoise nodding to it in unison. Closing its eyes for a moment, Mewtwo whispered, "I understand." When it reopened its eyes, it turned to the expectant Mew and Teddiursa. "Thank you, Mew, Teddiursa." Mewtwo's deep voice echoed in the minds of the two Pokémon. "We'll set out together to see the place you mentioned." Meow! Mew let out a joyful cry, spinning in the air with delight. Teddiursa nodded excitedly, adding, "Teddy, you'll love it there. Once you stay, you won't have to wander around outside anymore." Seeing how much these two Pokémon cared, Mewtwo felt a twinge of emotion it rarely allowed itself to feel. "All right," Mewtwo said with a faint smile. Then, looking at them, it asked, "Will you come with us?" Mew and Teddiursa shook their heads. "Ursa, not yet. Naoki gave us a few missions to complete. Right now, we're helping a Pokémon named Jirachi. Meow, but we'll be back by winter. Then, I'll show you my secret base. It has lots of toys." Seeing Mew's playful innocence, akin to that of a human child, Mewtwo couldn't help but smile. Could this truly be the Pokémon it was cloned from? Their personalities were as different as night and day. The human DNA within Mewtwo had taught it what a mother was, and, in a way, Mew was its mother. Yet, looking at the carefree, childlike Mew in front of it, Mewtwo pushed the thought aside. "Very well," it said softly. "We'll wait there for your return." Later that afternoon, after delivering the apples to his customers, Naoki began the drive back to the ranch. The earthy scent of the country road filled the air as Naoki drove his old pickup truck at a steady pace. A group of Evolutions had claimed the passenger seat, pressing their fluffy faces against the window, eagerly watching the scenery roll by. In the back of the truck, Koraidon and Cyclizar rode along, enjoying the breeze. From time to time, Naoki passed trainers with backpacks, some battling wild Pokémon in the tall grass, while others hurried along. Watching these scenes, Naoki couldn't help but feel like a background NPC in a game, living a simple life, driving his truck, working with Pokémon, and running errands. Ordinary people in the Pokémon world must feel like this, he mused, chuckling to himself. Suddenly, Naoki noticed a young trainer standing on the roadside, frantically waving for help. Raising an eyebrow, Naoki pulled over and leaned out the window. "Hey, what's going on?" The boy's expression was filled with urgency. "Sir, please help me. This Litleo is hurt and needs treatment immediately." Naoki glanced at the Pokémon in the boy's arms. The Litleo looked frail and weak, its fur disheveled, and its body covered in scars. Its eyes were shut tightly, and its breathing was shallow. "Don't worry, hold on." Naoki reached in the back of the truck and pulled out a bottle of live goat milk. "Feed this to Litleo. It'll feel better right away." The boy hesitated for a moment before taking the bottle and gently feeding it to the injured Pokémon. The next moment, something magical happened. The milk glowed faintly, turning into a soothing energy that coursed through Litleo's body, healing its wounds at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within seconds, Litlio's fur regained its luster, its wounds disappeared, and its breathing steadied. Slowly, it opened its eyes. Litlio's eyes blinked in confusion, clearly surprised by its sudden recovery. The boy holding it had a look of astonishment frozen on his face. Huh? Litlio's wounds, they're healed. The boy glanced up at the man driving the pickup truck, his expression filled with disbelief. That was when he noticed the man wasn't traveling alone. His car was filled with Pokémon. A group of evolutions crowded the window beside the man, their curious faces pressed against the glass as they observed the boy and Litlio. In the back of the truck sat two large Pokémon. The boy recognized one immediately. It was a Cyclizar, the well-known transportation Pokémon of the Paldea region. Since they were too big to fit in the cab, they had been seated comfortably in the back. "You're welcome." The man's calm voice broke the boy's stunned silence. Naoki smiled and glanced at Litlio. "Is it your Pokémon?" he asked casually. The boy quickly shook his head. "No, it's not. I just found it in the wild. It was attacked by a Scovillain, so I stepped in to help." "I see." Naoki nodded thoughtfully. Litlio, realizing it had been saved by this human, nuzzled the boy's cheek gratefully. "It seems to like you a lot," Naoki said with a warm smile. The boy couldn't help but smile back. Gently, he patted Litlio's head, feeling a sense of joy as it responded affectionately. Watching the boy and Litlio interact, Naoki couldn't help but think of all the young trainers like Ash in the Pokémon world, kind-hearted, brave, and full of potential. Without saying anything further, Naoki pressed the accelerator and prepared to leave. As the car began to pull away, the boy realized he hadn't thanked the man yet. He ran a few steps after the truck, calling out, "Wait, sir. Thank you so much." But Naoki's voice drifted back to him from the driver's seat. "No need to thank me. Just take good care of yourself and Litlio." With that, the pickup truck drove off, leaving the boy and Litlio standing by the roadside. The boy watched the truck disappear into the distance before looking down at the Litlio in his arms. "Well, you're all better now. It's time for you to head back home," he said gently. But Litlio didn't move. It remembered the way the boy had saved it from the fierce Scovillain and sought help to heal its injuries. It wasn't ready to leave. Litlio looked up at the boy and let out a determined cry. "Rawr!" The boy blinked in surprise as Litlio jumped out of his arms, pawing at the pokeball on his belt. The red and white ball fell to the ground, and Litlio stared at it, then back at the boy with pleading eyes. "Rawr!" An incredible thought crossed the boy's mind. "Wait, do you want to come with me?" he asked, stunned. Litlio nodded enthusiastically. With trembling hands, the boy picked up the pokeball and gently tapped it against Litlio. The pokeball wobbled once, twice, and then clicked shut. The boy stared at it in amazement, barely able to believe what had just happened. "Litlio, please take care of me from now on," he said with a wide smile. Back on the road, Naoki was in a cheerful mood after helping the young trainer. Humming a ton, he drove leisurely along the countryside roads leading back to Kastagi town. The Rotom phone in his pocket suddenly rang, interrupting his quiet drive. Naoki shifted to steer with one hand while pulling out the phone with the other. The screen showed that it was a video call from the Hero Expedition team. Answering the call, the screen lit up with the familiar faces of Teddiursa and Mew. Teddiursa cried out excitedly. "Mew!" As soon as the call connected, Naoki heard Pokémon cries from the other end of the line. Before he could say anything, the Rotom phone's transcoding translation activated, interpreting the meanings of the two Pokémon's words. "Teddiursa, Naoki, we've got new companions coming to live on the World Tree." "Mew, yes, a lot of new companions this time." Naoki immediately perked up, intrigued. "What Pokémon are they?" Nearby, a group of evolutions poked their fuzzy heads closer, curious about the conversation. "Teddiursa, it's Mewtwo." "Mew, and there's Charizard, Golduck, Pikachu, Meowth, and others." Naoki nearly spit out his water. He stared at the screen in disbelief. "What did you just say?" Teddiursa repeated with excitement. "Mewtwo and Pikachu are going to live with us on the World Tree." The camera on the other side shifted, revealing a new angle. Standing there, calm and composed, was none other than Mewtwo. Behind Mewtwo stood a group of Pokémon: Pikachu, Meowth, Charizard, all with distinct dark markings on their bodies. Naoki immediately recognized those markings. They're cloned Pokémon, he muttered. The iconic scenes from the movie Mewtwo Strikes Back flashed through his mind. If he remembered correctly, that Pikachu was a clone of Ash's Pikachu, and that Meowth was a clone of Team Rocket's Talking Meowth. Wait, weren't Mew and Teddiursa supposed to be traveling in the Hoenn region? How did they end up meeting Mewtwo there? The Rotom phone's camera returned to focus on Mew and Teddiursa. Mew floated happily and said, "Mewtwo is bringing Pikachu and the others to the ranch soon." Naoki blinked, then nodded slowly, trying to process everything. "All right, I understand. I'll make sure to give them a warm welcome." In response, Mew let out an excited, happy sound. "Mew, what about you two?" Naoki asked. "Are you coming back to the ranch with Mewtwo?" Mew shook her head. "No, we still have a mission to complete. The one you gave us, Naoki." Naoki immediately understood. "Is it about Jirachi?" Mew nodded again. "That's right. We've already heard about Jirachi's location from Pokémon we met along the way. Next, Teddiursa, Zapdos, and I are heading there to find Jirachi and bring it back to the ranch. Naoki, have you figured out a way to help Jirachi yet?" Naoki sighed and shook his head. "Not yet. I'll need to assess the situation once Jirachi is here and make a plan from there." Hearing this, both Mew and Teddiursa nodded in understanding. Helping Jirachi was a priority. First, however, they needed to locate the elusive Pokémon. Jirachi's story was so heartbreaking. A Pokémon that sleeps for 1,000 years and wakes up for only 7 days. The thought of such loneliness made them determined to bring it back to a safe and loving home. After explaining their plans to Naoki, the call ended. Mew and Teddiursa turned to look at Mewtwo, who stood quietly with its group of clone Pokémon. Mewtwo nodded slightly at the two Pokémon. After a brief reunion, it was time to part ways again. Mewtwo and its companions prepared to fly to the other side of the world, carrying the hopes and dreams of finding a peaceful sanctuary. Meanwhile, the Hero Expedition team, Mew, Teddiursa, and Zapdos, continued their journey, their eyes filled with determination. As they watched Mewtwo and its group fade into the distance, they couldn't help but look forward to their next meeting. The old pickup truck came to a stop in the pasture. The Pokémon, one by one, lined up and jumped out of the truck bed. Naoki waited until they were all safely out before shutting the door behind them. To be honest, Naoki couldn't help but feel confused about Mewtwo's decision to settle on the World Tree. Although he'd casually mentioned the idea to Teddiursa and Mew in the past, he never expected them to encounter Mewtwo so soon. And not only that, they went ahead and extended an invitation. Now, not only was Mewtwo here, but it had also brought an entire group of Pokémon to live on the World Tree. Naoki felt a pang of worry. Could Mewtwo and the cloned Pokémon integrate smoothly with the Pokémon already living on the tree? Would any conflicts arise? However, he quickly realized there was no use in overthinking it. He resolved to help ease the situation by taking active steps to foster a sense of community. One idea was to have Arboliva and the others organize a welcome ceremony for the new arrivals, a gathering that could bring everyone together and help them bond. That evening, after supervising the completion of construction on the World Tree, Kelly and her Machamp-led construction team returned to report their progress to Naoki. "Well, everything you requested is finally done," Kelly said with a satisfied grin. "All the facilities you mentioned have been built." Naoki raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Already? That's fast." But as he thought about it, he realized it made sense. With the combined effort of Pokémon like Machamp's, the speed was nothing short of impressive. "Great work," Naoki said sincerely, handing over the remaining payment. Though the project had been costly, Naoki knew it was worth every penny. The dream of creating an expedition guild was now a reality. After seeing off Kelly and her team, Naoki asked NDD to prepare dinner, while he headed to the World Tree to check out the newly constructed facilities. Using the World Tree's unique elevator, Naoki ascended to the top floor. He stepped into a wooden corridor that glowed faintly with an otherworldly green light. The top floor's appearance had completely transformed. In the open grassy area, various wooden buildings were now scattered across the landscape, each with its own unique design and purpose. The signs on the buildings made their functions clear even at a glance. For instance, the Pokémon item shop had a sign decorated with cartoonish depictions of Moo milk, assorted berries, and various small tools. Naoki took a moment to study the items. Moo milk, a classic recovery item for restoring Pokémon's energy. Berries, each offering unique effects, such as status healing or move enhancement. And other tools like the Everstone to prevent evolution, Firestones to unlock new potential in certain Pokémon, and Miracle Seeds to strengthen Grass-type moves. The thoughtful sign designs ensured Pokémon could instantly recognize what the shop offered, even without the need for words. Nearby, there were also restaurants, sushi bars, cafes, dormitories, and practice arenas. The restaurant sign depicted food like sandwiches, pancakes, and Poke Blocks. The dormitory, with a sign featuring a simple bed illustration, caught Naoki's curiosity, so he decided to take a closer look. Inside, he found something truly remarkable. The dormitory wasn't just a generic sleeping area. It had been custom designed with the specific needs of different Pokémon species in mind. For small Pokémon like Minccino, there were cozy tree holes. For larger Pokémon like Charizard, there were sturdy stone platforms to lounge on. For Pokémon like Eevee, their plush nests filled with soft cushions. Each habitat was tailored to ensure every Pokémon felt at home, no matter their size or preferences. Naoki couldn't help but smile at the sight. It wasn't just functional, it was heartwarming. The space radiated a sense of care and comfort that any Pokémon, or even humans, would find appealing. This cozy little nest, filled with a sense of security and natural charm, looked incredibly inviting. If Naoki were a Pokémon, he would absolutely choose one of the tree holes as his home. Each tree hole was lined with a soft, furry blanket, making it feel both safe and extraordinarily comfortable. After admiring the dormitory, Naoki stepped outside once more. The layout of the area was beautifully designed. The buildings were arranged in a circle around an open space, with the center hosting a Pokémon park. The park featured benches, streetlights, and even a fountain, creating a serene atmosphere. Stone paths wove through the area, connecting the facilities to the park and tying everything together seamlessly. But what caught Naoki's attention most was the headquarters of the Expedition Guild located at the heart of the area. The guild building was grand and spacious, exuding an air of importance. The first thing visitors would notice upon entering was a large commission board. In the future, anyone could post a request there to seek help from other Pokémon. Of course, Pokémon couldn't exactly read, but Naoki thought this wouldn't be a problem. With the help of Rotom phones, translations and updates could be made easily. As this thought crossed his mind, Naoki began to consider ordering another batch of Rotom phones to support the guild's operations. At that moment, the Pokémon already living on this floor started to notice the new buildings and hurried over, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. A lively group of Pokémon gathered. Trico, Tropius, Tatsugiri, Milotic. Tropius arrived carrying the 3 Tatsugiri on its back. The little Tatsugiris immediately noticed the sushi restaurant's sign and froze in awe. It featured an image that looked almost identical to their kind. Tatsu. The Tatsugiri turned to Naoki, tilting their head as if asking, "What's this place?" Naoki chuckled and explained, "That's the sushi restaurant." Tatsu. Hearing this, the Tatsugiri squealed with joy. They bounced happily toward the restaurant, hopping up and down on the counter in excitement. Curious, Naoki followed it inside. The restaurant was simple yet well-equipped. There was a clean kitchen, a counter for taking orders, and tables and chairs arranged for customers to dine comfortably. The ingredients for making sushi were neatly organized: seaweed, rice, carrots, cucumbers, and more. The seaweed for sushi could be sourced from the waters around Dragonite Island, located on the lower level of the World Tree. Meanwhile, rice, carrots, and cucumbers could be grown on the tree itself through careful cultivation. Naoki pondered the logistics of running the sushi restaurant. The next steps would involve hiring Pokémon employees and teaching them how to grow crops and process the ingredients. Only then could the restaurant officially open for business. But as Naoki thought about it, the challenges seemed daunting. Could Pokémon really learn how to grow rice, process it, and ensure its consistent availability? To keep the sushi restaurant running smoothly, Pokémon would also need to learn how to preserve seeds, plant seedlings, and properly harvest the crops. Naoki sighed softly. It wasn't just about planting crops. There was also the matter of teaching Pokémon how to prepare sushi and clean up afterward. Careful, intelligent Pokémon would be needed to handle sushi preparation, while water-type Pokémon would be ideal for washing dishes. Running the World Tree's facilities truly relied on Pokémon cooperation. Yet, Naoki realized that the current number of Pokémon on the tree wasn't enough to support the full operation of the Expedition Guild. With only this small group of Pokémon, it was nearly impossible to sustain everything. Fortunately, the World Tree would soon welcome a new group of residents, which would provide some much-needed extra help. Charizard, Ninetales, and Rapidash could assist with fire-related tasks, while Blastoise and Golduck could use their water gun to clean dishes. Venusaur and Skiddo could help cultivate crops and maintain the fields. Sandshrew, Bunnelby, and Mudbray could dig and plow the soil efficiently. Pikachu and Mareep could generate electricity to power the guild's facilities. Oh, and there's also a Wigglytuff. Naoki suddenly remembered that there was a Wigglytuff among Mewtwo's group of Pokémon. This sparked a memory of the mysterious dungeon, Explorers of Time game, where Wigglytuff became the president of the guild. Maybe I could replicate that idea, Naoki mused. Wigglytuff could serve as the guild leader here. Naoki paused, imagining the scene. It really does feel like I'm playing house in real life. Well, Kelly hadn't misunderstood him after all. He just wanted to play house with Pokémon. While the imagination was certainly beautiful, reality would depend on how things turned out. All these ideas would have to wait until Mewtwo and the others arrived. With Mewtwo's incredible flying speed, they should reach the ranch by noon tomorrow, right? Before their arrival, however, Naoki still had a few things to prepare. The next morning, after finishing his chores on the ranch, Naoki drove into town. He roamed through the streets, visiting various stores, and didn't finish his shopping until almost noon. He had purchased a wide variety of supplies, different crop seeds, fruit tree saplings, pots and pans, blankets, mats, quilts, clocks, large-scale power generation equipment, processing machines, and more. Kelly had already constructed a mill next to the barn where the harvested crops could be stored. Pokémon simply needed to place the harvested wheat into the mill to produce a heap of flour. With the flour, they could use the newly purchased oven to bake bread. It seems the World Tree needs more production Pokémon too, Naoki thought to himself. Pokémon like Knackley to help with salt, Appleton for baking pies, Miltank for fresh milk, and Sawsbuck to help harvest tea leaves, berries, and plants. Oh, and there was Shuckle, also known as the automatic juicer. By feeding berries to Shuckle, it could produce magical juice that helped restore energy and strength. Interestingly, Shuckle also secreted a sticky, honey-like substance that, when mixed with its juice, made an even more potent restorative drink. While Naoki was lost in thought, his Rotom phone buzzed. Naoki glanced at the screen to see a message from Calyrex. Mewtwo and the others have arrived at the ranch. Naoki blinked in surprise. They got here so quickly? As expected of Mewtwo, setting aside his thoughts, Naoki loaded the truck with the supplies he'd purchased and started heading back to the ranch. 10 minutes later, Naoki's pickup truck rolled to a stop on the grassy field of the ranch. Before he could even step out of the vehicle, he noticed Mewtwo standing calmly nearby. Behind Mewtwo was a large group of Pokémon. Around them, Naoki's Pokémon, Pawmot, Cyclizar, Koraidon, Gagote, Garganacl, and Alchemy, had gathered curiously observing the newcomers. Meanwhile, the cloned Pokémon and those rescued by Mewtwo appeared a bit uneasy in the unfamiliar environment. Only Mewtwo remained calm, its expression unreadable. As Naoki stepped out of the truck, Mewtwo's piercing eyes shifted toward him. "Long time no see, Mewtwo." Naoki chuckled as he greeted Mewtwo from a distance. He still vividly remembered the last time Mewtwo visited the Pokémon Tavern and ended up getting drunk. Mewtwo responded with a deep, measured hum before shifting its gaze. "Where's the World Tree?" it asked. Naoki glanced at the group of uneasy Pokémon gathered behind Mewtwo. Setting aside the supplies he had brought with him, he gestured for them to follow. "Come with me." Mewtwo gave a silent nod. A blue glow shimmered in its eyes as its powerful psychic energy enveloped the Pokémon behind it, gently lifting them off the ground. Under its control, they followed Naoki through the air as he led the way. After passing through the farmland and crossing the lake, the group stepped into a world that seemed entirely different. Mewtwo's expression subtly shifted the moment they entered. This space was filled with an overwhelming presence of destruction. Almost immediately, its piercing gaze locked onto a distant floating island, shrouded in ethereal flowers. There, resting in a brooding stillness, was a Pokémon unlike any other, a creature with an ominous aura and a terrifying presence. Naoki followed Mewtwo's line of sight and quickly reassured it. "That's Giratina, the ruler of this realm. Due to certain circumstances, the World Tree has been temporarily placed here. But don't worry, it won't interfere with you." Hearing this, Mewtwo simply nodded, withdrawing its gaze and shifting its attention to another direction. There, standing like a pillar between worlds, was an incredibly massive, towering tree. Its dense canopy of leaves glowed with a vibrant green luminescence, pulsating with an aura of life. A fresh, rich scent filled the air, giving a sense of purity and tranquility. Mewtwo murmured to itself, "Is that the World Tree?" Naoki hummed in response. "That's right. What you're seeing now is only its outer structure. The real wonder lies within. Come on, let's take a closer look." Without hesitation, Naoki stepped forward. As they approached the floating sky island where the World Tree stood, the Pokémon following Mewtwo began to marvel in awe. This tree was beyond enormous. Mewtwo, too, gazed upward. The sheer vastness of the World Tree's canopy seemed endless, its dense foliage stretching far beyond sight. The sunlight filtering through the leaves created a mesmerizing spectacle. For the first time in a long while, Mewtwo felt small. But what truly astonished the Pokémon was not just the size of the tree. It was the air itself. The atmosphere here was different. The breeze was refreshing, carrying a warmth that made them feel at ease. A sense of peace filled their chests, as if they had found the sanctuary they had been searching for. The expressions of Sawsbuck, Venusaur, Blastoise, and Wigglytuff were filled with joy as they took in their surroundings. Could this be the paradise they had been looking for all this time? Mewtwo had been observing its companions closely. Seeing their reactions, it made a decision. Naoki smiled, as if sensing the shift in Mewtwo's thoughts. "Don't rush. Come inside and take a proper look." With that, he stepped through the entrance, leading them in. Mewtwo followed at the very end, but before stepping inside, it turned its gaze toward Giratina once more. As Naoki walked ahead, he glanced back, noticing Mewtwo's actions. "Is it wary of Giratina?" Naoki thought to himself. Then again, Mewtwo was incredibly territorial. A Pokémon of its caliber wouldn't take lightly to the presence of another strong entity. Just as Naoki was pondering, Mewtwo's voice echoed in his mind. "Will this tree remain here forever?" Naoki was momentarily taken aback. Then, he understood what Mewtwo was truly asking. He shook his head. "Of course not. In one more month, by June, the World Tree will reach full maturity. When that time comes, Giratina will use its power to lift it into the sky. After that, this place will belong solely to you and the others. No humans will ever disturb you." Mewtwo fell silent, contemplating the words carefully. After a long pause, it finally spoke again. "What about you? Will you come to live on the World Tree as well?" Naoki was caught off guard. Me? Did Mewtwo not want him there? But before Naoki could let the thought fester, Mewtwo saw right through him. It quickly clarified. No, that's not what I meant. I have no objections to your presence. I was simply curious. After all, this tree was planted by you. We also want to express our gratitude for providing us with such a place. Naoki paused for a moment, then chuckled. So that's what you meant. He shook his head with a light-hearted smile. No, I won't be living here. I have my own responsibilities elsewhere. After all, he still had a ranch to take care of. If Naoki were ever asked to abandon his ranch and live permanently on the World Tree, he would be reluctant. Mewtwo nodded at his response. Naoki added, however, I'll still visit from time to time to check on everyone and see if there's anything I can help with. As they spoke, the group made their way through the winding tunnels within the tree, eventually arriving at the World Tree elevator. Naoki took a moment to explain how it worked, teaching each Pokémon one by one. The method was simple. Just jump onto the glowing green energy bubbles, and they would gently carry them upward. Immediately, some of the more playful Pokémon became fascinated by the mechanism. Pikachu, Meowth, and Purloin were particularly eager, their curious eyes lighting up as they hopped onto the bubbles. Although they were cloned Pokémon, they were no different from regular Pokémon in spirit. They still retained the innocent, playful nature that Pokémon were known for. Perhaps because they had spent so much of their lives in confinement and suppression, everything about this place fascinated them. Once Naoki finished his explanation, the excited Pokémon immediately began bouncing on the bubbles, laughing and playing as if they had discovered a new toy. Naoki and Mewtwo stood off to the side, watching. After a while, Naoki turned to Mewtwo and asked, "Do you want to try it?" Mewtwo, it turned away, its voice calm yet firm. "Let's keep moving forward." Hearing Mewtwo's command, the playing Pokémon paused their fun and quickly fell back in line, following obediently. Seeing this, Naoki didn't press the matter further and instead continued, leading them toward the upper levels of the World Tree. Soon, the elevator carried them to a vast open meadow atop the World Tree. What lay before them was unlike anything the Pokémon had ever seen. Scattered across the vibrant grassy fields were strangely shaped buildings, a seamless blend of nature and craftsmanship. They resembled human-made houses, yet they carried an undeniable Pokémon charm. From afar, Mewtwo saw a group of Pokémon wrapping berries in large leaves and carrying them into one of the buildings. Naoki gestured have to worry about running out of food. Since the orchard was nourished by the energy of the World Tree, it could continuously bear fruit. In essence, this was one of the most fertile places in the entire Pokémon world. The group continued forward, leaving the orchard and arriving at a vast stretch of open farmland. This area, located north of the Expedition Guild, had rich soil, abundant sunlight, and a clear stream running through it. At the end of the stream stood a water-powered mill, used for grinding grains into flour. Naoki planned to develop this land into a dedicated Pokémon farm, cultivating crops such as rice, wheat, carrots, pumpkins, watermelons, soybeans, and corn. Pikachu curiously looked around and raised a question. Pikachu, what is this land going to be used for?" The Rotom phone quickly translated the question. Naoki smiled. "This will be farmland for growing crops." Hearing this, Meowth tilted its head in confusion. "Meow, but there's already a big orchard over there. Why do we need more crops?" Naoki chuckled. "There's more to food than just fruit. If you ate berries every day, you'd get sick of them pretty quickly, right? That's why I plan to grow other ingredients here, like rice, wheat, and vegetables. Rice can be made into sushi or fried rice, and wheat can be ground into flour to bake soft, sweet bread or steamed buns. Corn can also be ground into corn flour, and if you use a special machine, you can even make popcorn. Add some fresh moo milk, and you get caramel-flavored popcorn. It's delicious. Then there are crops like carrots, pumpkins, potatoes, and watermelons, which can all be used to prepare different meals." Hearing this, some of the Pokémon started drooling at the thought of all the delicious food. Mewtwo, however, remained calm and silent. It listened carefully to Naoki's explanation, and a question surfaced in its mind. Can Pokémon really manage all of these complex tasks like humans? By now, Mewtwo had seen Naoki's grand vision. He wanted to turn the world tree into a sustainable Pokémon paradise, a place where Pokémon of all kinds could live together and thrive. A guild, a heroes expedition team, a self-sufficient Pokémon community. Was this all for Mew? Mewtwo mused to itself, thinking back to the handcrafted snacks Mew carried with it, delicacies prepared by humans. Mewtwo suddenly realized just how much this human, Naoki, cared about Mew. No wonder Mew liked him so much. In comparison, the humans Mewtwo had encountered in its own past were an entirely different story. Regardless of its own will, Mewtwo had been created by human scientists and used as a weapon. Giovanni had sought to control it, to turn it into his ultimate tool. But then, a boy named Ash had shown Mewtwo another side of humanity. Through Ash, Mewtwo learned that not all humans were selfish, cruel, and power-hungry. There were those who remained pure-hearted, who treated Pokémon with genuine care, and who were even willing to risk their lives to protect them. After guiding the Pokémon on a brief tour of the World Tree, Naoki decided to step back and give them time to adjust. No matter how much I explain, it's best for you to experience life here for yourselves, he said. Before leaving, Naoki turned to Mewtwo. By the way, the World Tree isn't just this surface area. There's also an ocean beneath it, where water-type Pokémon can live more comfortably. Mewtwo gave a slight nod. I understand. With its telepathic abilities, it had already sensed that the internal structure of the tree was far more vast than it had expected. If any of the water-type Pokémon in your group aren't used to living here on land, you can take them there, Naoki continued. He glanced at the water-type Pokémon standing behind Mewtwo, Gyarados, Blastoise, Golduck, and Vaporeon. Mewtwo's response was as concise as ever. Understood. With everything settled, Naoki turned to leave. He planned to return in a few days, after preparing more supplies, furniture, kitchenware, tools, and various machines to support the Expedition Guild. With Naoki gone, the Pokémon were left to explore and settle into their new home. Arboliva and the Treehouse continued tending the orchard, while Milotic occasionally used Rain Dance to help with watering. Mewtwo's group of Pokémon stood to the side, watching everything with curiosity. At first, Arboliva had been concerned that the newcomers wouldn't adapt well. But soon, it became clear that many of them were eager to participate. Some even volunteered to help with the planting right away. Seeing this, Arboliva let out a relieved sigh. As the cloned Pokémon chatted with their new companions, they were surprised to learn that the berries they had eaten earlier had been grown by the Pokémon here. Then, a realization struck them. Throughout their journey, Mewtwo had always been the one finding food for them, making sure they had enough to eat. Now, could they grow berries themselves and give them to Mewtwo as thanks? Excitement spread among them. Their tired expressions were replaced with determination. They wanted to plant their own trees and personally gift the fruit to Mewtwo. With this newfound motivation, the bond between the two groups of Pokémon grew even stronger. After much effort, the three Tatsujiri finally managed to recruit their first employees for the sushi restaurant. Their new hires were Venusaur, head chef, Vaporeon, customer service and promotion, Golduck, waiter. As for the Tatsujiri themselves, of course, they would remain at the counter, overseeing the entire operation. Mewtwo did not participate in any of this. Instead, it floated silently in the air, watching the Pokémon below. Seeing the cloned Pokémon living alongside others, working together, and enjoying themselves like any ordinary Pokémon, a strange emotion welled up within Mewtwo. For the first time in a long while, Pikachu and Meowth had never liked living in caves. To them, it felt too much like a prison. One day, Meowth had looked up at the sky and said, "The moon is round no matter where you look at it, and whether we're cloned or not, the same moon shines down on all of us." That was right. What did it matter if they were clones? They all lived in the same world. They all saw the same round moon. There was no difference between them. They were all Pokémon. Mewtwo's eyes softened as it watched them. It, too, had the right to live in this world and enjoy its beauty with everyone else. Wasn't this peaceful life exactly what it had always longed for? With that thought, Mewtwo descended into Pokemon Park, ready to explore this new place alongside its companions. Whether it was farming, using human tools, or running a shop, if there ever came a time when it was needed, Mewtwo would gladly help. For the first time in its existence, it wanted to experience life not as a weapon, but as just another Pokemon. Maybe one day, it could even plant crops with the others, harvest them when ripe, and turn them into delicious meals to enjoy together. A simple, ordinary life, but one filled with warmth. As the sun began to set, Arboliva was preparing a banquet to welcome the newcomers. Seeing Mewtwo approaching, Pikachu and Meowth eagerly waved it over. Mewtwo nodded slightly before floating toward them. Excited, Pikachu and Meowth began chattering about what they had done that afternoon. Pika Pikachu, we're going to plant berries with Arboliva and the others. Meow, we planted them ourselves, and when they grow, we're going to give them to you, Mewtwo. Meow. Mewtwo blinked in surprise. You want to give them to me? Pikachu and Meowth both nodded enthusiastically. Pikapi. Of course. You always helped us find food before. Now it's our turn to grow berries for you. Mewtwo was stunned. It had never experienced something like this before. It had spent most of its existence isolated, either feared, controlled, or alone. It had always taken care of others, but no one had ever thought to do something for it before. Before Mewtwo could say anything else, the banquet preparations were complete. Charizard stepped forward to help light the fire. Arboliva had asked it to use its flamethrower, and Charizard had readily agreed. It was delighted that the Pokemon here treated it like any other Pokemon, not as some kind of clone. Opening its mouth, Charizard unleashed a controlled stream of fire, and within seconds, the pile of firewood was crackling with warm, golden flames. The firelight flickered in the eyes of the Pokemon gathered around. Everyone sat in silence, eating their berries and fruit, reflecting on the unbelievable day they had just experienced. For the first time, they had found a true home. They had been welcomed. Not only that, but the Pokemon here had shared food with them, and now they were holding a banquet just to celebrate their arrival. It almost felt like a dream. Clone Meowth gazed up at the sky, searching for the moon. But in this strange realm, the moon was nowhere to be seen. Quietly, it murmured, "Meow. I hope I never wake up from this dream, Meow." The other Pokemon didn't speak, but their expressions showed they felt the same way. Tropius, Milotic, and Arboliva exchanged confused glances. After a while, Trico tilted its head and asked, "Treek, are you worried about something?" The cloned Pokemon hesitated. Before they could answer, Tatsujiri spoke up. "Tatsu, why not ask the wise Slowking? Tatsu, if you have a problem, Slowking will help." Tatsu, that's right. Slowking knows everything. Slowking? Hearing the name, the cloned Pokemon looked at each other in confusion. Who was that? Seeing their puzzled faces, Arboliva thought for a moment and then decided to take them to see Slowking. The fire was extinguished, and the group of Pokemon set off, moving through the dense forest toward a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a large, flat stone, and sitting atop that stone was Slowking, silent, still, gazing up at the sky in deep thought. In front of Slowking, a small pile of berries had been placed. They had been gathered and offered by Arboliva and the others. Standing nearby, the Pokemon of the World Tree watched as their new companions approached, preparing for their turn to ask questions. Tatsujiri was perched on Tropius' back, eagerly explaining the process. "Tatsu, just line up and ask Slowking your questions one by one." The cloned Pokemon exchanged glances, their expressions mixed with curiosity and uncertainty, before quietly lining up. Even Mewtwo joined them. It watched the sage-like Pokemon sitting atop the stone, its gaze filled with wisdom, and murmured to itself, "A great sage who knows everything? I wonder, will it be able to answer my question?" The first Pokemon to step forward was Clone Meowth and Clone Pikachu. They had been debating this question for a long time, yet no matter how much they pondered, they had never found an answer. So they asked, "What is the meaning of life?" Slowking blinked slowly and studied the two Pokemon before him. Then, after a brief moment of thought, he spoke. "The meaning of life lies within you." Pikapi. Meow. Pikachu and Meowth tilted their heads, puzzled. Slowking continued. Do what you truly wish to do. Follow your heart. When you feel joy in what you're doing, that is the meaning of your life. Hearing this, the two Pokémon fell silent, deep in thought. What they truly wanted, right now, all they wanted was to plant berries with their new friends, to live a good life together on the World Tree. Thinking back to the excitement and satisfaction they had felt while planting trees that afternoon, something clicked within them. Was that their purpose? Slowly, a smile spread across their faces. They stepped aside, satisfied, their doubts erased. From now on, they would cherish this life they had found and live happily alongside everyone else. Next up was Clone Charizard. It looked at Slowking and asked in a confused, yet slightly pained voice. Rower, why do Pokémon fight each other? Wouldn't it be better if everyone lived together peacefully? Slowking sighed, as if he had been asked this question many times before. Because not all Pokémon think that way. Where there are Pokémon, there will be battles. Some fight over food, others over territory. Conflict is part of life. Roar. Charizard seemed to understand. But even so, it didn't like it. It just wanted to live peacefully with its new friends. The next few Pokémon all had their own questions. Some asked, why do Pokémon battle? Others wondered, what does it truly mean to become stronger? One Pokémon even asked, how do you make the best tasting food? Each time, Slowking answered patiently, guiding them with his wisdom. Finally, Mewtwo stepped forward. It gazed at Slowking, its piercing blue eyes, meeting the sage's calm stare. Then, in a deep voice, it asked the question that had haunted it for years. Why do I exist? The clearing fell into silence. Slowking blinked. Then, it studied Mewtwo carefully. A troubled expression appeared on Slowking's face. That's a difficult question. Mewtwo remained silent, waiting. Slowking continued watching it before asking. Tell me, who are you? Mewtwo responded immediately. I am Mewtwo. Slowking nodded. And how did you come to this place? Mewtwo hesitated for a moment before replying. We were invited here by Mew. I brought them with me. Slowking shifted his gaze toward the other Pokémon. Then, with a knowing look, he slowly spoke. You brought them here to protect them, didn't you? To help them find a home. Mewtwo froze, realization dawning on its face. Slowking's wise eyes gleamed as he continued in a gentle tone. It seems that you already found the answer before you even asked. 3 days had passed. During that time, Naoki had been busy in town, gathering machines, furniture, and supplies for the Expedition Guild. By noon, he had finally completed his shopping list. Now, it was time to deliver everything to the World Tree. Hold on. Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, said calmly. Placing down its Rotom phone, Calyrex's eyes glowed with a brilliant blue light. A moment later, poof, Naoki and an entire pile of supplies vanished instantly, reappearing at the World Tree. For the past 3 days, Naoki had deliberately stayed away, letting the Pokémon adjust to their new life on their own. Now, as he looked around, he realized not much had changed. The sushi restaurant remained closed, and 3 Tatsujiri lay in the fountain, lazily blowing bubbles. Nearby, Perlin and Bunnelby lounged comfortably on a park bench, enjoying the gentle afternoon breeze. As soon as Naoki arrived, 2 Pokémon immediately turned their curious gazes toward him. Hello. Naoki greeted them with a smile. Where are the other Pokémon? Meow. Perlin stretched lazily, extending its paws as it let out a relaxed yawn. With a graceful leap off the bench, it began leading the way. Bunnelby followed closely behind. The 3 Tatsujiri perked up excitedly upon seeing Naoki. Tatsu. Tatsu. Naoki, who had snacked on translation seed crisps earlier, instantly understood their meaning. These 3 little sushi-loving Pokémon were eagerly asking if he had brought the ingredients to make sushi. They couldn't wait to get started. Naoki let out a small sigh, amused. Of course, I brought everything. But did you find enough Pokémon to help out? The Tatsujiri nodded rapidly and enthusiastically began updating Naoki on the current state of the sushi restaurant. As of now, they had successfully recruited 3 Pokémon employees. Venusaur, head chef. Uses Vine Whip to grab ingredients. Uses Razor Leaf to expertly slice vegetables. Vaporeon, waiter and dishwasher. Attract customers outside. Uses water gun to wash dishes. Golduck server. Delivers sushi to customers efficiently. Naoki blinked in surprise. Their job assignments were surprisingly well thought out. Each Pokemon's role perfectly suited their natural abilities. All right, Naoki said, chuckling. Let me talk to Mewtwo first, then I'll come back and teach you how to properly run the restaurant. Tatsu. The Tatsujiri splashed excitedly in the fountain. Naoki turned to Perlin and Bunnelby. I'll leave it to you two to lead the way. The two Pokemon nodded happily and trotted ahead, guiding him through the guild area and into the forest beyond. As they moved through the dense greenery, Naoki spotted Charizard napping comfortably under a tree. Further ahead, Bulbasaur stood atop a small hill, lazily enjoying the sunlight. Beyond the forest, orchards and farmland stretched across the landscape. There weren't many Pokemon in the orchards at the moment, and Naoki didn't see Mewtwo among them. So, he continued forward. As he stepped onto the wide-open plains, he finally spotted Mewtwo, along with a large group of Pokemon. Among them were Mudsdale, Skiddo, Mareep, Sandslash, Lilligant, Rhydon, Tropius. At this moment, Mewtwo was leading the group in cultivating the land. Some Pokemon, like Mudsdale and Sandslash, were using moves like Dig and Rototiller to loosen the soil. Others stood nearby, observing and waiting for their turn to assist in planting crops. However, Mewtwo was on a completely different level. Using its tremendous psychic power, Mewtwo was literally reshaping the landscape with telekinesis. With a mere flicker of its glowing eyes, the entire field of soil lifted into the air, particles suspended mid-motion, rotating and shifting in perfect synchrony. The earth churned effortlessly, the loose dirt settling exactly where it needed to be. The once hard-packed soil of the plains had turned soft and fertile, perfect for farming. Naoki stood frozen, staring in disbelief. Was Mewtwo farming? At that moment, Mewtwo sensed his presence and halted its telekinetic work, turning to face him. Naoki quickly collected himself and said, I came to deliver some supplies. Since you've already tilled the land, you might as well plant the crop seeds I brought. On the World Tree, there was no restriction on seasonal crops. Anything that could grow on Earth could be cultivated here as well. Mewtwo gave a small nod. It was already close to noon, so it decided to break for lunch before continuing its work. As the group made their way back to the guild, Naoki witnessed something even more astonishing. Back at the guild, Mewtwo hovered over a collection of berries, enveloping them in a soft, telekinetic glow. With effortless precision, it levitated a dozen wooden cups, then crushed the berries midair, extracting the fresh juice with supernatural finesse. Naoki froze in place. Mewtwo was cooking. He wasn't sure which was more unbelievable, Mewtwo making drinks or the fact that it even had wooden cups to serve them in. Wait, where did those come from? A new realization hit Naoki. If he remembered correctly, Mewtwo wasn't just powerful. It had a host of extraordinary abilities beyond battle. Psychic manipulation, lifting objects, controlling movement, weather alteration, memory, erasure, and mental influence. Rewriting technology. It once reprogrammed a cloning machine in Mewtwo Strikes Back. Could Mewtwo have actually crafted those wooden cups itself? Naoki's brain short-circuited for a moment. He imagined Giovanni's reaction if he ever found out. The most powerful Pokemon ever created, Team Rocket's ultimate weapon, was out here, plowing fields and making juice. Giovanni would probably implode on the spot. As Naoki mentally processed the absurdity of it all, Mewtwo finished pouring the drinks and floated one over to him. Thank you. Naoki accepted it with a grateful nod. Mewtwo's demeanor was so composed, so methodical. It almost felt more human than Pokemon. Naoki suddenly recalled something. Right? The Rotom phone. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a brand new Rotom phone and casually tossed it over. Mewtwo instinctively caught it with its psychic power, glancing down with a puzzled look. Naoki grinned. That's a Rotom phone. With this, You can contact me anytime. If you need something, just message me, and I'll send it over. With that, he swiftly added Mewtwo to his special chat group. Before handing the Rotom phone to Mewtwo, Naoki had already registered an account for it and added himself as a contact. At the same time, Giratina and Calyrex received a notification on their device. Mewtwo has joined the chat. Seeing a new Pokémon in the chat, Giratina immediately appeared and asked, "Is this Pokémon also a god?" The Rotom phone in Mewtwo's hand automatically read the message aloud. "God? No, I am not a god," Mewtwo responded, shaking its head. "I am a Pokémon." Naoki couldn't help but sigh and hold his forehead. Ever since he had accidentally let it slip that the legendary Pokémon chat group existed, Giratina had started seeing itself as a divine being. And now, after observing Calyrex's immense power, Giratina had begun assuming that all Pokémon in this group were gods. With Mewtwo's arrival, it was now questioning whether Mewtwo was divine as well. Mewtwo's words were automatically transcribed in the chat. "Mewtwo god? No, I'm not a god. I'm a Pokémon." Giratina. "Then how did you get in?" Mewtwo. Seeing where this was going, Naoki quickly stepped in. "It's my fault." Giratina. "You should go about your business. I'm going to show Mewtwo around the world tree." Giratina was just curious about Mewtwo and, after hearing Naoki's words, didn't ask any further questions. Finally, Naoki had the chance to explain the Rotom phone to Mewtwo. This is an intelligent device developed by humans. Inside it lives a Pokémon called Rotom, which is why humans call it the Rotom phone. With this, even if you're in Kanto and I'm in Paldea, we can still communicate. It has many other functions as well. The Rotom inside will explain the details to you. Mewtwo nodded thoughtfully and looked down at the Rotom phone in its hand. A cheerful face appeared on the screen, and then Rotom's voice rang out. "Hello, Mewtwo. I'm Rotom. Nice to meet you. Please take good care of me." Mewtwo had encountered human technology before and even built machines itself. Thus, it quickly accepted the Rotom phone's existence. At lunchtime, Pokémon on the World Tree were still eating mostly berries. Though the food options were limited, the Pokémon enjoyed their meals. Naoki, however, felt a little guilty. So after lunch, he called all the Pokémon together and led them to the large pile of supplies he had brought. A crowd of Pokémon gathered, standing in neat rows. The taller Pokémon stood at the back, while the smaller ones stood in front, all curiously eyeing the pile of items behind Naoki. Naoki smiled and began introducing them. "These are supplies I brought from the human world. There are crop seeds for farming, saplings for planting, cooking utensils, blankets for sleeping, machines for processing crops, and ingredients for cooking food. Tatsu, sushi." The three Tatsujiri immediately jumped up excitedly. Seeing their excited and expectant expressions, the other Pokémon also looked towards the three of them, with happy smiles on their faces. Everyone felt the same way. There was nothing more exciting than building a home with their own hands. Naoki chuckled at their enthusiasm. "Don't worry, I brought everything. But let's go step by step." Looking at the power storage device he had brought, Naoki asked, "Is anyone willing to help generate electricity?" Meow. Meowth tilted its head. "What's electricity?" Naoki pointed to the streetlights in the park and sushi restaurant. "With electricity, these lights will work at night and help light up the way home." Hearing this, Trico's eyes lit up. "Treyek, does that mean we won't be afraid of the dark anymore?" Naoki nodded with a smile. "Yes, but it requires help from electric-type Pokémon." Pikachu. Pikachu immediately ran forward, eager to help. "Bah!" The two Mareep also stepped forward, their tails glowing with electricity. "Then I'll leave it to you guys." Naoki grinned. "But you don't need to charge it every day. One charge lasts over a month. Once the world tree ascends into the sky, we can switch to solar and wind power. Until then, I'll count on you." Pikachu. Mimi. Pikachu and Mareep nodded enthusiastically. To prove its strength, Pikachu crouched down, cheeks sparking with brilliant yellow electricity. The powerful electric discharge illuminated everything nearby. "That's amazing," Naoki praised. This Pikachu really was a clone of Ash's Pikachu. Even without training, its electricity was exceptionally strong. Pikachu seemed a little shy when he heard Naoki's praise. Now that the power issue was solved, the next step was agriculture. As Naoki prepared crop seeds and saplings for the Pokémon, Mewtwo, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke up. I can modify these machines and build a proper energy plant. Naoki blinked in surprise. You can build that. Mewtwo nodded. It had done similar things before. With its enhanced intelligence from human genes and immense psychic powers, Mewtwo could easily learn and apply human knowledge. Naoki wasn't entirely surprised. He had guessed that Mewtwo was capable of such things. Still, he couldn't help but think. Mewtwo had way too many skills for a Pokémon. It could build houses, modify machines, lay concrete floors, even hypnotize people. In the movie, Mewtwo had once hypnotized Nurse Joy and brought her to New Island to be its caretaker. Now, Team Rocket's greatest weapon was farming fields and setting up power plants. If Giovanni knew about this, he'd probably lose his mind. Naoki grinned. Then I'll leave it to you. He was truly happy. Since Mewtwo had volunteered, it meant it was beginning to see the World Tree as home. Pokémon working together to build a self-sufficient paradise. How touching was that? Maybe once Zapdos retired, it could settle down here and take charge of the power plant. With energy sorted, the next step was PLA. Planting crops. Naoki gathered the seeds and saplings he had brought, preparing to head to the farmland. But there was too much to carry alone. Seeing this, the Pokémon eagerly came forward to help. Charizard grabbed a bundle of saplings. Venusaur extended its vines to carry the larger fruit trees. Mudbray and Tropius each carried 2 bags of seeds. Smaller Pokémon like Pikachu, Wigglytuff, Vaporeon, and Meowth each took a small bag of seeds. Everyone ran toward the farmland, their laughter echoing in the air, filled with hope for a better future. Naoki, leading the group, glanced back and suddenly felt like he was a teacher on a kindergarten field trip. Soon, they passed Slowking's forest and arrived at the lush farmland, where Mewtwo and the other Pokémon had worked tirelessly to prepare the soil. Naoki began sorting the seeds, grouping vegetables together and grains separately before explaining how to plant each type of crop, when to harvest them, how to collect seeds for future planting. The Pokémon found planting and harvesting easy, but saving seeds and growing seedlings was more challenging. Naoki explained patiently, but most Pokémon had trouble understanding the long-term process. Seeing their confusion, Naoki wasn't discouraged. The crops haven't even been planted yet, he thought. Once they start growing, I'll teach them hands-on. Learning by doing is always better. With that in mind, he led the Pokémon in sowing seeds across the cleared land. At first, their movements were clumsy, but before long, they got the hang of it, and their efficiency improved dramatically. Mewtwo, of course, wasn't one to stand idle. Floating into the air, its eyes glowed blue, unleashing a wave of psychic energy across the land. Then whoosh, Mewtwo dove down, and instantly uncultivated land transformed into soft, rich farmland right before their eyes. Naoki was completely stunned. Mewtwo's ability was really too exaggerated. Within minutes, every field had been carefully tilled. Mewtwo even left perfectly spaced walking paths between rows of crops, ensuring Pokémon could easily tend to the plants without stepping on them. It then used telekinesis to scatter seeds precisely into the designated plots. The soil automatically covered the seeds, completing the process without a single mistake. By the time Mewtwo finished, Naoki and the others had only just completed their section. Naoki stood there, still trying to process what he had just witnessed. Mewtwo, the ultimate battle Pokémon, just became the world's best farmer. Seeing that all the crops were now planted, Naoki thought about labeling the fields with small signs so Pokémon could remember what was growing where. But he hadn't brought any materials today, so he decided to return later to set it up properly. Naoki then made another decision. These crops are special. Let the Pokémon watch them grow naturally. I won't ask Calyrex to speed up the process. What's next? Mewtwo asked. Watering, Naoki replied, looking at the water-type Pokémon nearby. Woo, Milotic gracefully glided forward, its scales shimmering under the sunlight. With a wave of its tail, dark rain clouds gathered above the fields. A gentle, steady rain began to fall, soaking the soil with life-giving water. Perfect, Naoki nodded. Using rain dance is a great way to irrigate the fields, but you can also use water gun for more targeted watering. The 4 water types, Blastoise, Gyarados, Golduck, and Vaporeon, perked up. They were more than happy to help water the fields in the future. With the fields taken care of, Naoki turned his attention to the water-powered mill by the river. He took out bags of rice and wheat from his supply sack and gestured toward the building. Now, let's see how we process harvested crops. It was a short walk through the farmland before they arrived at the large wooden mill, which was powered by the river's steady flow. Naoki placed a batch of rice into one of the chutes. This part of the mill crushes the grain, turning it into rice. As the water wheel turned, a creaking sound echoed from inside. After a few minutes, the process was complete. Naoki walked to the output side, scooped up the freshly milled rice, and showed it to the Pokémon. This is rice. You can cook it or make sushi with it. Tatsu, are we going to make sushi now? The 3 Tatsujiri squealed with excitement. Naoki chuckled. Not yet. We still have one more step. This time, he placed wheat into a different section of the mill. A few moments later, snow-white flour emerged. This is flour. You can use it to make bread, pancakes, and buns. Pikachu's eyes sparkled at the thought of freshly baked bread. Naoki could practically see it drooling in anticipation. All right, now that we've finished at the mill, let's head back to the guild. The 3 Tatsujiri immediately realized what Naoki meant. They were finally going to learn how to make sushi. With a burst of excitement, the trio leaped onto him. One perched on his head, while the other 2 clung to his shoulders, one on each side. All right, let's get started. Naoki chuckled before turning to Mewtwo. Would you like to come with us? Mewtwo nodded. Although it remained silent, it could sense the sincerity in Naoki's heart. This human truly loved Pokémon. After a few twists and turns, the group finally returned to the Expedition Guild. Since there were no chickens living on the World Tree, Naoki had to bring some eggs from his ranch for the sushi preparation. Once inside, he arranged the kitchen utensils, plates, and electrical appliances in their designated spots before starting his demonstration. Since Venusaur was going to be the head chef at the sushi restaurant, the lesson focused mainly on it. This clone Venusaur looked different from an ordinary one. It had distinctive dark markings on its body, much like a warrior painted in camouflage. Despite its wild appearance, it had a calm and gentle nature. To make sushi, you need a few key ingredients, Naoki explained, placing several items on the counter. The Pokémon, including Venusaur and Tatsujiri, immediately leaned in seriously. Rice, seaweed, fish, eggs, and carrots. First, we need to cook the rice. If we didn't have a rice cooker, we'd have to rely on fire-type Pokémon to heat it up. But since I brought a rice cooker, we don't need Charizard's help for this part. Once the rice cooker is plugged in, we wash the rice, place it inside, add the right amount of water, and start steaming. While the rice is cooking, we'll prepare the other ingredients. Venusaur and Tatsujiri watched intently, absorbing every detail. Naoki picked up a sharp knife and began slicing fresh salmon on the cutting board. Just then, one of the Tatsujiri suddenly squealed in terror. Tatsu! It shrank back, trembling, its eyes locked onto the orange-red fish on the counter. Wait a second. Is that Tatsujiri? Are we making sushi with me? Naoki! He sighed, rubbing his forehead. No, this isn't Tatsujiri, it's salmon. It's a kind of fish that Dragonite love to eat. Tatsu, really? The trembling Tatsujiri still looked suspicious. Naoki nodded. Why would I use you as an ingredient? The Tatsujiri trio exchanged glances, then reluctantly nodded in relief. This is called salmon, Naoki continued. It usually lives in the sea. But don't worry, you don't have to travel far to find it. Just take the World Tree elevator to Dragonite's Island, the ocean below, and you'll find plenty of salmon swimming there. Oh, and while you're down there, you can also collect nori, which is seaweed that dries into these thin sheets. As he spoke, Naoki held up a crisp, black sheet of dried seaweed for the Pokémon to see. Both of these ingredients come from the ocean, so if you ever run low, you'll need to gather them yourselves. Naoki then looked at Vaporeon and Golduck, who were part of the sushi restaurant staff and water-type Pokémon. But will they have experience catching fish? If you can't catch them yourselves, you can always ask Dragonite for help, Naoki suggested. Just offer them some sushi in exchange. The Tatsujiri trio puffed up their chests confidently. They turned to Vaporeon and Golduck and declared, "Tatsu, the job of gathering ingredients is yours." Naoki sighed. You can't dump all the work on them. If they do everything, they'll be exhausted. The Tatsujiri trio hesitated. If not Vaporeon and Golduck, then who? After some quick thinking, one of them snapped its fins excitedly. Tatsu, we have an idea. Naoki raised an eyebrow. Oh, what idea? The Tatsujiri trio grinned. Me? Let's find our old friend, Koraidon. Naoki immediately understood. The Koraidon was perfect for this task. Good thinking, Naoki praised. They're strong, they live in the water, and they love working together. But there was one problem. If they wanted to recruit Koraidon, they needed to travel to the lake, and Naoki couldn't leave right now. At that moment, Mewtwo spoke up. I'll take them. Naoki blinked. You will. Mewtwo nodded firmly. Okay, Naoki smiled. I'll leave it to you. Without another word, Mewtwo's telekinesis enveloped the three Tatsujiri, and in an instant, they vanished. Their destination? Casseroil Lake, to find Koraidon. With Mewtwo and the Tatsujiri trio gone, Naoki continued teaching Venusaur how to prepare sushi. Despite its rough appearance, the clone Venusaur was shockingly precise and intelligent. After watching Naoki demonstrate a few times, Venusaur had already memorized each step perfectly. All right, Naoki said, stepping back. Show me what you've got. Venusaur extended its vines, carefully scooping a spoonful of rice from the pot with a spoon. It then shaped the rice into a small ball, placed a thinly sliced salmon on top, and finally wrapped it in a sheet of seaweed. Just like that, the first piece of salmon sushi was ready. Excellent. It looks like you've got the hang of it already. Naoki nodded in satisfaction. Next, I'll teach you how to make rolled sushi, Naoki continued. This type of sushi involved rolling rice and ingredients inside a sheet of seaweed, then cutting it into smaller pieces for easier eating. The method was simple yet delicate, and Venusaur picked it up quickly. We still have plenty of ingredients. Do you want to make some sushi for everyone to try? Naoki asked. Venu, yes. Venusaur nodded enthusiastically. Golduck and Vaporeon stepped forward to help, gracefully inviting the Pokémon to sit down before serving freshly made sushi. A lively gathering began as Pokémon happily enjoyed their meal. Venusaur didn't forget to save a portion for Mewtwo. Watching these Pokémon bonding over food, Naoki couldn't help but smile. With the Pokémon busy enjoying their sushi, Naoki quietly stepped away to organize the rest of the furniture and supplies. The Pokémon Tavern, the Pokémon Restaurant, the Expedition Guild. But there was still one place missing something important. The item shop doesn't have any items yet. Naoki thought for a moment. Maybe I can teach Pokémon how to identify berries and let them stock the shop with different kinds. Berries had various effects. Some restored health, some cured poisoning, and others healed status conditions like paralysis and freezing. In a way, berries are like potions in a role-playing game. According to his plan, he originally wanted to invite Palmot's parents to the World Tree to manage the shop. But first, there's something even more important to take care of. There were no eggs on the World Tree. If they wanted a stable supply, they needed hens. The two Palmot back at the ranch already have experience raising chickens, so they'd be the perfect caretakers for a chicken coop here. There is also the matter of the Expedition Guild headquarters. The three founding members of the Great Hero Expedition team are still out traveling. I'll wait for them to return before finalizing the details of how the guild will be run. Before he realized it, Naoki had finished organizing all the supplies he had brought to the World Tree. His mission for the day was complete. It was finally time to return to the ranch. Just then, Mewtwo returned for the Casseroil Lake with 3 large, dopey-looking Koraidon following behind. However, since water-type Pokémon like Koraidon weren't suitable for land travel, the Tatsujiri quickly explained everything about the World Tree before sending them to live in the ocean below Dragonite Island. With that, the sushi restaurant now had a dedicated supplier. Whenever they ran low on ingredients, Tatsujiri could go straight to the ocean to buy fresh seafood from its brothers. As evening fell, Naoki prepared to leave. "I'll be heading back now. I might come by again in a few days. If you need anything, just—" Before he could finish, Tatsujiri cut him off. "Tatsu, I know. If we have any questions, we'll ask Slowking." "Naoki, all right then." He turned to Mewtwo. "If something urgent comes up, use the Rotom phone to contact me, and I'll come help." Mewtwo nodded. As Naoki left the World Tree, he glanced back at Mewtwo. For some reason, he suddenly had a thought. Mewtwo kind of looks like the captain of the World Tree security team. Actually, that title suited it perfectly. With Mewtwo guarding this place, there was no need to worry about intruders. But when the World Tree finally ascends into the sky, it's bound to attract human attention. After all, there are satellites orbiting the planet. A tree this massive would be impossible to hide forever. When that happens, humans will probably send expedition teams to investigate. That was going to be a problem. And keeping the World Tree in the distortion world forever wasn't an option either. Pokémon need sunlight and moonlight to thrive. If they never saw the sun, they'd eventually become depressed. Although the sunflowers exist, it is impossible for a tiny sunflower to illuminate every corner of the World Tree. Naoki tried hard to think of a solution. Naoki leaned back on the sofa at his ranch, deep in thought. Would it be possible to ask Dragonite to summon a perpetual storm around the World Tree, keeping outsiders away? Or perhaps he could rely on Mewtwo's psychic abilities. Could Mewtwo distort space, creating a hidden realm so that no one could detect the World Tree's location? The idea made sense. A floating, mystical tree in the sky would undoubtedly attract attention, especially from human explorers and researchers. After pondering for a moment, Naoki grabbed his Rotom phone and sent a message to Mewtwo. Meanwhile, on the World Tree, Mewtwo was examining the functions of its own Rotom phone. It had long mastered human writing, thanks to the time it spent constructing its high-tech fortress on the island. Not only could it read and write fluently, but it had also learned programming. At that very moment, curiosity struck. Mewtwo opened a web browser and typed into the search bar, "Why do Pokémon exist?" Even though it already knew the answer, Mewtwo was interested in how humans perceive the question. But before it could explore further, a notification popped up. Mewtwo recognized the name. Gold King was Naoki's alias in the chat group. Gold King. "Hey Mewtwo, I have a favor to ask. In a few weeks, the World Tree will return to the real world. When that happens, it's bound to cause a massive stir. People will see it, and before long, explorers will start arriving. So, could you use your psychic abilities to distort space and create a secret barrier around the World Tree? Something that would make it invisible to outsiders." Mewtwo paused. A concealed space? A hidden realm? This was something it had never attempted before, but Naoki's words sparked an idea. Mewtwo thought about the psychic techniques it had mastered. If I combine Trick Room, Light Screen, and Psychic Terrain, perhaps it's possible. It formulated a plan. First, it would generate a Trick Room, altering the flow of space itself. Next, it would erect a light screen to create a transparent yet impenetrable wall. Finally, it would use Psychic Terrain to cast an illusion, erasing the World Tree from outside perception. In theory, ordinary humans would never be able to detect its presence. After a brief pause, Mewtwo replied to Naoki's message. "Mewtwo, I can get a try." Seeing Mewtwo's reply, Naoki let out a sigh of relief. That takes care of one problem. At least the World Tree won't become a tourist attraction. Even if some trainers, like Ash Ketchum, somehow stumbled upon it, Naoki figured he could just let them treat it as an adventure. But if anyone comes with bad intentions, then they would have to face the Guardians. Calyrex, in its Shadow Rider form, mounted on Spectrier, Giratina, lurking in the shadows. Mewtwo, a being of unmatched intelligence, capable of reading and erasing memories. And when Naoki grew older, he planned to send his 3 Gagote to stand guard at the entrance, much like the Regi trio guarding the Kanto World Tree. That wasn't all. Plus, there's the Dragonite core. To even set foot in the World Tree, invaders would first have to defeat the Gago Guardians. Then they'd have to fight past Giratina and Koraidon. And even if they managed to survive all that, Mewtwo and Calyrex would be waiting for them at the summit. With this level of protection, it was nearly impossible for any human to reach the World Tree. Oh wait, there was one more thing. What about Rayquaza? Naoki suddenly recalled the shiny Rayquaza that Dragonite had once invited to visit the ranch. I should talk to Dragonite about Rayquaza. Maybe we can invite it to the World Tree as well. If successful, this would add yet another layer of defense. All that's left now is for the World Tree to finish growing. April 20th, year 200 of the Pokémon League calendar. Nearly half a month had passed since Mewtwo arrived at the World Tree. During this time, Naoki made several visits, bringing various supplies to the Pokémon living there. Naoki had noticed something interesting. Whenever the Pokémon at the World Tree had a problem, they would instantly run to Slowking for advice. Questions like, how do I make more friends? How do we grow stronger seedlings? What's the best way to transport flour? At first, Slowking was able to answer most of them, but Naoki worried that some questions might be too complex. So, to help, he purchased several books from Kosagi Town, including Agriculture and Farming, Animal Husbandry, a world encyclopedia. And to ensure Slowking could always find answers, Naoki did one more thing. He gave Slowking a Rotom phone. One of the newest additions to the World Tree was a brand new chicken coop. Naoki had personally built it, and with Palmot's parents now managing it, the Pokémon living on the World Tree would have a stable supply of eggs. However, hens were not Naoki's first choice. If possible, I'd rather invite Pokémon like Chansey to live here. Unlike ordinary eggs, Chansey's eggs were nutrient-rich and abundant. They could even lay multiple eggs a day. The problem? Chansey Pokémon were extremely rare. Once long ago, Chansey populations thrived in the wild. However, when humans discovered the nutritional benefits of their eggs, mass hunting began. Over time, wild Chansey became nearly extinct, making it incredibly difficult to find one today. Still, Naoki had managed to secure some additional food supplies for the World Tree. He purchased 3 Miltank and 2 Alchemy from Town Ranch and had them sent to the World Tree. Now, the Pokémon had a constant supply of milk, eggs, cream, and berries. Additionally, Arboliva shared its high-quality olive oil with everyone. Some Pokémon who were interested in cooking began to make cakes and bake desserts in the oven according to the method given by Slowking. Of course, mistakes happened. One accident resulted in an oven explosion, nearly setting the guild on fire. Fortunately, a water-type Pokémon was nearby and quickly extinguished the flames. Hearing about the incident, Naoki sent them a brand new oven the very next day. It had been half a month since Naoki, Mewtwo, and the others planted crops. And now, the first batch of crops was nearly ready for harvest. Perhaps it was due to the rich natural energy of the World Tree, but the crops had grown abnormally fast and were exceptionally high in quality. Mewtwo even sent Naoki a picture of the fields in full bloom. I'll head over in a few days to help with the harvest, Naoki thought. With time, the World Tree had fully stabilized, evolving into a thriving Pokémon sanctuary. And after working tirelessly for weeks, Naoki finally had a chance to rest. With the arrival of summer, the weather was getting hotter. Only mornings and late afternoons remained cool enough for Naoki to do his daily tasks. During those hours, he would sell fresh produce at the local market or repair wooden fences damaged by wild Pokémon. The rest of the time, relaxing at home, playing Pokémon games, and browsing the internet. Recently, Naoki has been keeping a close eye on news from the Hoenn region. If his predictions were correct, something big was about to happen this year. This was the year when Team Magma and Team Aqua would awaken Groudon and Kyogre. One wanted to expand land. The other wanted to flood the world. Soon, Groudon and Kyogre would clash in an earth-shattering battle, plunging the Hoenn region into chaos. With the rise of the internet, information spread faster than ever. Naoki quickly found a suspicious online post from a self-proclaimed member of Team Aqua. Username: King of the Sea. Post: The Hoenn Alliance is weak. Soon, Team Aqua's grand plan will be complete. The world will bow before the sea. Posted 2 days ago. Naoki chuckled. This guy has a death wish. Curious, he clicked on the comments section and immediately burst out laughing. Pinned at the top was an official statement from the Hoenn Alliance. Hoenn Alliance. This individual was arrested by Hoenn police earlier this morning. Upon investigation, they were confirmed to be a member of the criminal organization Team Aqua. The Hoenn Alliance is now actively monitoring Team Aqua's movements. Citizens, please report any suspicious individuals to your local authorities. Wow, this guy really jinxed himself. Popped the champagne too early, huh? Meanwhile, Team Magma was probably celebrating. With all attention on Team Aqua, their own plans would go much more smoothly. Still, the thought of Groudon and Kyogre waking up made Naoki a bit uneasy. Once they clash, Hoenn will be in serious danger. Deep in thought, Naoki suddenly heard a notification from his Rotom phone. New message from a friend. Huh, who could it be? He unlocked the screen and saw a small red up beside Gita's profile picture. It's her, Gita. Naoki, summer is just around the corner. As a thank you for hosting the Paladin Alliance guests, we've arranged a special vacation trip just for you. Private jet, luxury hotel, all meals included. Destination, Levincius City. It's the perfect summer getaway. Sun, beaches, and relaxation. Naoki, something felt off. Why is she being so nice all of a sudden? He narrowed his eyes. Is she trying to win me over? Does she want to work for the Paladin League? Unfortunately, now was the worst possible time. Naoki had no time for a vacation. He still had to help with the harvest at the World Tree. After thinking for a moment, he typed a polite response. Naoki, thank you for the generous offer, but I'm currently busy managing the ranch, so I won't be able to leave. Maybe another time. Paldea headquarters. At the Paldea Alliance headquarters, Gita stared at her phone screen, her expression complex. Nearby, Rika leaned against the wall, arms crossed. She noticed Gita's hesitation and after a moment, asked, Did he turn it down? Gita sighed. Yeah, I originally planned for Iono to take him on a week-long beach trip to Levincius City. She had already booked everything, but Naoki refused. Rika thought about it for a moment. It's harvest season at the ranch. Maybe Naoki just doesn't have time. Gita scrolled through her phone, about to respond, when a breaking news alert popped up. Trending topic. Galar's strongest champion, Leon, has left Galar and is now traveling to the Paldea region. The post was from a Paladin traveler who had just returned from Galar after watching Gigantamax battles. On his cruise back to Paldea, he unexpectedly ran into Leon and even took a picture with him. In the photo, Leon grinned broadly, flashing his signature confident smile. Gita froze. Leon? What is he doing in Paldea? Is he coming for Naoki again? Her alarm bells went off. Could Leon be trying to recruit Naoki for the Galar League? That must not happen. Gita's expression turned serious as she shared her theory with Rika. Rika, after listening, was momentarily speechless. Chief, aren't you overthinking this? Gita wasn't convinced. Pack my bags. I am heading to the ranch. Rika sighed. Fine. I get it. Meanwhile, at the ranch, Naoki also received a message from Leon. Leon, hey Naoki, I'm on my way to Paldea. I should arrive in 2 days. Let's catch up. Naoki pondered for a moment. 2 days. That's just enough time to finish my work on the World Tree. After forming a response in his mind, he replied, Naoki, all right. When you arrive, take the Squawkabilly taxi directly. Don't get lost again. Leon, haha, don't worry. I'll definitely be on time this time. On the other side of the screen, Leon awkwardly scratched his head. After his last attempt at visiting Naoki, where he got lost for hours, he had learned his lesson. Instead of riding Charizard, he opted for a cruise ship, a transport method with a fixed route. This way, you shouldn't get lost, right? Leon let out a small sigh. Man, I've been bad with directions since I was a kid. Back when he first started his Pokémon journey, he would constantly get lost, to the point where his Charmander had to learn to read maps just to help. That same Charmander later evolved into Charizard, becoming his most trusted partner. The next day, Naoki, along with the Pokémon from the ranch and Calyrex, made their way to the World Tree. It was time to accelerate its growth. With a gentle wave of its hand, Calyrex unleashed a brilliant green aura. The World Tree bathed in light, absorbing the purest energy. A moment later, the glow faded. At first glance, the tree looked unchanged. But Naoki knew better. Just 2 more months, and the World Tree will fully mature. As he gazed up at its towering form, new information surfaced in his mind. World Tree, mature stage. A legendary tree that has absorbed an immense amount of grass-type energy. Due to influence from the Geogoats, it underwent a mutation during its growth. It is said to possess the power to sustain an entire world and nourish all living things. Estimated time until full maturity, 19,850 years. Naoki's eyes sparkled with excitement. 1 more round in May, and by June, we can begin the World Tree Ascension Project. Calyrex, standing beside him, shared the same awe. I never thought I'd witness such a miracle in my lifetime. Suddenly, a white light flashed nearby. Mewtwo teleported on a sky island, gazing curiously at Naoki and the other Pokémon. It glanced at the World Tree, clearly sensing its changes. Naoki turned to Mewtwo. No need to worry. Calyrex is using its power to accelerate the tree's growth. The process takes time since the World Tree needs immense energy. Mewtwo nodded, taking in the explanation. Its eyes flickered toward Calyrex, the Pokémon with the large head. It remembers that the other party was also in that group chat. These days, Mewtwo has been quietly lurking in the group chat, watching the chats of the other 2 Pokémon. After observing for a period of time, it found that the Giratina had a rather arrogant and violent personality and liked to curse at humans on the internet. Sometimes, when Giratina can't win by scolding humans, it will just run along the network cable to scare those humans. At first, Mewtwo thought that Giratina was full of malice towards humans, but later it discovered that this was just the guy's character. Compared to Giratina, who constantly ranted in the chat, Calyrex had a much calmer temperament. Whenever Giratina's fiery temper flared up, Calyrex would step in, offering a few wise words to help soothe the situation. Mewtwo had also noticed something else. These 2 Pokémon seem to be extremely popular among humans. On the human internet, both Giratina and Calyrex had gathered a huge following. At one point, Giratina even suggested that Mewtwo create an account like theirs. But Mewtwo refused. It had no desire to expose its current life, nor did it want to be bothered by humans. That sort of existence wasn't for it. Mewtwo's thoughts were interrupted when it noticed Calyrex looking at it. The king of bountiful harvests gave a small, knowing nod, one that Mewtwo returned. Then, Calyrex turned to Naoki, flashing a gentle smile. Well, I won't keep you any longer. I'm going back to relax and play on my phone. Naoki, all right, have fun. With that, Calyrex left, and Naoki shifted his gaze toward Mewtwo. The crops should be ready for harvest now, right? Mewtwo nodded. Great. Let's head over and start harvesting. Naoki turned to the Pokémon gathered around him. Koraidon, Cyclizar, Palmot, Alchemy, and Garganacl. Want to come help? Rayo, Awu, Palmot, Marie. The Pokémon eagerly agreed. With that, Naoki and his group followed Mewtwo toward the World Tree. Mewtwo led the way, gliding effortlessly through the air, its long tail swaying behind it. Naoki observed for a while before they arrived at the World Tree elevator. With a slight hum, the green energy bubble activated, lifting them to the top of the World Tree. At the very heart of this place stood the Expedition Guild. Even after just a few days, the guild had become lively, filled with Pokémon enjoying their new home. Venusaur, Vaporeon, Golduck, and the 3 Tatsujiri were busy running the sushi restaurant. Perlin and Ninetales were relaxing on a bench in the park, basking in the gentle breeze. Cinccino and Minccino were brewing coffee in the cafe. Pikachu and Meowth were working as waiters at the Pokémon Tavern. A sleeping Rhydon lay snoring near the Expedition Guild entrance. Even Dragonites had come to enjoy themselves. Two of them were seated in the sushi restaurant, happily devouring plates of fresh salmon sushi prepared by Venusaur, the head chef. Naoki chuckled, taking in the cheerful atmosphere. Wow, these Pokémon really look happy and at ease here. The Pokémon around him also seemed curious about this vibrant sanctuary. At that moment, Alchemy suddenly spotted two familiar faces inside the cake shop. Marie, a vanilla-flavored Alchemy and a lemon-flavored Alchemy. Naoki had brought them from the town just a few days ago. Hearing the excited call, the two Alchemy turned toward the window, looking delighted. Naoki smiled. Do you want to go play with them? Marie, yes. Alchemy nodded excitedly. All right, go on then. With that, Alchemy happily dashed away, joining its friends. Naoki turned to the rest of the Pokémon. This is Pokémon Park. Feel free to explore and enjoy yourselves. Hearing this, Goldingo and Ogerpon lit up with excitement. Like kids stepping into a toy store, they rushed straight to the sushi restaurant. Meanwhile, Palma went to visit its parents in the chicken coop. Naoki's evolutions also scattered, eager to play in the Expedition Guild. The only ones left standing were the 5 giant Garganacl. They looked around blankly, unsure of what to do. Just then, Alchemy waved at them, and with brightened expressions, the Garganacl stomped over happily. And just like that, only Koraidon and Cyclizar remained by Naoki's side. Mewtwo watched all of this in silence, its gaze unreadable. All right, let's head to the farmland, Naoki finally said. Mewtwo nodded. The group soon arrived at the farmland area that was transformed from a plain. At this moment, all kinds of crops have grown in those fields. Emerald green watermelons, bright orange pumpkins, dark green cucumbers, shiny red apples, golden wheat fields swaying in the breeze. The air was thick with the scent of ripening crops. Remember how I told you to harvest them? Naoki asked. Mewtwo nodded. Then, without a word, a powerful psychic force swept across the wheat field. Grains of wheat floated into the air, gathering into a golden cloud. Then, like a gentle rain, the wheat drifted into the mill, where Charizard and Nidoking stood waiting with barrels. As the mill churned, finely ground flour trickled down from the wheat into the barrels. Before long, the first barrel was full. Seeing this, Nidoking stepped forward, lifted the heavy barrel with ease, and set it aside. Then, he pushed a fresh, empty barrel into place. This process repeated several times until more than a dozen barrels of freshly milled flour were neatly arranged beside the mill. Naoki, having Pokémon with psychic-type abilities sure is convenient. But Naoki didn't come here just to watch Mewtwo perform telekinetic magic tricks. Mewtwo wouldn't always be here to help. One day, these Pokémon would need to learn how to manage the farm on their own. So, Naoki called over the Pokémon watching from the sidelines, along with Koraidon and Cyclizar, and began demonstrating how to properly harvest crops. The Pokémon watched carefully. Among them, Sandslash caught on the fastest. Using its sharp claws, it mimicked Naoki's technique, slicing through stalks of golden wheat with precision. Naoki nodded approvingly. That's it. Keep going just like that. Seeing Sandslash master the technique, the other Pokémon grew excited and eagerly joined in. Meanwhile, Mewtwo floated off to the side, observing everything in silence. Naoki noticed its thoughtful expression and stopped beside it. I know what you're thinking, Naoki said. Mewtwo turned toward him, intrigued. They will eventually have to learn how to harvest crops by themselves, because you can't take care of them for a lifetime. If one day you suddenly want to leave the World Tree and travel to other places, these Pokémon can live here with their own strength. Naoki looked out at the field, where Pokémon of all kinds worked together. Water types helped with irrigation. Ground types tilled the fertile soil. Grass types carefully tended to saplings and crops. Different Pokémon, each with their own strengths, working together to build something special. Mewtwo's gaze softened slightly. It had spent so much of its existence fighting against the world. And yet, here, on the World Tree, Pokémon were building their own future side by side. Let them enjoy a meal made from their own hard work for lunch, Naoki suggested with a smile. Mewtwo nodded. This time, it didn't intervene. Instead, it stood back and observed as Naoki led the Pokémon through their work. Only when they were completely exhausted, collapsed in the fields, panting from the effort, did Mewtwo finally use its psychic abilities to collect the remaining crops, teleporting them directly to the granary. Naoki sighed. They really need more helping hands. Having Pokémon like Scyther or Galade would make the harvesting process much more efficient. Guess I'll just wait until Mew and Baby Bear bring in more friends. By midday, the group returned to the Expedition Guild, their arms full of FRESHLY harvested produce. Naoki took over the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous feast using the fruits and vegetables from today's harvest. The meal was held in the restaurant next to the guild, where a long wooden table had been set up. Pokémon gathered around eagerly, and when the food was finally served, Meow, this is pure happiness, Meow. Pikapi, this is the life I want. Meowth melted in delight, while Pikachu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Other Pokémon nodded in agreement, their faces full of joy as they enjoyed every bite. For the first time, they were eating food they had grown themselves. The entire restaurant buzzed with laughter and warmth. Naoki watched with a smile. This is your home now. Live well and take care of it. After lunch, Naoki walked around to check on how the Pokémon were settling in. By now, they had fully embraced their new roles. Some Pokémon rested, while others got back to work. Tatsujiri and its 3 employees returned to the sushi restaurant. Venusaur, the head chef, reported to Tatsujiri that their ingredient supply was running low. Without missing a beat, Tatsu, let's go get more supplies. Tatsujiri rallied its team, and the group headed to the lower level of the World Tree. Naoki didn't follow them. Instead, he decided to check out the nearby cafe. The cafe, located right next to the sushi restaurant, a place where Pokémon could relax with a warm drink. As Naoki entered, he saw Cinccino working diligently behind the counter. The little Pokémon moved gracefully, brewing coffee with practiced ease. Minccino swiftly moved over, carrying 3 cups of freshly brewed coffee, 1 for Naoki, 1 for Koraidon, and 1 for Cyclizar. Naoki took a sip, expecting bitterness, but was pleasantly surprised. This isn't bad at all. It had a mild, smooth flavor. Even Koraidon and Cyclizar, who usually weren't fans of coffee, drank enthusiastically. Excellent craftsmanship. Naoki gave Cinccino a thumbs up. Mimi. Cinccino beamed with pride. Just as Naoki finished his coffee, a trio of Trico, who were in charge of guarding the orchard, entered the cafe. Seeing that the cafe was getting busier, Naoki decided not to stay too long. After finishing his drink, he took Koraidon and Cyclizar with him and continued his tour of the area. Next, Naoki stopped by the item shop. The store was run by Lilligant, and its shelves were well stocked with an impressive variety of berries, each with unique effects. Some could restore stamina, some could cure ailments, and others had mystical properties useful for battle. Naoki walked around, examining the setup. This is perfect. Keep up the good work, and more Pokémon will visit. Hearing the praise, Lilligant twirled happily. Lily, I'll do my best. Next to the item shop was a Pokémon hospital, but since no Pokémon with healing abilities had moved in yet, it remained empty for now. Beside the hospital, the Pokémon dormitory was nestled under the shade of the World Tree's massive branches. Inside, a pair of Mareep and a Ninetales were curled up in their nests, napping peacefully. Naoki chose not to disturb them and continued on his way. When he arrived at the Pokémon Tavern, the place was lively. Pikachu and Meowth were busy preparing fresh berry juice using a technique Slowking had taught them. Once the juice was ready, Meowth delivered it to customers. Goldingo sat comfortably, enjoying the relaxed atmosphere. This place is shaping up nicely, Naoki thought with satisfaction. After greeting Goldingo, Naoki continued his tour. Next on the list was the Expedition Guild headquarters. However, since it hadn't officially opened yet, the building was mostly empty, with only a Koraidon snoozing near the entrance. Naoki didn't go inside. Instead, he walked toward the fountain, sat down on a bench, and admired the peaceful surroundings. Nearby, a purlin lay stretched out on another bench, basking in the warm breeze. The moment it saw Naoki sit down, it immediately jumped on his lap, curled up, and fell asleep. Yeah, just like an ordinary house cat. Naoki chuckled and gently stroked its fur. At that moment, he felt a deep sense of fulfillment. The Pokémon here had truly built a life for themselves. Even if he wasn't around, they could thrive on their own. "What do you two think of this place?" he asked Koraidon and Cyclizar. Cyclizar's eyes sparkled as it looked around in excitement. "Gah, it's a Pokémon paradise." Naoki's brows lifted in thought. "Paradise, huh? That's actually a great name." From this moment forward, he decided, "We'll call this place Pokémon Paradise." It was a fitting name, far better than the cold, research-based name once used by Professor Sada and Professor Turo in Area Zero. GAA. Cyclizar nodded enthusiastically. Naoki turned to Koraidon. "What about you?" Koraidon tilted its head and let out a deep, "gah," signaling its agreement. Naoki grinned. "Then it's settled. You two must protect this place. Never let any bad guys come and ruin it." "Gah, of course." Cyclizar nodded seriously. Koraidon, however, sensed a different meaning behind Naoki's words. It turned to look at Naoki in confusion. After several days of travel, Leon finally arrived in the Paldea region. But this time, he had learned his lesson. To avoid getting lost, he stuck with the main group during the entire trip. The moment he disembarked, he headed straight for the Squawkabilly flying taxi station, taking a direct flight to Naoki's ranch. Back at the ranch, Naoki was enjoying the cool breeze inside his air-conditioned home. With a glass of freshly squeezed moo milk in hand, he checked his phone for Leon's arrival update. Last night, Naoki had discovered a fun game on his phone, and ended up staying up way too late playing it. Now, he was exhausted. Ugh, if I didn't have guests today, I'd be sleeping in for hours. He downed the rest of his moo milk, instantly feeling refreshed. Just then, his Rotom phone buzzed. "Incoming call, Leon." Naoki answered. On the other end, strong winds howled loudly. "Hey, did you finally make it to Paldea?" Naoki asked. Leon's cheerful voice came through. "Yes." Hearing the whistling wind, Naoki squinted suspiciously. "Wait, are you riding Charizard again? If so, wouldn't he accidentally end up in Lavinia instead?" Leon chuckled awkwardly. No. I took a flying taxi this time." "Phew, that's a relief," Naoki sighed. "So, when will you arrive?" 10:30 sharp. 10:30, Naoki repeated before adding, "All right, don't wander around town. I'll be heading there soon to buy groceries. I'll pick you up then." Leon hesitated for a moment. He wanted to protest, saying he wasn't a kid anymore. But considering his history of getting lost, he swallowed his pride and answered, "Okay." At 10:20 a.m., after picking up fresh groceries, Naoki arrived at Flying Taxi Station. About 10 minutes later, a Squawkabilly flying taxi swooped down lawn, dinged gracefully on the platform. As the doors swung open, a familiar figure stepped out. Leon. Naoki spotted him immediately, rolled down the truck window, and patted the passenger seat. "Get in." Leon didn't mind that Naoki's pickup truck looked old and worn. Without hesitation, he hopped in and buckled up. "Long time no see," Leon greeted with his signature wide grin. "It has been a while," Naoki admitted as he started the engine, steering the truck away from the flying taxi station. It had been a full year since Naoki last saw Leon. Back then, it was Leon's visit that led Alder to come to the ranch, and thanks to that, his Volcarona had been saved. "Isn't your work in Galar keeping you busy?" Naoki asked. Leon sighed dramatically. "Busy? That's an understatement," he groaned. "If I weren't so swamped, I'd have challenged you again ages ago." "Naoki." Leon leaned back in his seat. "Especially with everything that happened recently. The whole Calyrex incident completely shook up Galar." At first, Naoki didn't think much of it. After all, Calyrex was an independent Pokémon, not a resource exclusive to any region. But after hearing Leon's reaction, Naoki realized how deeply it had affected Galar. Did it really cause that much of a stir? He asked. Leon nodded. It hit the Galarian royal family the hardest. Public opinion turned against them, and their reputation plummeted. Their influence isn't as strong as before, but it didn't affect the Galar League much. Naoki listened carefully. After all, the Galar League wasn't responsible for the incident. Most people recognized the League's efforts in developing the region, while the royal family, who took credit for past successes, had done little to contribute in modern times. I see, Naoki murmured, lost in thought. It was clear that Galar's government didn't see Calyrex as a major priority. Instead, Chairman Rose seemed far more invested in Dynamax energy research. To solve Galar's long-term energy crisis, Rose constructed a massive underground energy plant. But he hadn't anticipated the leaked energy would trigger widespread Dynamax outbreaks, eventually leading to the release of Eternatus. If Chairman Rose had truly mastered Eternatus's power, what would have happened to Galar? Naoki didn't have an answer, but something about Galar's current state felt off. It was shifting toward commerce over agriculture, not a full neglect of farming, but the focus had clearly shifted. Still, I never expected all this history to be real, Leon admitted. The idea of a Pokémon ruling Galar as a king? It feels surreal. Naoki chuckled. It's not just Galar. Every region has its own forgotten legends. Galar's just happens to be a bit messier due to historical revisions. Leon sighed, then shook his head. Anyway, let's not dwell on history. I came here to battle you. His eyes lit up with excitement. Last time, I conquered your grass trial. This time, I want to challenge the storm and lightning trials. Naoki smirked. You know, the ranch has more than just those 3 trials now. Leon perked up immediately. Wait, what? There's a hidden trial, only accessible to trainers who have passed at least one previous challenge. Since you cleared the grass trial, you qualify to attempt it. What is it? Naoki smiled. It's called the Ancient Trial. Unlike the previous trials, this one has 2 formats, single battle or double battle. In a single battle, you must defeat a single Pokémon, Koraidon. In a double battle, you must defeat 2 opponents together. Leon's mind immediately flashed to the image of Koraidon, the powerful Scarlet Pokémon. His excitement spiked. Then I'll challenge the Ancient Trial. All right, Naoki grinned. I've been looking forward to battling you again. As they continued chatting, the pickup truck rumbled toward the ranch. From a distance, Naoki spotted someone waiting at the entrance. Gita, what's she doing here? Wasn't the Paldea League busy? Naoki pulled the truck to a stop. Gita approached with a smile. Long time no see, Naoki. I came by to visit. Hope I'm not intruding. What was this? A surprise inspection from the champion. If you remember correctly, in the Paldea region, Gita regularly visited gym leaders to test their strength. Though Naoki wasn't a gym leader, he supposed he could be considered some kind of rising star now. Come inside and we'll talk. With that, Naoki drove the truck into the ranch. Leon hopped out first, stretching his legs after the ride. Gita arched an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Mr. Leon? I didn't expect to run into you here. Leon grinned, extending a hand to shake hers. It's been a while, chairwoman. I'm here to visit Naoki and have a friendly battle with him. I see. Gita clasped her hands together in excitement. Then that means I'll get to witness a battle between 2 champion-level trainers firsthand. Leon chuckled. It's just a spar, not a serious match. Gita shook her head. A battle of this caliber is rare, outside of the annual World Championships and the Masters 8 Tour. Namant, it's not often we see champions battle. Hearing that, Leon suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, Chairwoman Gita, aren't you competing this year? Gita smiled and shook her head. The Paldea League keeps me too busy. I don't have the time. Leon sighed, disappointed. I was hoping to face you in an official match one day. Gita shifted her attention to Naoki. What about you, Naoki? No plans to join the World Championships or Masters 8? Naoki blinked, caught off guard. Me? He shook his head, waving off the idea. Forget it. I'm not a teenager anymore. I'll leave that stage to the younger generation. Gita was around 26 or 27 now, and of the three present, Leon was still the youngest. For a moment, Naoki and Gita exchanged a knowing glance, then looked at Leon together. "My youth." They sighed in unison. "Leon, I'm not that much younger than you two." Naoki ignored his protest, smirking. "No more talking. I'm going to start cooking. Come inside and have some tea first." The three entered the ranch house, where NDD brought them tea. As trainers, Leon and Gita immediately noticed something. There were far more Pokémon here than before. Leon couldn't resist taking out his Rotom phone and scanning the Pokémon around him. No data found. This Pokémon is not yet registered in the Pokédex. Leon's eyes widened. "Wait, what?" Gita smiled knowingly. "That's Goldingo, the treasure Pokémon. It's said to be made of 1,000 coins and is naturally friendly toward people. It evolved from a Pokémon called Gimmighoul, but currently, there's only one recorded case of this evolution in all of Paldea." Leon was stunned. "That rare?" Gita nodded. Naoki went through quite the challenge to evolve it. Leon then turned his attention to another unfamiliar Pokémon. "What about that one?" He pointed toward Ogerpon. But this time, Gita shook her head. "I don't know about that. It's a Pokémon that Naoki brought back from outside." At that moment, Ogerpon perked up, revealing its bright, starry eyes. "Pon!" Naoki, overhearing, called out from the kitchen. "That's Ogerpon, a Pokémon found in the Kitakami region." Leon repeated the name thoughtfully. "Ogerpon. Seems pretty lively." "Pon." Ogerpon nodded happily before dashing off to play with Goldingo. Leon turned his scanner toward Koraidon, who was napping on the floor. Again, no Pokédex data appeared. Leon blinked. "Wait, why isn't this registered either?" Gita was more clear about this matter. The Paldea League funded Area Zero's research from the beginning, so they are aware of the findings, but paradox Pokémon like Koraidon and Mewtwo have not yet been publicly documented. Naoki soon finished frying a few dishes, passing the rest of the cooking duties to his NDD before rejoining them in the living room. Just as he sat down, Gita brought up a certain topic again. "That fully funded vacation trip I arranged for you. If you don't go, someone else will take your spot." Naoki thought for a moment, then shrugged. "Then let someone else have it." Gita. Leon, who had been listening, perked up. "Vacation? Naoki, are you planning to travel?" Naoki shook his head. "No such plans for now." Leon grinned and extended an invitation. "Well, if you ever change your mind, come to Galar. I'll take you to Postwick Town for the hot springs, Spikemouth for some heavy metal concerts, and Winden to see the skyscrapers." Naoki laughed. "Sounds fun. I'll keep that in mind." It was true. He'd never been to a hot spring before. Too bad Paldea didn't have one, or he would have taken Koraidon and the others for a visit. Leon nodded seriously. "It's a promise." Gita. She stiffened. She knew it. Leon had come to recruit Naoki for Galar. Immediately, Gita changed the topic. She took a casual sip of tea, then spoke as if she weren't scheming at all. "Naoki, isn't it too much work to run this ranch alone? Wouldn't it be easier if you had someone to help manage things? Like, say, a wife?" Naoki blinked, then chuckled. "The Pokémon are well-behaved, and my NDDs help out a lot. I'm not overwhelmed at all." Then he turned the question back on her. "Besides, Gita, aren't you still single?" Gita. She calmly took another sip of tea. "The Paldea League keeps me busy. I don't have time for marriage." But Naoki was different. If Naoki got married and had kids soon, then in a few years, she could personally mentor his child. By the time she retired, that child could inherit her position as chairperson, leading Paldea to the top. The more Gita thought about it, the more perfect it sounded. Meanwhile, Naoki raised an eyebrow, smirking. After lunch, Leon was eager to battle Naoki. "All right." Naoki nodded, leading him to the ranch's battlefield. As soon as word spread, Pokémon from all over the ranch gathered, eager to see the match. Gita stood nearby, arms crossed behind her back, watching with great anticipation. "Are we doing a singles or doubles match?" Naoki asked, smiling. Koraidon stepped onto the battlefield, ready to fight, while Flutter Mane hovered nearby, blending into the crowd, watching intently. "Let's go singles this time." Leon said, eyes burning with competitive fire. We could try doubles next time. Since Koraidon was Naoki's strongest Pokémon, it was only fair that Leon sent out his own ace as well. No problem. Naoki smirked. Leon unclipped a Pokeball from his belt and threw it forward. With a burst of white light, a powerful Charizard materialized on the battlefield. The flames on its tail burned intensely, signaling that Charizard was in peak condition. Naoki sized up the battle-hardened Charizard and smirked. Nope, Dynamaxing here. Won't that take the fun out of it? After all, Leon's strongest form was when his Charizard could Gigantamax. No worries. Leon grinned. We'll save that for when you visit Galar. I'll give you a Dynamax band, so you can Gigantamax, too. Then we'll have a real showdown. Since Leon was Galar's champion, he had the privilege of handing out Dynamax bands to exceptional trainers. Dynamaxing. Koraidon. Naoki was intrigued. In Paldea, Dynamaxing wasn't naturally possible, since the energy phenomenon wasn't present. But in reality, any Pokémon could Gigantamax under the right conditions, provided they had a Dynamax band and access to Dynamax energy. Sounds fun. Naoki chuckled, looking forward to seeing what a Gigantamax Koraidon would look like. But for now, this battle was about to begin. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, NDD took out a whistle. With a sharp blast, the match officially started. Crimson energy surged across Koraidon's body. The clouds above dispersed, revealing a clear blue sky. As the sunlight intensified, Leon's eyes widened in fascination. Whoa, is this its ability? It can change the weather? That's incredible. Naoki smirked. Koraidon, use ancient power. Let's test the waters. AGH. Koraidon stomped the ground, sending deep rumbles across the battlefield. Primal energy surged, forming several large, glowing boulders that shot toward Charizard. Leon's response was instantaneous. Charizard, Iron Tail. Ruhar. Charizard soared into the air, its tail shining with metallic energy. As the boulders approached, Charizard swooped down, whipping its tail left and right, shattering each rock in midair. Naoki raised an eyebrow. Leon was aggressive as always. Now, Charizard Dragon Claw. Leon had been analyzing Koraidon closely. From what he could tell, it was likely a dragon/fighting type. If that was the case, Dragon Claw would hit hard. Even if his guess was wrong, it didn't matter. This was just the opening gambit. Charizard rocketed forward, claws glowing with purple draconic energy, swiping down toward Koraidon. But Koraidon didn't move. It simply stared Charizard down, completely still. Let's match them. Show them your strength. The moment Naoki's command rang out, Koraidon surged forward, forming its own massive dragon claw. With a blinding flash, the two dragon-enhanced attacks collided. The impact was thunderous, sending shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Despite the force of the clash, Koraidon didn't budge. It stared Charizard down, its golden pupils gleaming like a predator at the top of the food chain. AGH! A deep growl rumbled from Koraidon's throat. Then its grip tightened. With a burst of raw power, Koraidon overpowered Charizard and flung it backward. The impact sent Charizard tumbling. Claw marks scraped across its scales. Leon's grin widened. So strong. From the sidelines, Gita narrowed her eyes. That Koraidon, its raw power is superior to Charizard's. Lon, however, was not discouraged. Charizard Heat Wave. Switching tactics, Leon opted for a ranged attack. Charizard flapped its wings, unleashing a scorching wind across the battlefield. With sunlight active, the air temperature spiked dramatically. But Naoki saw through Leon's strategy immediately. It's not that easy. Koraidon, let's go all out. AGH. Ignoring the blistering heat, Koraidon leapt into the air, golden eyes locked on Charizard. A primal aura erupted from its body as it charged forward at full speed. Leon's eyes widened. That speed. Before Charizard could dodge, Koraidon slammed into it. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves across the battlefield, and Charizard was pinned beneath Koraidon's strength. Now, use ancient power. Naoki's command rang out, and boulders rose from the ground, surrounding Charizard and Koraidon. Danger! Leon's instincts screamed at him. Charizard! Use Inferno! Flames erupted around Charizard, enveloping both Pokémon in a swirling storm of fire. At the same time, the ancient power boulders crashed down from above. The clash of two powerful moves ignited a violent explosion, engulfing both Pokémon in fire and debris. The scorching flames spread toward the edges of the battlefield, but Vaporeon, who had been watching the battle, quickly reacted, shooting a water gun to douse the flames before they could spread further. As the fire burned, its flickering glow reflected in the eyes of the spectators. Gita's expression held admiration. Leon looked tense, but Naoki remained calm. He knew Koraidon wouldn't lose. And sure enough, as the smoke and fire began to fade, a familiar silhouette emerged. Koraidon strode forward. The scales on its body were charred black from the flames, but its eyes remained sharp, its stance unwavering. On the other side, Charizard had collapsed on the battlefield, eyes swirling in dizziness. It was unable to continue the fight. NDD stepped forward, checking on Charizard before blowing the whistle, signaling the end of the battle. Gita clapped her hands, clearly impressed. What a spectacular match! It was the first time she had seen one of those ancient paradox Pokémon in battle. Leon let out a deep exhale, rubbing the back of his head. Phew! He smiled at his Charizard, watching as Naoki NDD handed it a bottle of life goat milk. That was tough, but I wouldn't expect anything less from a hidden trial. Leon mentally noted that he needed to train even harder when he returned home. Perhaps he should visit Mustard for some intense training. Meanwhile, Naoki handed Koraidon its own bottle of life goat milk, patting its side. Hearing Leon's words, he smiled. You did great, too. Leon perked up instantly. Wait, has anyone else challenged Koraidon before me? Naoki nodded. Yes, one of the Paldea League's champion trainers attempted it, but they lost in just a single clash. Leon's eyebrows raised as he turned to Gita. Oh, Gita. She quickly shook her head. Not me. Another trainer. Naoki chuckled, clarifying. Paldea's league operates differently. There are multiple champion-level trainers, but only the strongest among them becomes the league's top champion. Leon nodded in understanding. Unlike Galar, where he was the sole reigning champion, Paldea had several trainers at the champion level, but only the best earned the title of top champion. As they chatted, Charizard had fully recovered, and Koraidon's injuries had healed completely. The battle was officially over. Naoki gave Koraidon a final pat before saying, Go ahead and play. AGH. The Pokémon cheered and scattered, heading off to enjoy themselves. The weather was scorching, so Naoki invited Gita and Leon to rest inside the living room. Just as they were about to enter, Gita's phone rang. Hello, this is Gita. Understood. I'll be back immediately. Naoki and Leon turned toward her. Her expression was apologetic as she sighed. I'm really sorry, but something urgent has come up in the Paldea League. I need to return immediately. Naoki wasn't surprised. After all, everyone in the Paldea League was a workaholic, especially Gita. He simply nodded. No problem. See you next time. Gita smiled. Yes. Until next time. Then, she turned toward Leon. Champion Leon, if you encounter any trouble in Paldea, feel free to contact the league. I hope you enjoy your visit. Leon waved her off with a grin. Relax. I'm just here visiting Naoki. No need for all the formalities. Gita gave a small smile. In that case, I'll take my leave. See you both again soon. With that, she departed the ranch. Leon watched her go and shook his head with a chuckle. She really takes her job seriously, huh? Naoki nodded. Yeah, it's different from Galar. Paldea doesn't have a league president. Gita has to act as both the regional champion and league president. Unlike Galar, where President Rose and his secretary Olena handled administrative matters, allowing Leon to focus purely on battles. Gita had to handle both roles. Once inside, the two of them sat in the cool living room. Naoki NDD brought over tea and snacks. Leon took a sip, then hesitated. Naoki looked up. Leon scratched the back of his head, suddenly looking serious. Actually, there's something I need your help with. Naoki raised an eyebrow, setting down his cup. Oh, what is it? Leon leaned forward, his usual carefree demeanor replaced by genuine concern. To be precise, I need to meet with the king of bountiful harvests. Naoki's eyes widened slightly. Calyrex. He quickly pieced it together. He had a hunch about what Leon meant. And sure enough, Leon nodded. There are legends in Galar's history, as well as Professor Oak's research. But nowhere does it confirm that the disaster known as the Darkest Day was ever truly destroyed. Naoki fell silent. If that disaster ever returns to Galar, the entire region will be in danger, just like it was in the past. There were records of this catastrophe from 3,000 years ago. A black vortex loomed over the entire Galar region, shrouding the skies in an eerie darkness. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. But the chaos did not stop there. Ancient texts described what happened during the Darkest Day, a calamity where wild Pokémon grew uncontrollably, their forms warping into massive Gigantamax versions of themselves. With rampaging Pokémon running amok, the Galar region was nearly destroyed. Leon's eyes held a deep concern. I fear that this disaster may return one day. Galar had fully embraced Dynamax battles, but few truly understood the nature of the energy behind them. Where exactly did this mysterious Dynamax energy originate from? And what if the Gigantamax energy being used in Galar's power stations were to leak? The Macrocosmos Group, under Chairman Rose, had already built energy plants across major cities. If something went wrong, if too much energy spilled into the world, what happened then? Naoki nodded slightly. He respected Leon not only as a champion, but as a person. In the anime, Leon risked his life to stop Eternatus, sustaining serious injuries in the process. Had Zacian and Zamazenta not arrived in time, he might have lost his life that day. It reminded Naoki of Stephen Stone from the Hoenn region, another champion who was willing to sacrifice everything to protect his home. With that in mind, Naoki pulled out his Rotom phone and sent a message. Moments later, Calyrex floated into the room. Leon straightened immediately. Seeing the legendary ruler of Galar in person filled him with awe and reverence. This Pokémon was once the true king of Galar. Leon placed a hand over his chest, bowing his head slightly. Greetings, King of Bountiful Harvests. My name is Leon, the current champion of Galar. Hearing the name of the region, Calyrex's gaze shifted toward Leon, a flicker of recognition in its gentle, wise eyes. Slowly, the legendary Pokémon floated over, its posture elegant and regal. Then, a voice resonated directly in Leon's mind. What brings you here? Leon's expression grew serious. How much do you know about the Darkest Day? I read in ancient texts that the two heroes of Galar, Zacian and Zamazenta, did not truly defeat the darkness, but merely sealed it away. If that's the case, then doesn't that mean the Darkest Day could return one day? Leon's concern was evident in his voice. Calyrex studied him carefully. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, the legendary Pokémon's demeanor shifted. The air around them grew heavier. The once gentle presence of the king of bountiful harvests now radiated a sense of ancient authority. It was as if Galar's true ruler had returned. So that is why you came. Calyrex closed its eyes briefly, then spoke once more. Since you seek the truth, I shall tell you everything. In an instant, a surge of psychic energy erupted, enveloping the entire room. The surroundings began to dissolve, fading into a swirl of colors and memories. When the light faded, they were no longer in the room. Leon and Naoki found themselves standing in an endless wilderness. There were no cities, no human settlements. Only an untamed world ruled solely by Pokémon. Calyrex's voice echoed through the air. This is the world from 20,000 years ago. It was then that the darkness fell from the sky, and the Darkest Day began. Leon's eyes widened. 20,000 years ago. Naoki, however, remained calm. He was already aware of Calyrex's unique abilities. The legendary Pokémon had the power to glimpse into the past and the future. Calyrex nodded solemnly. Then, the sky suddenly turned crimson. A massive, fiery meteorite tore through the heavens, leaving behind a blazing trail of destruction. Leon watched in shock as the meteor plummeted toward the earth, striking the land with a devastating impact. The ground quaked violently. Fire and smoke erupted into the sky. Across the landscape, countless Pokémon cried out in terror, scrambling to flee from the devastation. And then, Leon saw something that made his blood run cold. From within the wreckage of the meteorite, something moved. A massive, dragon-like creature began to emerge from the flames. Its body was composed of pulsing, red energy, intertwined with dark purple exoskeletal armor, a form both alien and terrifying. Its triangular head bore a translucent red crest, from which 5 long spines extended backward. It had no eyes, only eerie, glowing white rings forming an unsettling pattern where its face should have been. Its jagged, tooth-like jaws clashed together, emitting a low, bone-chilling hum. Its serpentine body stretched endlessly, its dark, skeletal limbs ending in razor-sharp claws. And at the center of its chest, a pulsating pink core, a heart of pure energy beating slowly. Leon staggered back. What is that thing? The sheer scale of the creature dwarfed even the largest Pokémon in existence. Calyrex's voice answered gravely. That is the darkest day. A cold chill ran down Leon's spine. Naoki, standing beside him, quietly muttered the name under his breath. Eternatus. Leon's eyes widened in disbelief. The darkest day? That creature itself is the source of the disaster. Calyrex gave a solemn nod. As if responding to his understanding, the scene before them continued to unfold. For reasons unknown, the mysterious Pokémon that had emerged from the meteorite was in terrible condition. Its movements were sluggish, its form weak, and shortly after breaking free from the meteorite, the enormous creature collapsed, exhausted. It fell back into the crater, entering a deep slumber, its chest core pulsing ever so faintly. Eternatus had fallen dormant. But that was not the end of the story. Calyrex's mind stirred, and time accelerated before their eyes. The seasons passed, spring gave way to autumn, frost covered the land, and then, as the snow melted, life returned once more. Countless years passed, until the creature awoke. Eternatus stirred from its ancient slumber, but it was still weak. Desperate to sustain itself, it began to drain the life energy of the land. As its condition improved, strange phenomena began occurring all over Galar. First, the skies changed. A dark vortex swirled above Galar, warping space itself. Then, an ominous red glow spread across the land. Nearby Pokémon, caught in the sinister energy, began to Gigantamax uncontrollably. Their minds twisted, their rampaging forms destroying everything in their path. No grass remained. Forests were reduced to cinders. Human villages crumbled into ruins. And the royal family, who ruled over Galar at the time, hid within their palace, trembling in fear. In desperation, they summoned warriors from all across the land to battle the calamity. But their efforts were futile. One by one, the heroes fell, their strength utterly insignificant against the chaos of the darkest day. The Galar region stood on the brink of destruction. Then, just as quickly as the vision had begun, the scene faded away. Naoki, Leon, and Calyrex returned to the present. The familiar walls of the ranch's living room surrounding them once again. Leon sat in silent shock, unable to fully process what he had just witnessed. Naoki, however, had already guessed what came next. The legend of Zacian and Zamazenta. The two ancient warriors, wielding the power of kings, had stood against Eternatus. Through their combined might, they shattered the creature's body into countless fragments, which later rained down upon the land as wishing stars. Its core severely damaged, Eternatus fell into another deep slumber, and the two heroes of Galar became immortalized in legend. And yet, centuries later, Chairman rose, and his secretary Olena sought to harness the energy of wishing stars, a plan that nearly reawakened the disaster once more. This is the truth of the darkest day. Calyrex's voice was grave. Its gaze fell upon Leon, filled with both respect and solemnity. You were right to worry. The darkest day will awaken again soon, and when it does, Galar will once again be shrouded in darkness. Leon's fists clenched tightly. Then, in a tone filled with unyielding determination, he spoke. I won't let that happen. Calyrex studied his expression, the unwavering resolve in his eyes. Then, with a gentle nod, it offered one final piece of guidance. If you truly wish to stop this disaster, seek out the two heroes of Galar. Journey to the slumbering weald. They will answer your call. Leon's eyes widened. The slumbering weald? His gaze shifted to Naoki. Naoki nodded. Yes, the two heroes who once repelled Eternatus, the legendary kings of Galar. Zacian, the warrior of the sword, Zemazinta, the guardian of the shield. Then, with a small smile, Naoki added, Of course, if the time comes, you can count on me as well. I happen to have a Pokémon that might be able to help. Leon's instinct was to refuse. The burden of protecting Galar was his alone to bear. But Naoki's offer was genuine, and after a moment of hesitation, Leon nodded gratefully. Thank you. Calyrex silently floated away, vanishing into the greenhouse, where it promptly pulled out its Rotom phone and began scrolling the internet again. Originally, Leon had planned to stay at the ranch for one more day, but after what he had learned, he couldn't afford to wait any longer. Galar was in danger, and as its champion, it was his duty to protect it. Thank you, Naoki. I have to return to Galar immediately. Naoki watched him carefully, then nodded in understanding. Stay safe. Leon grinned, returning to his usual cheerful self. I will. As he turned to leave, Naoki whistled, calling forth a Dragonite. I don't want you getting lost again, so I asked Dragonite to take you to the port. Dragonite gave an enthusiastic chirp. Leon, having already seen Dragonite couriers in action, simply laughed and climbed on. I'll be back for a rematch. With a final wave, he took off into the sky. With both Gita and Leon gone, the ranch finally quieted down. Naoki sighed, rolling up his sleeves. Naoki returned home and began to clean up the house that was messed up by Pokémon. April 25th, 200th year of the Alliance calendar. The next morning, Naoki wandered through the apple orchard, contemplating something new. How can I help these Applin evolve? Applin's evolution was unique. They evolved into either Flapple or Appleton, depending on the type of apple they consumed. A sour apple led to Flapple, a Pokémon that could spit highly acidic liquid. A sweet apple resulted in Appleton, a Pokémon that radiated a comforting, honey-like scent. The apples in the orchard are sweet, but maybe they aren't sweet enough. As Naoki gazed at the Applin camouflaging itself among the apples in the orchard, he fell into deep thought. Have you tried all the apples here? He asked. The Applin quickly shook its head, indicating that it hadn't, but it could sense that none of the apples were special enough to trigger its evolution. I see, Naoki muttered to himself. If that was the case, his only option was to order special evolution apples online, one specifically designed to help Applin evolve. But before doing so, there was something else he wanted to check. Taking out his Rotom phone, Naoki opened the Pokédex and searched for Applin. A moment later, Rotom's electronic voice chimed in, automatically reciting information from the entry. Applin, the apple core Pokémon. It disguises itself as an apple to avoid being eaten by bird Pokémon. It lives its entire life inside an apple. It has 4 evolutionary forms, Rotom. Naoki froze. Wait a minute. 4 evolutionary forms? That wasn't right. Aren't there only 2? He mumbled, confused. Quickly, he tapped on Applin's Pokédex entry, and sure enough, there were now 2 additional evolutionary forms besides Flapple and Appleton. They were Diplin, which evolved from a syrupy apple, Hydrapple, which evolved from Diplin. Curious, Naoki clicked on Hydrapple's entry, and Rotom immediately provided the details. Hydrapple, the dragon apple Pokémon. A colony of 7 Applin live inside its body. The one in the center gives orders. It is said that when they communicate with each other, their true power is revealed. Rotom, Hydrapple, and Applin. Naoki was surprised. Could these be new evolutions introduced in the Indigo Disc DLC? When he was still in his original world, the Indigo Disc DLC hadn't been released yet. Now, it seemed that both Hydrapple and Applin were all part of the newly introduced content. But what surprised Naoki even more was a new move called Dragon Cheer. He searched the internet and found that Dragon Cheer was a newly developed dragon-type move taught by instructors at Blueberry Academy. Unlike natural moves that Pokémon could learn instinctively, this move was exclusive. Only trainers could teach it to their Pokémon. Blueberry Academy. The name sounded familiar. Thinking back, Naoki realized that Gita had mentioned it before. She had said that the Paldea League and Unova League had collaborated to establish a floating battle academy at sea. Additionally, Blueberry Academy and Naranja Academy held exchange programs each semester, sending students back and forth for training. Interesting, Naoki thought. After reviewing the new evolutions, he turned his attention back to the Applin in front of him. He opened the Pokédex again, showing Applin the 4 possible evolution options. So, which one do you want to evolve into? Naoki asked. Applin's round eyes darted between the options on the screen. It had overheard Rotom's explanation just now and immediately eliminated Hydrapple as an option. Why? Because Hydrapple required 7 Applin to live together in a single apple, far too crowded for its liking. That left only Flapple and Appleton. Flapple evolved when given a tart apple, but Applin hated sour flavors. Appleton, on the other hand, evolved with a sweet apple, and Applin absolutely loved sweet things. Its choice was obvious. You want to evolve into an Appleton? Naoki noticed Applin's gaze had settled on the image of Appleton. Applin. Applin chirped, confirming its decision. In that case, I'll get you a sweet apple, Naoki said with a smile. He opened his online shopping app, searched for sweet apple, and within seconds, multiple listings popped up. The prices ranged from 1,000 to 2,000 Poke Dollars. Compared to other evolution items, these apples were relatively cheap. Naoki picked a reputable seller, chose the fastest Polyper Express delivery option, and placed the order. Compared to the slower Noctowl Express, Polyper Express was the fastest in the region. After about 2 days, a Polyper with a delivery satchel tied to its shoulder glided down from the sky, heading straight for the ranch. It landed on the windowsill of Naoki's house and knocked on the window with its massive beak. Naoki opened the window, and the Polyper carefully pulled out a red, glossy apple from its bag, placing it in his palm. Then, it handed over a delivery receipt. Naoki checked the details, signed his name to confirm receipt, and the Polyper let out a satisfied squawk before flapping its wings and soaring back into the sky. Polyper really takes its time, Naoki chuckled. He turned around and headed straight for the apple orchard, where Applin was eagerly waiting. Here, your sweet apple. Naoki handed the fruit over. The Applin happily took a bite. The moment it did, a brilliant white light enveloped its entire body. Its small, apple-shaped form rapidly began to change. It grew larger, its shell expanding, its body stretching into a plump, dragon-like form. When the light finally faded, Appleton had been born. The newly evolved Appleton had a body that somewhat resembled a turtle, with a high, rounded back covered in a lattice pattern resembling woven fruit pie crust. Its eyelids, once part of its Applin disguise, still remained atop its head. It looked chubby and adorable. Most notably, Appleton's entire body was coated in a thin layer of honey, giving off an incredibly sweet, fragrant aroma. Naoki looked at the scene with satisfaction. Its ripenability was a perfect match for the environment. Hello, Appleton, he greeted the Pokémon warmly. Apple. Appleton responded, tilting its head in a slightly clumsy, yet endearing manner. Its personality seemed to be as simple and honest as a mill tank in a pasture. Next, I'm taking you to a new apple orchard. Don't worry, it's just as safe as the ranch, Naoki reassured with a smile. Apple. Appleton let out a gentle cry, clearly excited. And so, Naoki led Applin to the World Tree. The apple orchard there had been planted just a few days ago by Mewtwo and himself, and with the help of Calyrex, the trees had already started producing massive, ripe apples. The moment Applin arrived, it was instantly captivated by the sight of the orchard overflowing with fruit. Its eyes sparkled with excitement as it gazed at the large, round apples hanging from the branches. Just looking at them, it could already imagine how sweet and juicy the apples must be. Its mouth almost started watering at the thought. "All right, from now on, this will be your home," Naoki declared with a smile. "Use your ripen ability to help take care of the orchard and grow even more delicious apples for everyone." Applin responded enthusiastically. During their walk here, Naoki had already explained that many Pokémon lived in this area, and that all of them were friends. Applin liked the World Tree Orchard a lot. It decided right then and there that it would stay and use its abilities to grow the sweetest apples for everyone. And so, a new, hardworking apple farmer had settled at the World Tree. By the time Naoki returned to the ranch, it was already noon. Aye. Sister Ndidi came forward and asked what he wanted for lunch. "Anything simple is fine," Naoki replied casually. Most of the Pokémon, Evolutions, Ogerpon, Butterfree, Farfetch'd, Fluttermane, Alcremie, and Garganacl had gone off to play at the World Tree. They probably wouldn't return until later in the day, but Naoki wasn't worried. With the abundant food supplies available at the World Tree, they wouldn't go hungry. At the ranch, only Koraidon, Cyclizar, Palmot, and Dragonite remained, along with Combi, Gagote, Miltank, and Wooloo. Aside from Koraidon and Dragonite, the others had their meals prepared in advance, so feeding them would be easy. Gagote's favorite green grass dumplings and poke blocks for Miltank, sweet honey for Combi, carrots for Spectrier and Glastrier. As for Naoki himself, he wasn't too concerned about his meal. It was too hot in the summer, and his appetite was low. But before eating, Naoki still cooked a few special dishes for Koraidon and the others. Once that was done, he grabbed a sandwich, sat down on the sofa, and resumed reading news from the Hoenn region. After the incident where a Team Aqua member posted an online challenge and was promptly arrested by the Hoenn League, there had been radio silence from both Team Magma and Team Aqua. It seemed that Maxie and Archie had tightened their control over their subordinates, keeping them from drawing too much attention online. But even so, Naoki knew what was coming. If the battle between Groudon and Kyogre really broke out, it would have devastating consequences for the entire Hoenn region. With that in mind, Naoki switched to his forum account and prepared to post a new message. Shocking news! Team Magma and Team Aqua are currently operating in Hoenn with the goal of... Shocking! Team Magma and Team Aqua are operating in the Hoenn region, but why? After typing out the headline, Naoki began crafting the details of his post. The situation in Hoenn wasn't particularly complex. Team Magma and Team Aqua were direct rivals, each with opposing goals. This rivalry created an opportunity for him to analyze and predict their next moves. Additionally, the Rotom in his Rotom phone provided a signal shielding function, ensuring that no one could track his location through his network activity. Since the Pokémon world didn't require real name registration for online forums, even if someone wanted to trace him, they wouldn't be able to. Satisfied with that thought, Naoki's fingers flew across the keyboard as he typed at lightning speed. As a pure passerby, I'd like to discuss the recent controversy surrounding Team Aqua, whose actions provoked the Hoenn League just a few days ago. Based on historical evidence and logical deduction, I've formulated a theory about Team Magma and Team Aqua's real objective. As many people know, Hoenn is steeped in ancient myths and legends. I did some research and found that historical texts and murals in various ruins depict an event of cataclysmic proportions, a conflict that could have destroyed the world itself. At the heart of this legend are two of Hoenn's most powerful Pokémon. Groudon, the god of Earth, is said to have expanded the landmass by raising magma from beneath the earth. Kyogre, the god of Sea, is believed to have expanded the oceans by summoning torrential downpours. According to legend, these two Pokémon awakened once every 1,000 years and engaged in a fierce battle to expand their respective domains. What does this have to do with Team Magma and Team Aqua? Now, let's connect the dots. Team Magma's name and goals are clearly linked to Groudon. Their emblem resembles flowing lava, and their ideology revolve around expanding landmasses to create more habitable terrain for humans and Pokémon. Team Aqua, on the other hand, aligns with Kyogre. They believe in expanding the seas and restoring the world to its natural state before civilization took over. This raises a critical question. Could Team Magma and Team Aqua actually be trying to awaken Groudon and Kyogre? If that's their real goal, then their current movements in Hoenn make perfect sense. Let's take this theory a step further. If they want to track down Groudon and Kyogre, they'll need scientific data to pinpoint their locations. Groudon slumbers beneath the earth, so its awakening would likely cause an increase in temperature and stronger sunlight. Kyogre lies dormant deep in the ocean, meaning its revival would bring about massive storms and heavy rainfall. Where would they go next to gather this kind of information? The Weather Institute in Hoenn. The Weather Institute studies climate changes and meteorological data. If Groudon or Kyogre stirs, this is the first place that would detect it. If Team Magma or Team Aqua attacks this location, they're likely searching for weather anomalies that could indicate the legendary Pokémon's presence. If Kyogre is sleeping deep underwater, Team Aqua will need a specialized submarine to reach it. The shipbuilding technology in Slateport's shipyard is the best in Hoenn, making it a prime target for Team Aqua. Based on this, I wouldn't be surprised if Team Aqua moves to hijack a submarine next while Team Magma seeks to manipulate volcanic activity to awaken Groudon. If Team Magma and Team Aqua successfully wake up Groudon and Kyogre, the consequences would be catastrophic. Their battle would trigger extreme climate shifts, devastating Hoenn. And if their conflict spirals out of control, the only way to stop them would be to summon Rayquaza, the guardian of the sky, to restore balance, just as the legends describe. For now, this is just speculation, but the patterns are too clear to ignore. If anyone else has theories, feel free to share them in the comments. Let's hope Hoenn doesn't become the battleground of an ancient war. After finishing his post, Naoki hit send, and within seconds, it was uploaded to the Pokémon forum. Thanks to the forum's algorithm, the post was automatically pushed to users who were likely to be interested in Hoenn's history, legendary Pokémon, or ongoing criminal activities. Meanwhile, in the Hoenn region, as Naoki switched tabs to watch Iono's livestream, a man in glasses, who happened to be browsing the internet at that moment, stumbled across the post. Rin adjusted his glasses, his curiosity piqued by a post on the Pokémon forums. Shocking. Team Magma and Team Aqua are operating in Hoenn, but why? What kind of strange post is this? Despite his skepticism, the title immediately caught his attention. Rin was a dedicated member of the Legend Lovers Association, an online community made up of researchers, historians, and enthusiasts fascinated by ancient Pokémon legends from around the world. So anything involving legendary Pokémon was worth a look. He clicked the post, only to feel his heart skip a beat at what he read next. The Earth Titan Groudon and the Sea Titan Kyogre. Rin's eyes widened. Team Magma is associated with land. Team Aqua with the sea. Could it be that they're trying to awaken these two legendary Pokémon? His fingers twitched. Shit, this actually makes so much sense. The more he thought about it, the more logical it seemed. Up until now, Team Magma and Team Aqua had been relatively quiet in Hoenn. They had yet to commit any major crimes or draw serious heat from the Hoenn League. Most people assumed they were just anti-League rebels, but if this post theory was correct, they were after Groudon and Kyogre all along. This was huge. Rin wasted no time. He immediately shared the post in the Legend Lovers Association's group chat. Within minutes, the group chat was exploding with activity. Some members searched for the post on the forum, reading through the details themselves. Others left comments, asking the original poster for more information. The theory spread from 1 person to 10, then 10 to 100. Before long, it reached Officer Jenny, who had been investigating both criminal organizations. After reading the post, she immediately forwarded the intel to the Hoenn League. And that's when it landed in the hands of someone very important. At that moment, Stephen Stone was at his mansion in Moss Deep City as the champion of Hoenn and the eldest son of the Devon Corporation's president. Stephen had no shortage of responsibilities. However, he still made time for his true passion, researching rare stones and ancient Pokémon. When his phone vibrated with an urgent notification, he instinctively glanced at it. At first, he assumed it was just another forum post about Mega Evolution or rare stones. But then, his sharp blue eyes locked onto the headline. Shocking. Team Magma and Team Aqua are operating in Hoenn, but why? What? Curious, Stephen clicked on the post. And the more he read, the deeper his frown became. During a recent interrogation of a captured Team Aqua grunt, the League had learned that the organization was searching for something, but the grunt had refused to reveal what. At the time, Stephen had his suspicions. Now, after reading this post, those suspicions had just been confirmed. They're after Groudon and Kyogre. Stephen's grip on his phone tightened. This wasn't just speculation. It made perfect sense. And what truly shocked him was how accurately the original poster had predicted their movements. The Weather Institute. Slateport Shipyard. If the theory was correct, Team Aqua was likely planning to steal a submarine. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, one that had seemed insignificant at the time. A few days ago, Stephen's father, Mr. Stone, had mentioned that a package from Devon Corporation had gone missing. That package contained critical submarine parts, meant for a collaborative project between Devon Corp and the shipbuilders in Slateport City. They had been developing an advanced deep-sea exploration vessel, the submarine Explorer 1. At first, Stephen didn't understand why someone would steal submarine components. But now it all made sense. After deep contemplation, Stephen Stone clicked on the profile of the forum user who had made the shocking post. His fingers hovered over the keyboard for only a moment before he sent a direct message. Hello, I am Stephen Stone, the current champion of the Hoenn region. I'd like to speak with you about your post. Can we meet? The message was sent. Now, all he could do was wait. Meanwhile, at Team Magma's base, in a dimly lit underground command center, Maxie sat before a massive screen, his fingers lightly resting on the table. The room was silent, save for the quiet hum of machinery. A single lamp cast shadows over his sharp features and reflective glasses. A Team Magma admin stood beside him, holding a tablet. Boss, the admin said, voice hesitant. We have a situation. Maxie barely moved. Go on, he said, his voice composed as always. The admin turned the tablet around, showing Maxie the now viral forum post. His scarlet eyes skimmed through the text, absorbing every detail. Team Magma, Team Aqua, Groudon, Kyogre, their exact movements all exposed. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the faint tapping of Maxie's gloved finger against the table. Then, he adjusted the frame of his glasses with calm precision. Is this person an undercover agent? He muttered. It was unlikely, yet the accuracy of the post was uncanny. Someone out there knew far too much. Maxie exhaled sharply through his nose and spoke. Initiate Project Alpha. The admin straightened immediately. Yes, sir. Without another word, he turned on his heel and hurried off to execute Maxie's orders. Meanwhile, at Team Aqua's base, unlike the dim and disciplined halls of Team Magma's hideout, Team Aqua's headquarters was lively. But right now, the atmosphere was tense. Archie, leader of Team Aqua, stood with his arms crossed, staring at his phone with a deep scowl. Who the hell is this guy? He barked. The grunts standing nearby flinched. Archie rarely lost his temper like this, but this was different. Someone had exposed their entire operation. One of the Aqua grunts nervously spoke up. Boss, there's no way any of us would betray you. You've been too good to us. Another grunt nodded eagerly. Yeah, if I ever find out who this guy is, I'll personally teach them a lesson. Archie growled, eyes still locked on the screen. He dares to interfere with Team Aqua, his fist clenched. Boss, a high-ranking admin finally asked, what's our next move? Archie exhaled, rubbing his chin in thought. Then a sharp grin split his face. The plan moves forward as usual, he said. Our contacts at the Slateport shipyard say the Submarine Explorer 1 is nearly finished. His voice dropped into a low chuckle. When the time comes, we'll sneak in and take it for ourselves. He tilted his head, flashing a wicked smirk at his subordinates. And once we have it, no one will be able to stop us. Comment for comment. Vote. Chapter 131. A Rancher with Too Many Legends 451. As Naoki stood in his kitchen steaming grass dumplings for his gagote, his Rotom phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. You have a new private message. Curious, Naoki opened the Pokémon forum and was met with a flood of messages. After a quick glance, he realized they fell into several categories. Some were Pokémon enthusiasts eager to discuss the legends of Groudon and Kyogre. Others were casual readers asking for updates, and some were investigators from the Pokémon League requesting additional information. Then there were the threats. Naoki scrolled down and saw a message that was almost laughable. Cute as duck. You little brat. I suggest you take down that post immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for what happens next. Naoki raised an eyebrow. Without responding, he scrolled further. Another message popped up almost instantly. Fast and _curious. If you've got the guts, send me your location. Let's see if you can handle the consequences of interfering with our plans. Naoki sighed. These guys were either part of Team Aqua or Team Magma, trying to scare him off. But instead of ignoring them, he decided to have a little fun. Feigning authority, he typed back in the same commanding tone as Giovanni from Team Rocket. Oof. You overestimate yourselves. This world belongs to Team Rocket. Team Magma and Team Aqua are nothing but minor players. We will use the Hoenn League's interference to eliminate you once and for all. Immediately, the sender lost their composure. The next response was a flurry of furious messages, filled with curses and defensive claims about Team Magma's superiority. They ranted about how Team Rocket was insignificant, how Team Magma had grand ambitions, and how they were the organization shaping the world. Naoki, shaking his head, he typed one final message. Team Rocket has ruled the underworld for decades, while Team Magma is just a fledgling group playing with fire. If you dare set foot on Celadon City's Rainbow Street, you'll regret it. Then, without waiting for a response, he blocked the user. Celadon City, a bustling metropolis in the Kanto region, and the secret stronghold of Team Rocket. If Team Magma's grunts were foolish enough to march in and stir up trouble there, well, that would certainly be a spectacle worth watching. Continuing to scroll, something caught his attention. Among all the random usernames, one name stood out. Steven Stone. Naoki blinked. Is this the Steven Stone I think it is? Out of curiosity, he clicked on the sender's profile. An official League-certified verification badge confirmed it. It really was Steven Stone, the champion of the Hoenn region. His message was short but direct. Steven Stone. Hello, I'm the current champion of the Hoenn League, Steven Stone. I'd like to talk to you about your post. Can we meet? Naoki hesitated. It was obvious what Steven wanted to talk about, Team Magma and Team Aqua. After a brief moment of thought, Naoki typed his response. Stranger_hello. I'm sorry, but it's not convenient for me to meet in person. If you have any questions, we could discuss them online. It didn't take long before Steven replied. Steven Stone understood. Are you with Interpol? Interpol? A familiar face popped into Naoki's mind. The one and only Looker, the legendary detective of Interpol. Unfortunately, I'm not him. Naoki quickly replied. Stranger_one. No, I'm just an ordinary person. Meanwhile, in Hoenn, at that moment, Steven Stone sat in his private study in Moss Deep City, staring at his screen. The reply gave him pause. He studied the user's profile once more. The account had been created recently. The username was simply Stranger_one, obviously a throwaway to hide their real identity. So, they don't want to reveal themselves, or are they afraid of retaliation from Team Magma and Team Aqua? Steven respected that. Rather than push the issue, he decided to focus on more pressing matters. Steven Stone, was the content of your post purely speculation? A reply came almost immediately. Stranger_, that's right. It's my personal analysis of Hoenn's current situation. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Steven's gaze sharpened as he read the words carefully. The user might claim it was just speculation, but their deductions were shockingly accurate. Taking a deep breath, he decided to be honest in return. Stephen Stone, to be truthful, your analysis aligns closely with the information we've gathered. There have already been sightings of suspicious activity at the Weather Institute and Slateport Shipyard. Stephen Stone, until recently, Team Magma and Team Aqua were seen by the public as mere environmental extremists, organizations advocating for nature conservation and ocean preservation. But now, things have changed. Reading this, Naoki couldn't help but chuckle. Nature conservationists? He thought to himself, if only Maxie and Archie weren't so extreme, that actually could have worked out for them. Team Magma's ultimate goal is to expand the landmass, increasing human habitation and development, believing that it will bring prosperity and overall happiness to the world. Meanwhile, Team Aqua seeks to expand the oceans, aiming to reclaim the habitats that water-type Pokémon have lost due to human expansion. They view the sea as the origin of all life and believe that by enlarging it, they can create an ideal world for Pokémon. However, both organizations have taken their ideologies to an extreme. Whether it's Maxie's pursuit of land expansion or Archie's devotion to restoring the oceans, their methods are too radical. Naoki read through Stephen's message, deep in thought. Stephen had mentioned that suspicious activity had been detected at the Weather Institute and the shipyard in Slateport City. This could only mean one thing. Team Magma and Team Aqua were about to make their move. If they managed to steal the Submarine Explorer 1, they would then use the data from the Weather Institute to pinpoint the exact location of the two ancient Pokémon. And once that happened, Groudon and Kyogre would awaken. Seeing that Naoki had gone silent for a while, Stephen sent another message. Stephen, are you still there? Naoki snapped out his thoughts. After carefully considering everything, he decided to be direct. Stranger number 1, everything is unfolding exactly as I expected. If I'm not mistaken, Team Magma and Team Aqua will be making their move soon. Their target is, without a doubt, the two legendary Pokémon. Based on their previous activities, Team Magma intends to expand landmass, while Team Aqua wants to expand the ocean. Groudon and Kyogre hold the power to make this happen. That's why these two organizations need to capture them. Their next targets will likely be the Weather Institute and a shipyard. That's all I know. The rest is in the hands of the Hoenn League. Naoki exhaled deeply after sending the message. At the very least, this would put the Hoenn League on high alert. If they could stop Team Magma and Team Aqua before they awakened the legendary Pokémon, the Hoenn region would remain peaceful for a while longer. If not, then some coastal cities in Hoenn would need to prepare for emergency evacuations. Stephen read Stranger number 1's response carefully, word by word. Then, he typed a simple yet sincere reply. Stephen, thank you. Wasting no time, he immediately contacted the Hoenn League to report the situation. He arranged for skilled trainers to be stationed at the Weather Institute and Slateport Shipyard, ensuring they were on high alert. As for whether these predictions were true, Stephen believed that didn't matter. If nothing happened, then at worst, they had been overly cautious. But if this was real, their advanced preparations would come in handy. Sigh. Stephen put away his Rotom phone, but just as he did, another private message appeared. Stephen clicked on the message and was immediately taken aback. The sender was still Stranger number 1, but the content was completely unexpected. Stranger number 1, if Groudon and Kyogre truly awaken and the Hoenn League is unable to handle the situation, you can contact me. I might be able to help. Stephen's eyes narrowed slightly. He had originally assumed the sender was just an ordinary civilian, someone cautious and unwilling to expose their identity for fear of retaliation from Team Magma or Team Aqua. But now, this was far from ordinary. Who exactly was this person? Naoki turned off his phone, exhaling in satisfaction. Now everything should be fine. He wasn't certain when Groudon and Kyogre would awaken, so it wasn't like he could run to Hoenn in advance and camp out just to watch. However, by maintaining contact with Stephen, he might just get the opportunity to witness this legendary battle firsthand. And more importantly, he had a score to settle. Kyogre had once seriously injured his Dragonite. As Dragonite's trainer, it was only fair to get payback. And now, with the strength he had gathered, he was confident that even if Groudon and Kyogre teamed up against him, he could handle them. Not to mention, he wasn't alone. If it really came down to it, all it would take was one call to summon Giratina and Calyrex. Worst case scenario, Dragonite could always use Dragon Express service Dragonites, or he could use the Dragon Scale gifted to him by the shiny Rayquaza to summon it for backup. Considering all the Poke Puffs and Poke Blocks he had stocked up, Rayquaza would definitely be willing to help Dragonite teach Kyogre a lesson. As he thought about it, Naoki suddenly froze. Wait, had he accidentally become one of those legendary Pokemon trainers? He glanced at his current lineup. Koraidon in peak condition. The twin steeds, Spectrier and Glastrier. Giratina, the ruler of the distortion world. Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests. Mewtwo, the strongest artificial Pokemon. This was terrifying. At this rate, he could outmatch even Tobias, the legendary trainer who had taken a Darkrai and Latios into the Pokemon League. But of course, not every legendary Pokemon in his care was willing to fight. Giratina? Absolutely. It would love to join in on the chaos. Calyrex? Most likely. It would see it as part of its duty. But Mewtwo? No way. These days, Mewtwo had no interest in fighting. Instead, it had fully embraced the life of a peaceful farmer at the World Tree, tending to crops alongside Calyrex. A once feared Pokemon is now cultivating berries and apples like a rancher. I should really stop thinking about this. Today was Role Model Day. That meant one thing. It was time to take his 3-Gagote to the World Tree for a visit. There was a particular Skiddo there, one that Mewtwo had rescued in the past. It had suffered greatly at the hands of humans, and now Naoki's Gagote were visiting to offer companionship and support. Naoki had once heard Mewtwo recount the story of the Skiddo. A year ago, Mewtwo and its fellow clone Pokemon had been traveling aimlessly across the world. During one of their stops, they came across a secluded house deep in the wilderness. The owner of the house was a burly middle-aged man, his face rough with age and covered in a thick beard. Using his Houndoom, the man had captured numerous wild Pokemon, forcing them to labor under his command. Since the male Skiddo couldn't produce milk like a female Miltank, its role was to haul heavy cargo, carrying stones and supplies. Meanwhile, the man sat comfortably at the back, Houndoom at his side, a thorned whip in his grasp, watching the Pokemon toil under the harsh sun. The enslaved Pokemon were exhausted, their bodies covered in dirt and bruises. Whenever the Skiddo faltered, struggling to carry its burden, the man would crack his whip mercilessly, forcing it to continue. Day after day, the brutal treatment continued, until the poor Pokemon's body was covered in welts and scars. That was when Mewtwo passed through. Seeing the suffering of the Pokemon, Mewtwo couldn't simply walk away. Fueled by a sense of justice, it freed the Pokemon, taught the man a lesson he would never forget, and erased his memory. From that day forward, the rescued Skiddo became part of Mewtwo's team. But the experience had left a deep scar on the Pokemon's heart. It had since grown wary of humans. Now, on the way to the World Tree, Naoki shared the Skiddo's past with his own 3-Gagote, explaining the reason behind today's visit. So, our mission today is to visit that poor little Skiddo at the World Tree and keep it company. Understood. As he spoke, Naoki adjusted the wooden tray in his arms, carefully balancing the freshly steamed grass dumplings he had made earlier. These were meant as a gift for the Skiddo at the World Tree. Unlike their unfortunate counterpart, Naoki's 3-Gagote had never suffered such hardship. Born and raised on the grassy plains near Casseroya Lake, they had always lived a carefree life. That was until Naoki found them and brought them back to his ranch. There, they were given the best care, plenty of food, shelter from harsh weather, and a peaceful place to roam. At times, they felt like they were the happiest Gagote in the world. In comparison, the Skiddo they were about to meet had endured so much. Mia, one of the Gagote, let out a determined cry, its eyes burning with resolve. No problem. It would make sure the poor Skiddo felt welcome. The second Gagote immediately nodded in agreement. Mia, we'll help it forget all about that awful human. The third Gagote glanced at its companions before eagerly chiming in. Mia, me too. Naoki smiled at the sight of their enthusiasm. Good, that's the spirit. While chatting, Naoki and his three Gago traveled through the Distortion World's gateway, stepping onto the vast floating island where the world tree stood. Taking the bubble elevator, they ascended all the way to the top floor. The world tree was as lively as ever. The Pokémon living there moved about freely, enjoying the bustling streets and the thriving Expedition Guild. As Naoki led his Gagote along the path, various Pokémon greeted him warmly. Naoki returned their greetings with a smile. Before long, he arrived at a familiar spot, the cafe, and sure enough, there he saw his own Evolutions relaxing inside. Upon spotting him, the three EV brothers, led by Flareon, perked up instantly. Waving their tiny paws, they called out excitedly. Booey! Naoki walked up to them, reaching out to poke Flareon's fluffy head. You haven't been home all day, he teased, smirking. Are you planning to evolve into a Noibat instead? Ever since the Expedition Guild was founded, the Pokémon from Naoki's ranch had started frequenting the World Tree. It wasn't just the Evolutions. Even Alchemy, Garganacl, Ogerpon, Goldingo, and other Pokémon had taken to visiting. At first, everything was fine, but over time, the Pokémon became so enamored with their surroundings that they hardly wanted to leave. Because of this, Naoki jokingly referred to them as wild Pokémon. However, as soon as he said that, Flareon's gaze shifted awkwardly, looking a bit guilty. Booey! The other Pokémon nearby also started avoiding eye contact. Naoki smirked. All right, have fun. He ruffled Flareon's fur before gesturing toward the Pokémon in front of him. After all, this place was built just for you. Booey! Hearing that, the Evolution's eyes sparkled with joy, their tails wagging in excitement. Naoki chuckled to himself. If the EVs spent more time playing at the World Tree, it meant they wouldn't be lounging around at home, constantly seeking his attention. That would make his life much easier. Independent Pokémon like Glaceon and Umbreon weren't too much of a problem. But Flareon and Sylveon? They were too affectionate. There were times when he'd just be sitting on the sofa, scrolling through his Rotom phone, only for a few Evolutions to jump onto his lap, squeeze in beside him, or drape themselves over his shoulders. Sometimes, they'd even press their noses against his face just to get him to play with them. Breathing became difficult, and his clothes would be covered in EV fur. Thinking of this, Naoki dusted off his hands and turned toward the Pokémon. All right, you guys keep playing. I'm taking Gagote to visit a certain Skiddo. Booey! Hearing this, Leafeon perked up and quickly pointed out where the Skiddo was. It had just seen the little one near the windmill, riding the breeze. Oh, at the windmill? Naoki nodded, patting Leafeon on the head. Got it. Thanks. Then, he turned back to the Evolutions. I'll be heading off. Don't forget to come home tonight. I'll cook up something delicious for you. At the mention of food, the Evolution's ears twitched in excitement. Eevee! They all responded in unison. With that, Naoki followed Leafeon's directions and made his way to the windmill. Sure enough, when he arrived, he spotted the Skiddo standing alone by the riverbank, staring at its reflection in the water. Hey, Skiddo! Naoki called out. The little Skiddo flinched slightly before turning its head toward him. Naoki approached with his own Gagote following closely behind. These are the Gagote I told you about, he said gently. I brought them here today to visit you. Oh, and I brought you something tasty. He placed a basket of freshly steamed green grass dumplings onto the soft grass. Skiddo's nose twitched, clearly tempted by the sweet, fragrant scent of the dumplings. Seeing this, the three Gagote eagerly encouraged it. Bah! Eat up! Bah! These are Naoki's homemade grass dumplings. The best in the world. Mia, that's right. Faced with such enthusiasm, Skiddo hesitated, feeling a bit shy. Naoki realized what was happening. His presence as a human likely reminded Skiddo of its past mistreatment. It was understandable that it still harbored some fear. To ease its tension, Naoki casually turned away and began inspecting the large field, where Pokémon had planted various crops with their own hands. The Gagote, however, mistook Skiddo's hesitation as fear of Naoki himself. So, they quickly reassured it. Bah, don't be scared. Naoki is a really good person. Bah, that's right. Even though we weren't hatched by him, he's always taken great care of us. Skiddo's ears twitched in confusion. Bah, Naoki is your master? One of the Gagote shook its head. Mia, no, he's our trainer. Seeing Skiddo's curiosity, the Gagote eagerly shared their own story with Naoki. A long time ago, they had been weak, little Skiddo living by a vast lake. One day, a human arrived at the lake, engaging in a fierce battle against them before capturing them with Pokeballs. The human was Naoki. From that moment on, the three Skiddo found a new home at Naoki's ranch. To make them feel welcome, Naoki didn't just provide them with shelter. He went above and beyond, crafting fresh, delicious grass dumplings for them daily using the most fertile, hand-picked grass. Under Naoki's care, they flourished. With time, they grew stronger and eventually evolved into powerful Gagote. But that wasn't all. They became the guardians of a trial. Trainers from all over would come to the ranch to challenge them, testing their strength against the mighty Gagote. Yet, despite countless challengers, only two had ever managed to pass their test. As Skiddo listened to the story, its heart swelled with admiration. It could hear the genuine fondness in the Gagote's voices as they spoke about Naoki. That human was really kind. Skiddo thought back to its own past, the mistreatment it had endured, the harsh reality of being forced to work under cruel conditions. Hesitantly, it asked, Bah, has Naoki ever hit you with a whip? The three Gagote froze, blinking in confusion. Bah, whip? No. Why would Naoki hit us with a whip? Skiddo lowered its head in thought, then asked again. Bah, because you didn't finish your work? The Gagote burst into laughter. Work? What work? Their daily routine at the ranch consisted of dancing, eating, napping, and basking in the sun. Occasionally, they would use their grass-type energy to help take care of the crops, but that was voluntary, and Naoki never forced them to do anything. Skiddo's eyes widened as realization dawned. Naoki didn't force Pokémon to work? Its heart clenched with envy. One of the Gagotes stepped forward, standing tall and proud as it looked at Skiddo with a determined gaze. Bah, then let's train. Skiddo tilted its head, confused. The Gagote grinned. Mia, that way, you could become as strong as us and protect yourself and other Pokémon. As soon as those words left its mouth, an incredible surge of energy erupted from the Gagote. A deep, radiant green light spilled forth, pulsing like a heartbeat before bursting outward in waves, engulfing the entire area. In an instant, the whole world transformed into a sea of emerald energy. The very ground shimmered with pure, grass-type power, as if the land itself had awakened. Lush, glowing grass swayed under an invisible breeze, stretching far into the horizon. It was surreal. Skiddo stood frozen in awe, completely captivated. Mia, the energy radiating from the Gagote was unbelievable. However, the next moment brought an even greater shock. The three Gagotes bent down slightly, their hooves digging into the ground as a force of nature gathered at their core. Brilliant green energy condensed around their mouths. And then, it solidified into a massive, sacred sword. Three gigantic, gleaming sword of grass-infused power extended from their jaws, humming with raw energy. The Gagote wielded them effortlessly, standing tall and proud as warriors of the land. And in the blink of an eye, they vanished. With a thunderous crash, a massive boulder nearby was cleaved cleanly in half, before shattering into countless fragments. The force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling across the ground. Skiddo, degree. The young Skiddo's eyes widened in awe. That was incredible. Its heart pounded as it stared at the three senior Gagotes before it, eyes brimming with admiration. If I could become that strong, Skiddo thought, would I be able to protect myself? Protect my friends from humans who hurt them. Old memories surfaced, painful, terrifying memories that had been buried deep in its heart. A vast, desolate forest. A human who called himself a Pokémon hunter stood behind them, a cruel sneer on his face as he cracked his whip against the ground. "Move it, you useless wretches. Since you're not worth much, you'll work until you drop." Crack! Crack! The whip snapped through the air, striking down mercilessly. Some Pokémon, too weak to continue, collapsed from exhaustion. Others tried to resist, only to be ruthlessly taken down by his Houndoom. The rest could only tremble in fear, too terrified to fight back. When one Pokémon struggled to its feet, the hunter let out a cold laugh. "Pathetic. You actually thought you had a chance." And so, the work continued. But Skiddo had already been whipped countless times. Its body was covered in bruises and wounds. It couldn't keep going. The hunter noticed this and stomped toward it, fury burning in his eyes. "Slacking off again, huh?" he barked. Skiddo froze in place. It couldn't run. It couldn't fight. It was too afraid. The hunter raised his whip high, ready to strike again. And then, a shadow descended. Before the whip could come down, something stepped in front of Skiddo. A powerful presence, one that radiated overwhelming strength. Mewtwo. A terrifying psychic force erupted from its body. In a mere blink of an eye, the hunter and his Houndoom were blasted away, tumbling helplessly across the ground. That was the day Mewtwo saved them. If Mewtwo hadn't arrived in time, Skiddo might not have survived. The fear, the helplessness, the pain, Skiddo never wanted to feel like that again. And it never wanted to see others suffer that way, either. If it had been stronger back then, could it have fought back? Could it have protected the others? A new determination ignited in Skiddo's heart. Its gaze became firm. It lifted its head, looking up at the three mighty Gagote before it. "Bah, seniors, please train me." The Gagote studied the young Skiddo for a moment. Then, one of them grasped a bundle of grass dumplings with its vine whip and placed them in front of Skiddo. "Mia, eat first. Then we'll start teaching you our special move, the Sacred Sword of Grass." "Mia, Sacred Sword of the Grass." Skiddo's ears twitched in surprise at the name of the unfamiliar move. The Gagote nodded proudly. "Maya, that's right. That's the name Naoki gave to our ultimate move." Hearing that, Skiddo's heart swelled with excitement. It turned toward the basket of freshly made grass dumplings and, without hesitation, began eating in big, eager mouthfuls. Because if it wanted to be strong like its seniors, if it wanted to protect others the way Mewtwo had protected it, then it had to train. As Naoki inspected the crops growing in the fields, he spotted Mewtwo nearby and greeted it casually. "How's life here at World Tree?" Mewtwo, standing amidst the verdant landscape, remained as calm as ever. It nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Then a deep, telepathic voice echoed in Naoki's mind. "Everything is fine." Yes, everything was fine, Mewtwo thought. This World Tree Sanctuary was everything it had ever hoped for. A remote, peaceful place where no humans would disturb it. Only Pokémon lived here, free, unbothered, and safe. Most importantly, Mewtwo no longer needed to constantly search for food to feed the Pokémon it cared for. Thinking back, it recalled something that had happened a few days ago. The Pokémon it had been looking after had gathered together and presented it with berries from the trees they had grown themselves. The cloned Pokémon it had once rescued were so kind, so pure, and they had even learned gratitude. Mewtwo didn't need the berries, but it still accepted them. After all, it understood the sentiment behind their offering, and for that reason alone, it liked this place. Naoki smiled. That's good. He had been slightly concerned that Mewtwo wouldn't adapt to life here. "I thought you might get bored. Any plans for the future? Maybe travel the world and see what else is out there." Mewtwo remained silent. After a long moment, it slowly shook its head. "No, there is no need for that anymore." Naoki gave a casual shrug. "All right then. If that's the case, you can stay here without a worry. And if you're ever curious about the world outside, you can always use the Rotom phone to check things out." Mewtwo nodded in understanding. "Thank you." The Rotom phone had been a gift from Naoki, after all, and this entire sanctuary was something Naoki had helped create. As a Pokémon that carried both human and Pokémon genes, Mewtwo hesitated for a moment. Then it finally spoke again, its telepathic voice tinged with sincerity. "If you ever need help in the future, Come to me. Naoki blinked in surprise. Then, understanding dawned on him. Mewtwo wasn't one to express gratitude with words. This was his way of saying thank you. Naoki chuckled. All right then, I'll take you up on that. Mewtwo seemed to relax slightly at his response. At least now, it wouldn't feel indebted for living here. Just as their conversation wrapped up, Naoki suddenly noticed something strange in the distance. The farmland had transformed into a glowing green grass field. Turning his head, he saw exactly what he expected. 3 Gagote had claimed the area, and one little Skiddo eating the grass dumplings from the basket in front of it. What's going on? Both Naoki and Mewtwo were drawn to the scene. What are you doing? Naoki called out. The little Skiddo gulped down a mouthful of food before replying, Mia, the senior Gagote, are teaching me to use the sacred sword of the grasslands. Naoki blinked in confusion. Wait, sacred sword of the grasslands? He glanced at his 3 Gagote, then back at the determined Skiddo. The Gagote nodded quickly. Mia, this way it can protect itself and other Pokémon. Mia, that's right. I want to become a Gagote as awesome as seniors. The Skiddo said this with full of fighting spirit, then lowered its head and continued to eat the green grass dumplings with great effort. For a moment, a ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Was this some kind of Keldeo situation? Did that mean his 3 Gagote had become the equivalent of the Swords of Justice? It was just a shame Kyurem wasn't around. Otherwise, this could have played out exactly like the movie. Mewtwo, watching from the sidelines, also seemed deep in thought. Naoki let out a small sigh before finally speaking. All right, in that case, the little Skiddo's training is in your hands. The natural energy surrounding the world tree was rich, filled with the scent of fresh grass. It was the perfect environment for a grass-type Pokémon to train. Mia, we got this. The Gagote immediately responded with confidence. After returning to the ranch, Naoki handed over the day's fresh produce to Zack. With that done, he made his way to the kitchen. Tonight, it was time to prepare dinner for the Pokémon. Most of the Pokémon on the ranch had a sweet tooth, preferring desserts over anything else. Miltank, the EV family, Palmot, Calyrex, the NDD siblings, the list went on. So, tonight's menu? A full spread of desserts. Following the recipe book, Naoki carefully prepared a variety of treats. Tiramisu, egg tarts, caramel pudding, apple pie. Tiramisu is a dessert with a rich coffee and liquor-infused flavor. Its main ingredient is mascarpone cheese, and instead of the traditional sponge cake, it uses ladyfingers soaked in coffee. Finally, it's dusted with cocoa powder and left to chill for the flavors to meld. Earlier in the afternoon, Naoki had prepared a batch and stored it in the refrigerator, ensuring it would be perfectly chilled for when the Pokémon returned home. But tiramisu wasn't the only treat on the menu tonight. There was also caramel pudding, made with thick, fresh cream and topped with a delicate, crisp layer of caramelized sugar. An apple pie, filled with sweet apple compote, spiced with cinnamon and a hint of lemon juice to enhance its warmth and fragrance. As the sky outside darkened, the Pokémon who had spent the day playing at the World Tree finally returned. And the moment they stepped inside the house, Hey made a beeline straight for the kitchen. Bowie, leading the charge, Flareon sniffed the air, its ears perking up as it caught the sweet aroma drifting from the kitchen. Its eyes sparkled with anticipation as it loudly demanded to know, "By what delicious treats did you make for us today?" Naoki chuckled at the eager crowd gathering before him. "I made lots of desserts I know you'll love." He turned to the NDD sibling standing by his side. "Can you help me take them out of the fridge?" The elder NDD brother nodded and happily walked over to fetch the tiramisu and caramel pudding. Meanwhile, the EV trio, led by Flareon, twitched their little noses, sniffing at the desserts with wide, expectant eyes. Their tails wagged excitedly. Naoki couldn't help but chuckle. "You're all such greedy little furballs." Still, he glanced over the desserts one last time, noting that most of them boosted Pokémon happiness and strengthened their bond with their trainer. Nothing too unusual. NDD then approached with a knife, ready to portion the desserts for everyone. At that moment, two more Pokémon, Alchemy and Palmot, rushed over, their eyes shining with excitement at the sight of so many sweets. But on the other side of the kitchen, a few Pokémon who preferred meat-based meals were left staring longingly at the desserts. Their expressions could only be described as heartbreaking. Aga, ga, awu, mreem. At last, Koraidon couldn't take it anymore. With an exaggerated huff, it stomped into the kitchen, bringing Cyclizar, Fluttermane, Dragonite, and a shiny Dratini with it. All of them fixed pleading eyes on Naoki. Naoki, meanwhile, was busy feeding a piece of apple pie to the slugma warming itself under the stove. He turned to look at the Pokémon gathered before him. He couldn't help but laugh and asked. He burst out laughing. Are you guys also hungry? Aghast, Koraidon shook its large head, insisting that it wasn't hungry. It just wanted to be pampered like the EVs. Naoki's laughter grew. The EV evolutions are still babies. You guys are all grown. Some of you could start your own families at this point. Koraidon immediately deflated, lowering its head in exaggerated disappointment. Seeing its reaction, Cyclizar quickly perked up. GAO, I'm still young. The tiny shiny Dratini nodded repeatedly in agreement. And then Dragonite, the oldest of them all, did something utterly shameless. It wrapped its arms around Naoki, buried its face into him, and began acting like a helpless baby. Awa, take care of me too. Naoki. Fluttermane, floating nearby, fell in a deep thought. How old was I? Naoki let out a startled yelp as Dragonite suddenly clung to him, causing the spatula in his hand to slip and clatter onto the floor. Hey, get off me, he huffed, trying to push the massive Pokémon away. I can't cook if you guys keep causing trouble in here. Dragonite, along with the other hungry Pokémon crowding the kitchen, only pouted in response. But Naoki was firm. With a few shoves and some exasperated sighs, he herded the group into the living room, shutting the door behind them before finally returning to prepare their long-awaited meal. Of course, they didn't stay sulky for long. The moment the rich, savory aroma of roasting meat drifted from the kitchen, their ears perked up. They all turned toward the doorway, noses twitching. Watching this unfold, Indy covered her mouth and chuckled. Meanwhile, her older brother diligently moved about the house, vacuuming up the clumps of fur that the EV evolutions had shed. With summer in full swing, the thick fur they had grown for winter had begun to shed in clumps. Every day, the living room seemed to be blanketed in EV fluff. By the time Naoki emerged from the kitchen, carrying plates of food, the Pokémon had gathered excitedly, their eyes shining with anticipation. All right, dinner's ready, he called. A chorus of delighted cries erupted as the Pokémon rushed forward, eagerly digging into their meals. Meanwhile, the EV evolutions, already full from the desserts earlier, were sprawled lazily around the room. Some curled up together on the sofa, others sat on the floor, quietly grooming themselves, while a few lounged in the rocking chair near the fireplace, their tails flicking in contentment. Watching this peaceful scene, Naoki couldn't help but feel satisfied. A small smile tugged at his lips. He absent-mindedly reached out and patted the head of the nearby Cyclizar, who responded with a cheerful chirp. Eat as much as you like, Naoki told him with a grin. There's more in the kitchen if you're still hungry. Gah! Cyclizar happily wagged its tail. Having already eaten a little while cooking, Naoki wasn't particularly hungry. Instead, he felt overheated from standing near the slugma he used for heating the stove. He decided to step outside for some fresh air. The summer nights weren't as blistering as the daytime. A cool breeze from mountain rolled in, bringing a refreshing chill. Taking out his Rotom phone, Naoki checked his messages. He quickly responded to Iono, who had sent him a chat earlier, before noticing something interesting. He saw that Giratina and Mewtwo were once again chatting in the legendary Pokémon group chat. Naoki raised an eyebrow. Giratina, you should make a forum account too. Let's see who can get more followers. Mewtwo, not interested. Naoki, he stared at the screen, amused. If Mewtwo actually made a forum account, Team Rocket would probably collectively lose their minds. But more than that, what was Giratina's obsession with internet fame? Naoki recalled that, not long ago, Giratina had thrown a tantrum when Calyrex gained more followers than it. It even went so far as to ask Rotom to take endless photos of it, different angles, different lighting, different poses. It was determined to reclaim its popularity, this strange competitive streak. And this wasn't even the first time Giratina had tried recruiting Mewtwo to join the chaos. Of course, Mewtwo had zero interest from the beginning. Naoki, unable to resist, decided to join in on the conversation. Gold King, hey Giratina, how about I give you 2 Rotom phones? You can give them to Dialga and Palkia. Almost immediately, Giratina responded. Giratina, no, those 2 can't join the group. Naoki blinked. Gold King, why? Giratina, humph. No reason. It's just not happening. Naoki. Logically speaking, the relationship between the creation trio of Sinnoh, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina shouldn't be as openly hostile as the rivalry between Groudon and Kyogre, who are notorious for clashing the moment they see each other. However, given Giratina's banishment to the Distortion World, it's safe to assume that there's lingering tension between it and the other 2. Maybe it still holds a grudge against Arceus, or perhaps Dialga, and Palkia looked down on it for being cast aside. Naoki sighed. He wasn't likely to meet Dialga or Palkia anytime soon, so why not invite them to the group chat? But what about Arceus? Naoki couldn't help but wonder, was there a way to bring Arceus into the chat as well? In the movie Arceus and the Jewel of Life, Arceus regained its sanity in the end. Anyway, he promised Giratina that he would go join in the fun and help in revenge against Arceus. From Arceus' perspective, humans like Ash and his friends were just people trying to stop it from losing control and destroying the world. If it had truly regained its reasoning, maybe it wouldn't mind staying in touch. Perhaps, when a moment was right, he could hand Arceus a Rotom phone, saying it would help it understand the modern world. The only question was, would Arceus accept the phone? That was uncertain. But considering the lore, the Arceus in this world might only be an avatar, rather than the true creator of the universe. The real Arceus resided outside all dimensions, silently observing the evolution of humans and Pokémon. Compared to its avatar, the true Arceus seemed much more adaptable. It even went as far as developing its own Arceus-branded phone and sending it to Ray or Akari when they traveled back in time to Hisui. It wouldn't be a stretch to call Arceus a god who kept up with technology. April 28th, year 200 of the Pokemon League calendar. On this day, Iono received an invitation from Naoki and once again traveled from Levincia City to visit the ranch. It all started when Naoki posted a picture of his homemade desserts on his social media. Iono, ever the food lover, had commented instantly, "OMG, that looks delicious. I want to eat that too." Being the hospitable person he was, Naoki replied, "Come visit the ranch next time, and I'll make some for you." So, the very next day, Iono showed up. Naoki was genuinely surprised when he saw how fast she arrived. "Isn't the Levincia gym busy?" he asked. Iono suddenly looked a little guilty. "Yeah, I've got things under control. It's fine to take a day off once in a while." Hearing that, Naoki nodded in understanding. After all, in both games and anime, some gym leaders would close their gyms temporarily for personal reasons. There were even times when challengers had to help with odd jobs before they were allowed to battle. So this wasn't all that unusual. Iono ended up spending a wonderful day on the ranch, enjoying the fresh air, Pokemon, and of course, the desserts. By the time evening rolled around, she finally had to leave. Naoki watched as Iono and his Dragonite flew off into the sky, feeling quite satisfied. She had showered him with praise for his cooking, which was always nice to hear. He honestly wouldn't mind if Iono visited the ranch more often. It would make things much livelier, and his Pokemon would have more friends to play with. Naoki didn't have many human friends in the Pokemon world. There were a few, like Gita, Professor Sada, and Turo, Alder, Leon, and some local townspeople. But they didn't meet up often. Most of their interactions were just casual online chats. Whenever Iono visited, the ranch became a lot more exciting. The Pokemon got to make new friends, and Naoki got to talk to someone about human matters for a change. As Dragonite's silhouette gradually faded into the distance, Naoki let out a deep breath, feeling the peaceful quiet of the evening settle in. But then a thought crossed his mind. Steven and Wallace must have a friendship like this too, right? In the anime, those two were known to be close friends. Maybe it wasn't too different from how he got along with Iono. With a small chuckle, Naoki turned around and headed back home, leading Koraidon and the others inside. In the living room, NDD was tidying up, his careful movements keeping everything in order. Sister NDD stood nearby, watching Naoki with an amused smile. Noticing her unusually delighted expression, Naoki raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Something you want to say? As he spoke, he casually grabbed a handful of seed crisps from the table, taking a bite before reaching for his black tea. NDD nodded cheerfully, her voice carrying a teasing lilt. Iono seems to like you very much. Could she be the future lady of the ranch? Naoki nearly choked on his tea. Startled by her words, he accidentally spat out a mouthful, coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing him struggling, NDD quickly rushed over and patted his back, helping him recover. It took a moment, but once he finally caught his breath, Naoki stared at her in disbelief. What did you just say? NDD blinked innocently before repeating, Hi. My brother and I both felt it. Iono has a special fondness for you. Naoki's brain short-circuited. Iono likes me? He found the idea completely ridiculous. That's impossible. He had always treated Iono as a friend, nothing more. And besides, Iono was so young. In many ways, he saw her as a junior, much like Ash. But NDD tilted her head, looking confused. Yeah. But we can feel it clearly. Iono really likes you. Hearing their insistence, Naoki still found it hard to believe. Before he could dismiss the conversation entirely, Koraidon suddenly spoke up. Reo, that's right. Naoki turned to Koraidon with a look of disbelief. Wait, you like Iono too? Cyclizar, who had been quietly watching, perked up with curiosity. Caught off guard, Koraidon shifted awkwardly. Reo, she's a really nice person? NDD nodded in agreement. Yes, she's very kind. Naoki. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. You're all just imagining things, he said firmly, rubbing his temples. Let's just drop it, okay? No more talking about this. He didn't even know how to face Iono properly now. Seeing that Naoki was clearly overwhelmed, NDD let it go. All right, we won't bring it up again. Naoki exhaled, relieved. Just as he was saying something, his Rotom phone buzzed with an incoming message. It was from Steven. Steven Stone, you were right. Team Magma and Team Aqua really did attack the Weather Institute and the shipyard in Slateport City. Naoki, who had just sat down on his sofa, read the message and replied immediately. Stranger number 1, what was the outcome? Steven Stone, since we were prepared in advance, we swapped out the real Submarine Explorer 1 at Slateport Shipyard and hid it in a secure location. However, things didn't go as smoothly at the Weather Institute. Steven Stone, Team Magma, and Team Aqua infiltrated the Institute beforehand, disguising themselves as staff members, while the Hoenn League trainers were stationed outside, thinking they were preventing an attack. The real operation took place from within. As a result, they successfully stole data related to the ancient Pokémon Groudon and Kyogre. Reading this, Naoki sighed inwardly. As expected, he muttered to himself. It was no surprise that the Hoenn League had critical information on Groudon and Kyogre. Both the games and the anime hinted at this fact. Groudon and Kyogre weren't just myths, they were well-documented Pokémon whose movements were closely monitored by the League. If either of them stirred from their slumber, the Hoenn League would be the first to know. With this in mind, Naoki typed another question. Stranger number 1, what do you think their next move will be? There was a short pause before Steven responded. Steven sat in his study, staring at the message. He was deep in thought. This stranger number 1, he knows too much. His knowledge of Hoenn's history was remarkable. It was evident that he had spent considerable time researching the legends of Groudon and Kyogre. However, Steven knew something that this mysterious individual might not. Long ago, The myths of Groudon and Kyogre weren't just stories. Alongside these legendary Pokémon, two ancient artifacts were passed down through history: the Red Orb and the Blue Orb. These two artifacts weren't just relics. Legends stated that whoever possessed them could command Groudon and Kyogre. And the current location of these orbs? They were stored deep within MT Pyre, carefully guarded by the grandparents of Hoenn's elite 4 Ghost-type trainer, Phoebe. If Team Magma and Team Aqua had stolen data on Groudon and Kyogre, then their next target was obvious. They'll be heading to MT Pyre next. Steven's heart pounded. There was no time to waste. He immediately contacted Phoebe, instructing her to secure the orbs at all costs. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he left his mansion, stepped outside, and dialed another number. Within minutes, a Devon Corporation private jet, emblazoned with the company's logo, descended onto the landing strip. Steven climbed aboard, and, as the plane took off, he sent one final message. "Steven Stone, I'll figure out their next move. I'm heading there now." Reading Steven's message, Naoki smirked. So he really did guess it. MT Pyre and the red and blue orbs. If Team Magma and Team Aqua wanted to awaken Groudon and Kyogre, those orbs were the key. More than that, the ancient primal energy within them had the ability to restore Groudon and Kyogre to their true, original forms. Stranger number 1, good luck. Hope everything goes smoothly. After sending the message, there was no immediate response. Naoki wasn't worried. He simply made himself a cup of black tea and settled down, waiting patiently for updates. As he waited, a new message popped up, not from Steven, but from Iono. She was thanking him for letting Dragonite fly her home safely. Along with her message, she attached a picture of a sunny day doll. She wrote, "I'm really grateful for your hospitality, Naoki. I sent a little gift for the ranch." Seeing the photo of the tiny handcrafted doll, Naoki couldn't help but smile. When Dragonite returned, Naoki and the other Pokémon hung the sunny day doll outside the ranch's eaves as a symbol of good luck. At exactly 10 p.m., Naoki's Rotom phone buzzed again. It was Steven. "Steven Stone, everything went well. We successfully stopped Team Magma and Team Aqua's plans, thanks to a few unexpected Pokémon that showed up at just the right moment." Naoki raised an eyebrow. Stranger number 1, unexpected Pokémon. Steven Stone, yeah. A Teddiursa, a Zapdos, and a small feline-like Pokémon with pink fur and blue eyes. Naoki, isn't that the Hero Expedition team? Meanwhile, in the Hoenn region, atop MT Pyre, as Steven watched the 3 Pokémon disappear into the distance, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. That had been far too close. When he and Phoebe first arrived, Team Magma and Team Aqua were already in a fierce struggle, each determined to seize the 2 legendary orbs and prevent the other from claiming them. But the moment the 2 of them stepped in, the rival teams immediately put aside their differences and joined forces, taking Phoebe's grandparents hostage. Had it not been for the timely arrival of those 3 mysterious Pokémon, things could have ended very differently. One of them, a small pink Pokémon, had used its psychic powers to swiftly rescue the elderly couple from their captors. With the hostages freed, Steven and Phoebe seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, managing to take down both teams in one swift, decisive blow. Now, as the chaos settled, Phoebe watched the 3 Pokémon disappear into the night sky with a look of curiosity. Where did those 3 even come from? She mused, tilting her head. The most peculiar detail, she noted, was the Zapdos carrying a shoulder bag strapped around its chest. Steven, ever the composed gentleman, shook his head. "I have no idea," he admitted. "But either way, we owe them a great deal." Phoebe's eyes sparkled with intrigue. 3 Pokémon, each from different species, each with different typings, working together like that. You don't see that every day. From their coordinated movements and seamless teamwork, it was obvious these Pokémon weren't wild. And that bag, could they belong to a trainer? Phoebe wondered aloud. Meanwhile, Steven surveyed the surrounding area. Many of the buildings and shrines on MT Pyre had sustained heavy damage from the battle. His gaze turned toward the bushes where the red orb and blue orb had been discarded during the fight. His heart skipped a beat. The orbs were gone. What? His calm demeanor cracked for just a moment. Phoebe, noticing his alarm, rushed to his side. The two of them combed through the bushes, searching frantically for the missing orbs. But no matter how much they looked, the precious relics were nowhere to be found. A dark expression clouded Phoebe's face. "You don't think they were stolen by Team Magma or Team Aqua?" she asked, her voice tense. Stephen exhaled, collecting his thoughts. "No," he said firmly. "That's impossible. After all, every last one of Team Magma and Team Aqua's members have been apprehended and were currently being escorted into police custody. None of them had the chance to take the orbs. Which meant, then where did they go?" Phoebe muttered, her concern deepening. High above the Hoenn skies, amidst the swirling clouds, Zapdos soared at breakneck speed, cutting through the night sky like a golden lightning bolt. The sheer energy radiating from its wings caused the once clear sky to turn into a brewing thunderstorm, flashes of lightning illuminating the land below. On the streets below, Hoenn's citizens glanced upward with concern. Lately, the weather had been growing more and more erratic. Those paying attention to the news knew something was brewing. But what no one could see, hidden among the rolling thunderclouds, was a small pink Pokémon and a tiny bear-like Pokémon seated comfortably on Zapdos' back. Both were clutching two radiant gemstones, one glowing a deep crimson, the other shimmering a brilliant azure. The orbs glowed brighter than ever before. As the two Pokémon examined them with wide, fascinated eyes, the little bear, who had been the first to spot the discarded treasures, let out an excited squeak. It had instinctively sensed their incredible value. While Mew was busy helping the elders, the Teddiursa had wandered into the nearby bushes, where something shiny immediately caught its eye. Two beautiful, glowing orbs lay discarded on the ground. Its little paws trembled with excitement as it picked them up, eyes sparkling. "Teddy, these are so pretty," Teddiursa thought. "If I bring them back to Naoki, he'll definitely love them." Determined to surprise its trainer, the little bear carefully cradled the scarlet and indigo orbs and scurried back towards friends. Later that evening, when the expedition team found a safe place to rest, Teddiursa eagerly handed the orbs over to Zapdos, asking it to fly them back to the ranch as a gift for Naoki. Meanwhile, at the ranch, that night, just as Naoki was getting ready for bed, his Rotom phone buzzed again. It was another message from Steven. "Steven, there's been a change in the situation. The two important artifacts that Team Magma and Team Aqua were trying to steal have vanished." Naoki's drowsiness disappeared instantly. He knew exactly what Steven was talking about. Those two artifacts could only be the red orb and the blue orb. "Stranger number one, what happened?" "Steven, I have no idea." Steven proceeded to explain the entire incident. All of Team Magma and Team Aqua's members had been arrested by Interpol, yet the two orbs had completely disappeared. They had searched every last grunt. No sign of the orbs. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Naoki rubbed his chin in thought. That'd make sense. Could one of the grunts have used a psychic-type Pokémon to teleport the orbs away? He immediately sent his theory to Steven. "Stranger number one, could they have used a psychic Pokémon to teleport them somewhere else?" "Steven, unlikely. Team Magma and Team Aqua don't use many psychic types. Their rosters mostly consist of Mytena, Sharpedo, and Camerupt." That was strange. Naoki pondered for a moment, but since it was getting late, Steven decided to leave it for now. "Steven, thanks again for your help. I'll resume my investigation tomorrow." "Stranger number one, got it. Good luck." After logging out of the Pokemon Forum, Naoki continued to puzzle over the missing orbs. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't come up with an answer. At least, not yet. The next morning, early the next day, a Zapdos with a small backpack swooped down onto the ranch. The moment Naoki saw it, he knew what was coming. The expedition team was back with another delivery. With a sigh, he reached in his Zapdos bag. His fingers brushed against two smooth, round objects. The moment he pulled them out, his entire body stiffened. Two glowing orbs rested in his hands. One crimson, one deep blue. And then the system notifications popped up. Red orb, a scarlet glowing artifact that holds deep ties to Hoenn's ancient legends. Blue orb, an indigo glowing artifact linked to V. Hoenn's legendary Pokémon. What? Naoki almost dropped them in shock. No wonder Steven couldn't find the orbs. The expedition team had picked them up like a casual souvenir. Just then, his Rotom phone buzzed again. Seeing the caller ID, Naoki took a deep breath and pressed answer. It was Mew and Teddiursa. The video call connected, and Teddiursa and Mew appeared on the screen, their faces full of excitement. Through the Rotom phone, Teddiursa immediately noticed the glowing orbs in Naoki's hands. With a proud smile, it asked Naoki, "Do you like them? I found these beautiful treasures in the grass." Naoki. He knew it. No wonder Steven couldn't find the orbs. Teddiursa's natural ability, Pickup, must have activated. Seeing that Naoki remained silent, the little bear's expression quickly turned puzzled. Its ears drooped slightly, and it asked in a softer voice, "You don't like them?" Naoki snapped out of his thoughts and shook his head. That's not the problem. It was an absurd coincidence that the expedition team had stepped in to help Steven, but now a bigger issue had surfaced. You can't just take things that belong to others. Taking a deep breath, Naoki asked, "Yesterday you helped an elderly couple on top of the mountain, right?" At his words, both Teddiursa and Mew were shocked. "How did you know that?" they exclaimed in unison. Their words were automatically translated by Rotom Phone's built-in translator. Naoki sighed. "Because I heard it from someone else. One of the people you encountered yesterday told me about your appearance. They didn't recognize Mew, but based on their description, I had a feeling it was you." Understanding dawned on the two Pokémon. "Oh, so that's how you knew." Still, Teddiursa was confused. "But why don't you like them?" It tilted its head. Naoki patiently explained, "Because these orbs are extremely important to the people who live there. They aren't abandoned treasures." The realization hit Teddiursa like a thunderbolt. It had made a mistake. The little bear's ears drooped even lower. Naoki had always taught it never to take things that belonged to others, and Teddiursa had always remembered that lesson. But this time, it messed up. Somewhere in Hoenn, Steven was probably searching frantically for these two artifacts. Naoki frowned as he glanced down at the two legendary orbs glowing in his hands. There was no reason to hide the truth anymore. Taking out his Rotom phone, he sent Steven a message. "Stranger, the orbs are with me." Steven's response was immediate. Naoki rubbed his temples and sent another message. "Stranger, it's a long story. Let's add another account as a friend." With that, he sent his ID. Within seconds, a friend request from Steven Stone appeared. Naoki pressed accept and quickly explained everything. "Gold King, the Teddiursa from yesterday, is my Pokémon. It has the pickup ability, and when it saw the orbs lying on the ground, it thought they were abandoned treasures and picked them up." On the other end, Steven fell silent. This explanation actually made sense. Pokémon with the pickup ability were known for collecting random objects they found. But Steven couldn't shake a feeling of curiosity. That meant all three of those Pokémon from yesterday belonged to this person. How had they just so happened to be in the right place at the right time? And why was this person so informed about everything? Had he planned all of this? Steven's thoughts were spinning. But then, another message popped up. "Gold King, hello. Let me properly introduce myself. My name is Naoki, and I currently live in the Paldea region. I've traveled to Hoenn before, and have always been fascinated by its history and legends." Steven blinked in surprise. "Steven, wait, you're in Paldea?" Naoki had already anticipated his confusion and responded calmly. "Gold King, that's right. The Zapdos you saw yesterday flew the orbs to Paldea. It was an accident. Just send me your location, and I'll have my Pokémon deliver them back to you." Steven hesitated. It was undeniable that the two orbs weren't safe in Hoenn right now. If Team Magma and Team Aqua made another attempt, they could succeed. Perhaps it would be better to keep the orbs hidden somewhere outside of Hoenn until things calmed down. But could he really trust this person? After careful thought, Steven made his decision. "Steven, if possible, I'd like you to hold on to them for now. Naoki paused, a little surprised, but he quickly understood why. Gold King. If you trust me, I have no problem keeping them safe. Steven stared at his screen, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. There was still one thing he needed to know. After a moment of hesitation, he typed, Steven, who exactly are you? After all, Zapdos wasn't the kind of Pokémon just any trainer could have. And from what Steven had gathered, Naoki's Pokémon were currently traveling through Hoenn, completely unsupervised. What kind of trainer has Pokémon like that? And then the reply came. Gold King, me? I'm just a rancher. Hoenn region. A gentle rain drizzled over the volcanic crater, cascading down onto the stone-paved streets in the heart of the city. Within this natural caldera, nestled by the tranquil waters of the crater lake, stood the Cytopolis Gym, a grand structure in one of Hoenn's most iconic cities. According to legend, Cytopolis City was born from the eruption of an ancient underwater volcano. Over time, rainwater filled the massive crater left behind, giving rise to a magnificent lake in its center. As the years passed, people discovered that the region's warm, humid climate made it a perfect place to settle, leading to the foundation of the city. It was here that Stephen Stone arrived in search of assistance from his trusted friend, Wallace, hoping to uncover the whereabouts of the missing red and blue orbs. However, just as he was about to discuss his next course of action, a message flashed across his screen. Stephen stared at the reply in silence for a long moment. Gold King, the orbs are with me. Don't worry. Across the room, Wallace, lounging on a luxurious velvet sofa, sipped his tea while watching Stephen's reaction with keen interest. A rancher? Wallace repeated, raising an intrigued brow. Well, now that's fascinating. Stephen remained silent. He never would have imagined that the two legendary orbs had somehow traveled overnight from Hoenn to the distant Paldea region. The absurdity of the situation was almost laughable. More baffling was the fact that the three Pokémon he had encountered, a Teddiursa, a Zapdos, and a small pink feline-like Pokémon, were apparently all part of the same team. Stephen had spent the previous night researching the mysterious pink Pokémon. After cross-referencing the information in various records, he had finally identified it. It was none other than the mythical Pokémon Mew. That meant stranger number one, or rather, Naoki, as he had now introduced himself, not only had Zapdos, but also Mew under his command. It was nearly impossible to believe that a mere rancher could have captured such rare and powerful Pokémon. It wasn't that Stephen underestimated the profession of a rancher. Far from it. However, in his experience, ranchers specialized in raising Pokémon, not in catching legendary ones. Wallace, seeing Stephen deep in thought, smirked and swirled his tea. Well, I suppose this saves us a great deal of trouble. At the very least, Team Magma and Team Aqua will never suspect that the orbs have been taken to Paldea. Stephen exhaled slightly, his tense shoulders easing. He had spent days researching Hoenn's ancient history, fully aware of the catastrophic consequences should Groudon and Kyogre awaken once more. Thousands of years ago, the two titans had clashed in an all-out battle for dominance, wreaking havoc across the Hoenn region. Had Rayquaza not descended from the skies to quell their battle, the entire region might have been destroyed. In honor of that event, Sky Pillar had been constructed as a sacred site, forever tied to Rayquaza's legend. Returning his attention to the message, Stephen replied, Stephen Stone, then I'll leave them in your care. A response came almost immediately. Gold King, no problem. Once this is all over, you can come to my ranch to retrieve them. Stephen Stone understood. Wallace chuckled at the name. Naoki Ranch. What an interesting place this must be. A humble ranch, run by a man with legendary Pokémon? Now I'm dying to visit. Stephen, however, was still processing everything. Even though the orbs were now safe, the situation in Hoenn was far from resolved. Team Magma and Team Aqua had already obtained critical data on Groudon and Kyogre's locations. With the orbs out of reach, their only option now was to use force to awaken the two legendary Pokémon directly. Realizing this, Stephen acted swiftly. He opened the Pokémon League's communication network, initiating an emergency video conference with all gym leaders in Hoenn. Once all the familiar faces appeared on screen, Steven spoke in a commanding tone. From this moment forward, we are entering a state of high alert. His sharp gaze scanned the screen. I will personally head to Groudon's resting place to stop Team Magma's plans, while Wallace will dive into the deep seas to prevent Team Aqua from awakening Kyogre. If we fail, his voice grew heavier. Prepare for immediate evacuation procedures. The Weather Institute will be monitoring any activity from the two ancient Pokémon. Once they awaken, Hoenn's fate will be in our hands. A tense silence filled the call. Then, one by one, the gym leaders nodded in understanding. Understood. Got it. Leave it to us. We won't let Hoenn fall. Steven closed the call. With the next phase of the battle about to unfold, he turned to his closest ally. Wallace, I'll leave Kyogre to you. The Setopolis gym leader flashed an elegant smile, flipping his cape dramatically. Naturally, you can count on me, champion. Steven, with their roles decided, Hoenn's strongest trainers prepared for the inevitable showdown. Meanwhile, at Naoki's ranch, Naoki was chatting with Teddiursa about Mewtwo and the clone Pokémon. Don't worry, Mewtwo and the others have settled down at the World Tree, and the Expedition Guild and other facilities have been completed. You'll be surprised when you come back next time, Naoki said with a smile. Hearing this, Mew and Teddiursa, who had been slightly concerned, immediately felt at ease. Does Mewtwo like the World Tree? Mew asked curiously. He should, right? Naoki thought back to Mewtwo's behavior over the past few days. He was about to explain when something occurred to him. Smacking his forehead, he said, Oh, right? Mewtwo has a Rotom phone now. I'll send you its number so you can add it as a friend. As he spoke, Naoki switched screens and shared Mewtwo's contact on the Pokemon forum. The moment they received it, Mew and Teddiursa's eyes lit up with excitement. They couldn't wait to add Mewtwo to their friends list. Before ending the call, Teddiursa glanced at the two glowing orbs in Naoki's hands. Even if Naoki liked them, he wouldn't keep something that belonged to someone else. Teddiursa thought about it carefully, then patted its little chest with determination. Naoki, next time, I'll find an even prettier treasure for you. Naoki, he had no doubt about Teddiursa's ability to find rare items. With its pickup ability, combined with super luck and the divine blessing of Ho-Oh, it wouldn't even be surprising if one day it casually brought back one of Arceus' plates. Still, he was touched by the little bear's sincerity. Naoki smiled and nodded. I believe in you. Teddiursa's eyes sparkled with joy, and it nodded back enthusiastically. Yeah. Taking a deep breath, Naoki said, All right, I won't bother you two any longer. I need to prepare some food for Zapdos. Anything specific you'd like me to send over? Teddiursa's ears perked up. Honey pudding and honey candy. Mew, hovering beside it, chimed in poke blocks and poke puffs. Naoki chuck. Cled. Got it. I'll get started right away. After ending the call, he turned to Zapdos. How about you? Want anything to eat? The proud Zapdos lifted its head, feathers ruffling as it declared haughtily that it wasn't hungry. The next second, a loud grumble echoed from its stomach. Naoki! Zapdos' feathers fluffed up in embarrassment. Pretending he hadn't heard anything, Naoki turned away and headed to the kitchen, getting to work on preparing the Pokemon's treats. Meanwhile, at the World Tree, Mewtwo was sitting in a quiet clearing when a notification popped up on its Rotom phone. A friend request? It tapped the screen in curiosity. Upon seeing the usernames, Teddiursa, Mew, and Zapdos, Mewtwo immediately understood and accepted the request. The moment it did, an incoming video call request appeared. Mewtwo hesitated for a brief moment before pressing accept. The screen lit up, revealing the excited faces of Teddiursa and Mew. Mewtwo, Mew beamed. You made it to the World Tree, right? Do you like it there? Seeing Mew's wide, bright eyes staring at it expectantly, Mewtwo felt a strange sense of warmth. It nodded. Yes, this place is the paradise we were searching for. That's great. Mew cheered. After we finish our mission here, we'll come back. Then I'll take you to our Hero Expedition team's secret base. Mewtwo nodded. All right, It paused for a moment before asking, "Are you still traveling as you did before?" Mew hummed happily. "Yep, there's still so many Pokémon in the world who need help." Hearing this, Mewtwo frowned slightly, a hint of confusion flickering in its eyes. "But why?" It hesitated, struggling to understand. "Why do you go out of your way to help other Pokémon?" Mewtwo pondered the question, wondering if Mew and Teddiursa helped others simply to gain something in return, perhaps a sense of fulfillment or the gratitude and gifts of those they aided. However, Mew's answer was far beyond its expectations. "Because they need help," Mew said matter-of-factly, as if the answer were obvious. Mewtwo was momentarily stunned. Was it really that simple? They helped others just because those Pokémon needed it? Teddiursa chimed in eagerly, nodding. "That's right. We want to make friends with everyone and invite them to the World Tree, so we can all live together forever." The little bear beamed as it imagined the future. "We'll play together in the fields, pick berries, nap in the tree hollows. We'll never feel lonely again. Just thinking about it makes me so happy." Happiness, Mewtwo murmured, repeating the word. What exactly was happiness? What did it feel like? It wasn't the first time Mewtwo had pondered such questions, yet the answer still seemed distant. After ending the conversation with Mew and Teddiursa, Mewtwo sat in silence for a long moment. Then, out of curiosity, it opened the search engine on its Rotom phone and began typing in human language. "What is happiness?" The results loaded almost instantly. Happiness is a deep, long-lasting sense of contentment with life. It is the joy that comes when one's needs are fulfilled and a stable desire to maintain the present state of being. It is a mindset, an experience, and even a way of living. Satisfaction with life. A stable state of wanting things to remain unchanged. Mewtwo reflected on its current existence. Life at the World Tree had been peaceful. It farmed fields, planted crops, harvested berries, and rested on sun-warmed stones alongside the clone Pokémon. There were no humans seeking to harm them, no Team Rocket tracking their every move, no battles for survival. No war, no fear, no hunger. Was this happiness? Mewtwo wasn't sure. At the ranch, as noon approached, Naoki finished preparing the requested food for Mew and Teddiursa. He packed honey pudding, honey candy, Poke blocks, and Poke puffs neatly in his Zapdos satchel, filling every bit of space inside. Then, as an extra touch, he placed a pack of specially made electric-type energy cubes in the bag, just for Zapdos. Finally, he checked the Poke balls stored in the satchel. Mew and Teddiursa had taken them on their journey to recruit new Pokémon for the World Tree, but during this period, they hadn't caught anyone new. Maybe they've been too busy searching for Jirachi to invite anyone, Naoki thought. After making sure everything was ready, he gently stroked Zapdos' slightly prickly feathers and said, "All right, everything's set. I packed all the food Mew and Teddiursa asked for, and I also made a batch of energy cubes for you. I wasn't sure which flavor you'd prefer, so I prepared a mix of ones typically enjoyed by electric-type Pokémon." Zapdos turned its sharp gaze toward Naoki. Despite its usual prideful nature, the Thunderbird couldn't help but be touched by the gesture. Of course, it wouldn't admit that. Instead, it let out a sharp cry, flapped its mighty wings, and turned away with an air of indifference, as if to say, "Humph, this is no big deal." Naoki smiled knowingly. "All right then, safe travels." Without another glance back, Zapdos soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared into the clouds. Watching the majestic Pokémon vanish, Naoki found himself thinking about Mew and Teddiursa. Their little expedition team had come such a long way. It was actually kind of moving. Who would have thought that? In the beginning, Teddiursa was just a mischievous Pokémon that relied on its adorable appearance to trick farmers into giving it honey. And now, it had grown into a kind-hearted Pokémon, one that carried a heart full of justice. Naoki sighed, feeling a wave of nostalgia as he prepared to head back to the house with Koraidon, ready to enjoy the cool breeze of the air conditioning. But just then, Koraidon suddenly tensed up, its keen eyes locking onto something in the distance. "Rayo, what's wrong?" Naoki followed its gaze. That's when he spotted it. a Sprigatito sitting in the bushes. Naoki froze for a moment. A wild Sprigatito? That was unexpected. The grass-type starter Pokémon from Paldea wasn't commonly found in the wild. It was usually raised by trainers who selected it at the start of their journey. But as Naoki took a closer look, he noticed something odd. The Sprigatito wore a small bell around its neck, similar to those found on Gagoed herds raised on farms. Clearly, someone had placed that bell on it. So it's not wild? Naoki muttered. Surprisingly, the Sprigatito showed no fear upon seeing him and Koraidon. Instead, it calmly padded toward them, eyes bright with curiosity. When it got close enough, it looked up at Koraidon, then at Naoki, before tilting its head slightly. Spyrai. Naoki blinked. Hold on a second, he said, pulling out his Rotom phone and activating the Pokémon Translator app. Say that again. Sprigatito glanced at the phone, then repeated itself. Spyrai. A moment later, Rotom translated the words aloud. Is this the Pokémon Tavern? Naoki was stunned. The Pokémon Tavern? It actually came here looking for Tavern. Recovering quickly, he crouched down and asked, What brings you here? Sprigatito's ears perked up as it confidently answered, Meowha. I heard this place helps Pokémon. Naoki nodded. That's right. Do you need help finding your trainer? He figured it must have gotten lost and learned about the Pokémon Tavern from another Pokémon that had been helped before. He imagined a poor, worried trainer searching desperately for their missing partner. However, the moment he brought up its trainer, Sprigatito's expression soured. Spyrai. No way. It turned away, its tail flicking in irritation. Naoki was startled. Wait, what? Did it just reject my help? Sprigatito huffed dramatically before continuing. Apparently, its trainer had caught a new Pokémon and started paying all their attention to it, completely ignoring Sprigatito. Feeling neglected, the jealous Sprigatito had run away from home. Later, it overheard some other Pokémon talking about a tavern that helps Pokémon with their problems. So, it had come seeking advice. Naoki listened carefully, his expression growing amused. So, you're not here because you wanted to help you find your trainer. He trailed off, piecing things together. Sprigatito turned back toward him, puffing up its chest. Spyrai, I want to ask, how do I make my trainer like only me? Naoki was speechless. Sprigatito stared up at him, eyes full of hope. It seemed to think Naoki was some kind of expert on the matter. He felt a sudden headache coming on. Pokémon could really be something else sometimes. Seeing Naoki's reaction, Sprigatito frowned, its ears twitching in frustration. Then, as if sensing that Naoki was too slow to understand, it decided to explain its entire life story in one dramatic rant. Spyrai, 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 huh? Astro is so mean. Ever since he caught that new Pokémon, he only pays attention to it. He spends all day taking care of those annoying Pokémon, and he didn't even notice that I ran away from home for days. Naoki immediately understood. So, you want your trainer to only like you and no one else. Sprigatito nodded furiously. Spyrai, that's right. Can you help me? If you do, I'll even give you my favorite treasure. Naoki, so I'm not the only one dealing with Pokémon jealousy problems. Apparently, this was a universal issue. He had far too many Pokémon at the ranch, and some of them got jealous whenever he spent time with others. Just the other day, Flareon and Sylveon refused to move from his lap while he was working, demanding attention. And now, he was supposed to help this little drama queen make its trainer obsessed with it? Naoki let out a long sigh. So, what you want is for your trainer to only pay attention to you and no other Pokémon. In the living room, Naoki sat on the sofa with Koraidon, his arms resting on his lap as he looked across at the Sprigatito sitting in front of him. The little grass-type Pokémon leisurely licked its paw before nodding firmly. Spyrai, that's right. Hearing this, Koraidon, who had been watching silently, let out a deep, rumbling sound. Rayo, I feel like you're asking the wrong person. Koraidon wasn't wrong. Naoki, yes, this was absolutely the wrong person to ask. He himself had way too many Pokémon who got jealous of each other. Sprigatito tilted its head at Koraidon's reaction. Spyrai, what's wrong? Nothing hot. Naoki quickly covered for Koraidon's comment with an awkward laugh. However, Sprigatito remained skeptical, narrowing its eyes. Spyrai, can you really help me? I'm not sure, Naoki admitted, but I could try to think of some solutions for you. Sprigatito's ears twitched. Spyrai, like what? Naoki considered for a moment before offering his advice. For starters, you should be more proactive. Don't just wait around. Express how you feel to your trainer. Be there when they need help. Maybe that way, they'll think you're smart and reliable, and naturally, they'll start paying more attention to you. However, as he spoke, he recalled a crucial fact. Sprigatito, much like most feline Pokémon, was notoriously independent, easily jealous, and prone to sulking. If its trainer started giving more attention to another Pokémon, there was a good chance Sprigatito would get moody, ignore commands, or, in the worst-case scenario, run away from home. Hearing Naoki's words, Sprigatito fell into deep thought. Spyrai, if I do that, will my trainer only care about me? Koraidon, who had been sitting beside Naoki this whole time, let out a quiet huff. It looked as if it had something to say, but was hesitating. Naoki, on the other hand, hesitated for a different reason. He wasn't going to lie to the little Sprigatito, but he also couldn't make empty promises. Not necessarily, he said honestly, but your trainer might start appreciating you more than before. Sprigatito took a moment to digest that. Then, suddenly it brightened up. Spyrai, I got it. I'll try it first. If it works, I'll give you my treasure. Before Naoki could even respond, Sprigatito leaped off the sofa, dashed out the door, and disappeared into the bushes. Naoki sighed in relief. At least he wouldn't have to deal with another overly possessive Pokémon in his home. However, Koraidon watched Sprigatito vanish into the distance, then suddenly turned its head toward Naoki. Its expression was unreadable. A moment later, it rumbled, Rayo. Rotom phone quickly translated. Who is your favorite Pokémon, Naoki? Naoki. A polite, neutral smile spread across his face. I like all of you equally. Koraidon narrowed its eyes. Rayo. Really? Then who do you like more? I like all of you the same, Naoki repeated firmly. Seeing that Naoki was dodging the question, Koraidon changed tactics. Rayo, do you like Cyclizar? Naoki blinked in mild surprise, but answered without hesitation, of course. He glanced at Koraidon and added, for a trainer, their first Pokémon is always special. And Cyclizar was the first Pokémon I met when I arrived in this region. Naoki's voice softened with nostalgia. Back then, before the ranch became what it is today, it was just the two of us. I had nothing, no money, no stable home, just a rundown cabin that barely kept out the rain. But Cyclizar stayed by my side. Cyclizar never left, even when things were tough. Cyclizar slept beside me every night in that old, drafty house, just to keep me warm. A quiet breeze passed through the room. Koraidon listened to Naoki's words in silence. It didn't know how to feel. This warmth, this weight of emotions. It was the same feeling it had experienced before when it was just a Cyclizar, when it first met Naoki. It was impossible to say Koraidon didn't feel anything deep down, because right now, it was both a Cyclizar and not a Cyclizar. It had evolved, transcended its former self. Yet at its core, it was still the same Pokémon that had once followed Naoki through thick and thin. So, it felt both happiness and jealousy. The happiness came from knowing just how much Naoki cherished that Cyclizar. The jealousy? It came from the fact that the Cyclizar in Naoki's memories, the one he spoke about so fondly, was not Koraidon as it was now, but the past version of itself. Seeing Koraidon lost in thought, Naoki continued. But you know, each of you Pokémon means something different to me. Like how every family member has a unique role. A father, a mother, siblings. Each one plays an important part. Because everyone is together, we can call it family. Rayo. So, complicated. Koraidon's head started to spin from all this talk about family dynamics. In the end, it decided to abandon overthinking altogether and simply flopped onto the soft grass, stretching out comfortably. It gazed up at the sky, watching white clouds drift lazily overhead. Naoki chuckled before turning back toward the house. It was time to start preparing lunch for the Pokémon. As he entered the kitchen, the familiar bubbling sound of molten magma echoed from the heating pipes. Slugma emerged, its molten body glowing faintly as it slithered across the floor, ready to assist Naoki with starting the fire. Naoki smiled at the Pokémon's diligence. "You're always so reliable." Squatting down, he grabbed a few berries and energy cubes from the counter, offering them to Slugma. The little lava Pokémon's eyes gleamed as it accepted the treat, its body pulsing warmly in excitement. Two small bursts of white smoke suddenly puffed out from its vents with a whoosh, startling a flock of chattets that had been resting on the rooftop. With loud, indignant squawks, the birds scattered into the sky. Naoki let out a small laugh. All right, eat up." Using a metal tool, he carefully removed the charred fruit cores that had burned inside Slugma's molten body. As he worked, a thought crossed his mind. Looking at the slightly cramped ventilation ducts, he suddenly asked, "Hey, would you be interested in living over at the World Tree instead?" Slugma, halfway through chewing a berry, froze. Naoki explained, "This place is kind of small. You're always moving through the pipes every day. It must feel a little suffocating, right?" Compared to the vast, open space of the World Tree, this little kitchen vent felt almost unfair to Slugma, especially now that the World Tree had flourished. So many Pokémon had moved there already, yet Slugma remained behind, confined to this tiny corner of the ranch. Besides, with the house's air conditioning and fireplaces working perfectly fine, it wasn't like they needed a living heater anymore. Naoki half expected Slugma to immediately leap at the opportunity. But to his surprise, Slugma shook its head firmly. "You want to stay here?" Naoki asked in surprise. Naoki furrowed his brows. "Why? The World Tree has so much more space, and plenty of Pokémon would love to be your friend." At that moment, Naoki's Rotom phone lit up and automatically translated Slugma's response. Slugma says, "Because Naoki and Palmot are here, I want to stay too." Slugma nodded happily, confirming its words. Naoki blinked, a little taken aback. Then, slowly, his lips curved into a warm smile. "I see. Then let's stay here together." After deciding to create a disguise, Naoki wasted no time. That very afternoon, he ordered all the necessary materials for the mask from an online marketplace. 3 days later, his package finally arrived. May 2nd, year 200 of the Alliance calendar. A Polyper, carrying a large delivery satchel, descended from the sky, landing in the open fields of Naoki's ranch. However, something was off. Unlike the usual swift and energetic delivery birds, this Polyper looked exhausted, its feathers ruffled and its eyes weary. Naoki frowned, stepping forward. "What happened to you?" Upon inquiring, he quickly learned the reason for the delay. The Polyper had been attacked by wild Pokémon during its journey. Despite the struggle, it had fought off its assailants and protected the package with all its might. Naoki was taken aback. Even though Pokémon couriers like Polyper were trained for safe deliveries, unexpected attacks weren't uncommon. But this poor Polyper had clearly gone through a rough time. It was so shaken that it refused to take the same route back. Naoki sighed. "You did great. Here, let me take care of you first." He carefully took the package, then pulled out a medical kit, gently treating the Polyper's wounds with an antidote and some healing balm. The grateful Polyper squawked in appreciation before taking off, heading back home through a safer route. Watching it disappear into the horizon, Naoki exhaled. Well, that was unexpected. Shaking his head, he turned back to the World Tree, where Mewtwo awaited. Upon arriving at the World Tree, Naoki handed the package of materials to Mewtwo. The Pokémon took one glance at them before its deep, telepathic voice resonated in Naoki's mind. "What shape do you want to take?" Naoki paused. What should the mask look like? The first thing that came to mind was the Blaziken mask worn by Meyer. That disguise had not only included a mask, but also a cloak and bodysuit, all designed after Blaziken. That meant Naoki should also base his mask on a Pokémon. But which one? His gaze instinctively drifted to Koraidon, who had followed him to the World Tree. No. Koraidon would be way too obvious. Naoki quickly dismissed the idea. There were only 2 Koraidon in the world. One was being studied in Area 0, and the other was right here with him. If he ran around in a Koraidon-themed mask, people would immediately make the connection. It had to be something common, something familiar in the Paldea region. Then, inspiration struck. Cyclizar. Cyclizar was one of the most common Pokémon in Paldea. They were an important mode of transportation, used by thousands of people every day. If he made a Cyclizar mask, it wouldn't seem unusual at all. Cyclizar, Naoki declared confidently. Mewtwo, who had seen Cyclizar before, simply nodded. With a wave of its hand, the mask materials floated into the air, enveloped in a soft purple aura. Then, a miracle unfolded before Naoki's eyes. Under Mewtwo's telekinetic control, the raw materials began reshaping themselves, bending and molding as if obeying an invisible sculptor. Within moments, the pieces fused together, forming a sleek, black and green mask shaped just like Cyclizar's face. The craftsmanship was perfect. Even the texture looked authentic, as though it had been handcrafted by a master artisan. "It's done," Mewtwo announced. Naoki carefully picked up the mask and examined it. It was stunning. The contours, the design, flawless. It fit perfectly over his face, covering his identity without obstructing his vision. "This is amazing. Thanks, Mewtwo." Mewtwo simply gave a small nod before turning away, already returning to its other tasks. Naoki, now armed with his new disguise, grinned. From now on, when he wore the mask, he would be the Cyclizar mask, and when he took it off, he would go back to being nothing more than an ordinary rancher. With a satisfied smirk, he turned to Koraidon. "All right, let's head back." As Naoki and Koraidon left the distortion world and returned to the ranch, he immediately noticed something unexpected. Sitting in the grass, tail flicking lazily, was a familiar figure. Sprigatito, the same jealous little cat Pokémon from before. Naoki absent-mindedly munched on a few translation seed crisps from his pocket as he approached the familiar green-furred feline. "Well, did my advice work last time?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Sprigatito, however, looked anything but happy. With a dramatic flick of its tail, it angrily recounted its latest troubles to Naoki and Koraidon. "Spyrai, this is unforgivable. Nothing I did worked." Sprigatito stomped its tiny paws against the ground in frustration. "Spyrai, huh? And while I was gone, he went and caught another Pokémon. He completely ignored me. He doesn't care about me at all. Naoki, that was a bit much." His brows furrowed as he thought about it. If what Sprigatito said was true, then its trainer really was being neglectful. "So, you ran away again today?" The grass cat Pokémon huffed, its ears twitching with irritation. "Spyrai, I'm never going back." Naoki's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, are you saying you're abandoning your trainer?" He had heard of trainers abandoning their Pokémon before. That, unfortunately, wasn't rare. Take Paul from Sinnoh, for example. He only captured Pokémon with high potential, releasing any that didn't meet his expectations. Even Pokémon like Charmander had been abandoned in the past by careless trainers. But for a Pokémon to abandon its trainer, that was extremely uncommon. Sprigatito, however, looked completely serious as it nodded with determination. "Spyrai, huh? That's right." Naoki opened his mouth to respond, but at that very moment, a boy, no older than 10, appeared at the entrance to the ranch. The moment Sprigatito caught his scent, its fur bristled. Without hesitation, the feline turned tail and ran, diving straight into the tall grass. Within seconds, it had vanished, blending perfectly into the green surroundings. Naoki blinked. That was fast. The boy did not notice it and instead turned his gaze to Naoki, who was standing there. He looked worried, his expression a mix of anxiety and determination. Excuse me, have you seen a Sprigatito around here?" Naoki, his gaze flickered toward the tall grass, where he knew the very Sprigatito in question was hiding. But all he saw were a few other Pokémon, Butterfree, Alchemy, and Cyclizar, none of which were green-furred cats. So this is its trainer. Studying the boy carefully, Naoki noted the genuine concern on his face. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. Sprigatito, he echoed, pretending to think. I did see one earlier. It was drinking from the river and nibbling on berries this morning. Are you its trainer? At Naoki's words, the boy's face lit up with relief. Yes, I am. However, his expression quickly darkened, and his shoulders sagged. I don't know what's going on lately. Sprigatito keeps sneaking out and disappearing for days. I don't know why, but every time I find it, it just runs off again. He sighed, clearly troubled. Naoki almost chuckled. Kid, your Pokémon is as close to completely ditching you, and you don't even realize it? From what he could tell, Sprigatito was probably just angry. It wanted its trainer's attention, but felt jealous and replaced. So, it was throwing a tantrum. Maybe not a very reasonable tantrum, but a tantrum nonetheless. Still, Sprigatito was likely speaking out of frustration rather than truly wanting to leave its trainer forever. Naoki hummed in thought before offering a suggestion. Well, don't worry too much. If it's been coming around here lately, it might show up again. The boy looked up hopefully. You think so? Naoki nodded. There aren't many houses nearby. If it gets hungry, it'll probably come back to the ranch to look for food. Do you want to wait here? The boy brightened immediately. Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Rancher. Then, with a polite bow, he introduced himself. My name is Astro. I'm from Cabo Poco, and I'm traveling around Paldea with my Pokémon. Naoki smiled. Naoki handed the Cyclizar mask to Koraidon for safekeeping before inviting Astro into the living room. As the young trainer took a seat, Naoki poured him a glass of water. Astro had been chasing after Sprigatito for who knows how long, and in his anxiety, he had completely forgotten to hydrate. The boy gratefully accepted the drink, gulping it down in one go before exhaling in relief. Thank you so much, he said earnestly. Naoki smiled. No problem. If you don't mind, could you tell me what's been going on with your Sprigatito? Meanwhile, just outside the door, Sprigatito had crept up silently under the eaves. It pricked up its ears, keenly listening in on their conversation. Some of the Pokémon on the ranch noticed its presence, tilting their heads in curiosity. But Sprigatito paid them no mind. It wanted to hear what its trainer had to say. Inside, Astro nodded at Naoki's request and began explaining. This is my first year as a Pokémon trainer, he started. I received Sprigatito as my starter from the director of the academy, and we did everything together, attending classes, eating meals, even joining extracurricular activities. It was great at first. Naoki listened attentively, nodding along. But then, I don't know what happened. Astro frowned. One day, Sprigatito just got mad at me and ran away. I wasn't even doing anything different. His brows furrowed. And it's not the first time, either. This is the 5th time it's run away from home. Naoki. Yep, that sounded exactly like a Sprigatito. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Do you remember when it first started acting like this? Astro blinked. The first time? His face scrunched up in thought, trying to recall. It was about 3 months ago, he said. I had just graduated from Yuva Academy and was super excited to finally start my journey as a real trainer. So, the first thing I did after leaving school was head straight to the grasslands outside Mesagoza to catch my second Pokémon. Astro grinned proudly, clearly reliving the moment. I managed to catch a Bounsweet. And after that, Naoki continued, what happened next? Astro rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Well, after catching Bounsweet, I also caught Skiploom, Espurr, Watrel, Marill, and Psyduck. Naoki blinked. All in one day, Astro waved his hands frantically. No, it took me a week. He puffed out his chest in excitement. I've been dreaming about becoming a Pokémon trainer for so long. The moment I finally got my first Pokémon, I just couldn't stop catching more. Naoki, I think I know why Sprigatito ran away from home, he said. Astro was stunned. Huh. Pokémon like Sprigatito are very possessive of their trainers, he explained. They don't like sharing their trainer's attention with others. Astro's eyes widened slightly. Naoki continued. Let me guess, after catching those Pokémon, you fed them sandwiches, played with them, and petted them, right? Well, yeah, Astro admitted. That's how you bond with Pokémon, isn't it? At that moment, realization dawned on his face. His mouth fell open in shock. Wait, are you saying Sprigatito ran away because I caught too many Pokémon? Naoki nodded. Exactly. Pokémon, just like humans, have deep emotions, he said. They feel happy when their trainer praises them, and they feel sad when they're ignored. Astro sat there, stunned. Naoki sat back, watching Astro process everything. Sometimes, a trainer has to learn self-restraint, Naoki said gently. There's only one trainer, but when too many Pokémon are caught at once, it becomes difficult to give each of them the care and attention they deserve. Astro listened intently. In a situation like that, Naoki continued, some Pokémon will inevitably feel neglected, just like Sprigatito. Astro's expression shifted. So, Sprigatito ran away because it felt ignored. For the first time, he truly understood. His starter Pokémon had run away 5 times, and each time, it stayed away longer and longer. If this continued, would there come a day when Sprigatito gave up on him entirely, never coming back? A cold sense of fear crept up his spine at the thought. His memories flooded back, clear as day. The moment he first saw Sprigatito, he immediately chose it over Fuecoco and Quaxley. Their time at Uva Academy, sitting in classes together, running side by side on the school field, racing until they were both exhausted, enjoying meals at the cafeteria, staying up late in the dorm, and falling asleep with Sprigatito curled up beside him. He clenched his fists. Meanwhile, Naoki had already noticed the small green figure lurking outside the door. Sprigatito's ears twitched slightly as it continued to eavesdrop. Naoki exchanged a brief glance with Koraidon, then turned back to Astro and asked, Astro, is Sprigatito important to you? Of course it is. Astro answered immediately, without hesitation. At those words, Sprigatito's heart trembled. Spyrai, really? Naoki nodded, then followed up with another question. If you could see Sprigatito again right now, what would you say? Astro didn't even need to think. I would apologize. His voice was firm. I ignored it for too long. From now on, I'll be more careful with its feelings. I'll never let it feel abandoned again. Naoki smiled. He glanced toward the doorway. Did you hear that, Sprigatito? Huh? Astro whipped his head around in shock. And there, standing in the doorway, was Sprigatito. The grass cat Pokémon had an awkward look on its face, as if it hadn't planned on getting caught listening in. Sprigatito! Astro sprang to his feet, rushing forward. He scooped up his Pokémon, holding it tightly in his arms. I'm sorry, he said sincerely. I shouldn't have ignored you. I promise. I'll never do that again. Sprigatito blinked up at him in surprise. After a moment, its ears twitched, and it let out a soft purr. Spirit-eye. A little later, Astro had finally calmed down. Naoki briefly recounted everything that had happened after Sprigatito arrived at the ranch. So that's what happened, Astro murmured, looking down at his Pokémon. Then he turned back to Naoki, bowing deeply. Mr. Naoki, thank you so much for looking after Sprigatito. Naoki waved a hand dismissively. No need for thanks. He glanced at the feline Pokémon. Actually, Sprigatito still has something to say to you. Want me to translate? Huh? What do you mean? Naoki grinned. It said that it likes you a lot and wants to stay by your side forever. Astro froze. His mouth opened slightly, eyes widening in shock. Sprigatito, sitting on his shoulder, tilted its head away, looking embarrassed. Naoki chuckled and stretched. So, in the future, don't ignore its feelings. With that, Naoki turned, waving as he walked back toward the ranch. Safe travels, you two. Astro and Sprigatito watched his figure disappear down the road, standing there for a long moment. Then, Astro smiled. Sprigatito, let's continue our journey. Spyrai. Yeah, let's go. The trainer and his Pokémon set off down the dirt path, disappearing over the horizon. Back at the ranch, Naoki was about to head inside when Koraidon suddenly approached him. It held out a small, round object. Naoki blinked. Huh? What's this? Rayo. Something Sprigatito left behind. Koraidon explained. Naoki's eyes widened slightly. Sprigatito left something for him? He took the small object in his hand, examining it carefully. Suddenly, a strange feeling washed over him, and information appeared in his mind. Gratitude seeds, special seeds given by Sprigatito, infused with deep gratitude. When planted, they will grow into a unique crop. Naoki stared at the seeds in his palm, still surprised by the unexpected gift. Rayo, Koraidon, standing beside him, tilted its head in curiosity. Naoki glanced at Koraidon before carefully tucking the seeds away. Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's plant them. With nothing pressing at the moment, Naoki grabbed a shovel and found a good spot in the pasture. He dug a small hole, carefully placed the seeds inside, and covered them with soil. Once that was done, he called for Calyrex to come over. Calmly, Calyrex lifted a hand, and a soft blue glow radiated from the soil. The energy pulsed, seeping into the ground like shimmering water. Then, something miraculous happened. The soil cracked ever so slightly, and from within, a tiny sapling sprouted. It grew at a visible speed, its trunk thickening, its branches stretching outward, until it became a towering 5-meter tree with strong, sturdy bark. At first glance, it looked no different from any ordinary tree. But as Naoki stepped closer, he noticed something strange. Embedded within the trunk was a perfectly round hole, just large enough for a small Pokémon to enter. It was as if the opening had been naturally carved out, its walls and floor smoothly polished, not rough like he had expected. Naoki narrowed his eyes, sensing something special about this tree. At that moment, information about the tree appeared in his mind. Nurturing treehouse. Type, special crop. Description, a unique tree that simulates a natural incubation environment. If a Pokémon egg is placed inside, the nurturing treehouse will absorb nutrients from the earth and sky, ensuring safe and accelerated hatching. Pokémon hatched within the tree will be healthier, stronger, and their natural potential will be greatly enhanced. Increases talent growth and learning aptitude of newly hatched Pokémon. Naoki froze. A nurturing treehouse. He murmured, reading the description again. This was no ordinary tree. This was a living, self-sustaining incubator, a natural hatching chamber that not only nurtured Pokémon eggs, but enhanced the abilities of any Pokémon born inside. This is insane. If this existed in the games, it would mean every Pokémon born here would have perfect stats. Higher comprehension meant they could learn new moves faster. Higher innate talent meant they could reach incredible heights in strength. This was a breeding dream come true. Naoki couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If only this had been here sooner. He sighed. If this tree had existed earlier, he could have placed all those EV and Dragonite eggs inside and raised them to their absolute peak potential. But it wasn't too late. There were plenty of Pokémon at the ranch, and even more on the World Tree. Sooner or later, new life would be born. When that happened, this tree would become an invaluable treasure. Eager to see the tree in action, Naoki turned towards Koraidon. But there was a problem. Paradox Pokémon, at least in the games, couldn't breed. Naoki glanced at Koraidon, who was staring back at him, confused by the intense gaze. Rayo, what? Naoki chuckled. Never mind. Instead, he turned his gaze across the ranch, searching for his Dragonite. Naoki remembered something important. His Dragonite had once fallen in love with a fellow Dragonite from the island. That Dragonite also joined the other Dragonites in living on the World Tree. If they were still in contact, Naoki couldn't help but be curious. What would happen if a champion-level Dragonite that had eaten storm buns, enhancing its strength to legendary levels, had an egg, and that egg was hatched inside the nurturing treehouse? What kind of insane potential would the offspring have? With this thought in mind, Naoki scanned a ranch. Sure enough, he spotted Dragonite carefully packing poffins and poke blocks into a bag under Rotom's guidance. Naoki smiled and walked over. The moment Dragonite saw him, it perked up, waving excitedly. "Oh, how have you been feeling lately?" Naoki asked. These days, Dragonite would occasionally visit the Dragonite Island at the World Tree to see its old companions. Traveling from the ranch to Dragonite Island took only 3 minutes, making it incredibly convenient. Oh, Dragonite let out a cheerful cry, clearly in good spirits. However, after a moment, it tilted its head and looked at Naoki with confusion, as if wondering why he was asking such a question. Oh, ahem. Naoki cleared his throat and leaned in slightly. I remember that Dragonite you liked before is also on Dragonite Island now, right? You've been going there pretty often lately. Are you going to see her? Oh, Dragonite quickly shook its head. It wasn't going to Dragonite Island for that reason at all. It had simply been bringing fruits and poffins to the Dratini and Dragonairs living there. Having once been raised by the elder Dragonite of the island, it felt a sense of responsibility now that it had more time and more treats than it could eat. It wanted to take care of the younger dragons in return. Every time it arrived, the little Dratini and Dragonairs would swarm around it, eagerly listening to stories of the outside world. Dragonite would excitedly recount its life on the ranch, its adventures delivering supplies, and the places it had visited. After hearing these tales, the young dragons had started declaring that when they grew up, they wanted to leave the island and become delivery Pokémon too. Naoki! Oh no! It looked like the Dratini and Dragonair of Dragonite Island were about to be corrupted by Dragonite's influence. Ow! Dragonite blinked in confusion. Naoki sighed and shook his head. So that's what you've been up to. I thought you were visiting that other Dragonite. Dragonite let out a small, exasperated huff. It's all right. Go on with your work. He could tell that his Dragonite no longer had any romantic interest in its old crush. In that case, there was no need to force the issue. Ultimately, it was Dragonite's choice. With that thought, Naoki reached out and patted Dragonite's head. Dragonite responded with an affectionate hug before returning to its task, carefully packing the poffins and poke blocks into its bag. Watching it work, Naoki asked, "Are you heading to Dragonite Island again?" Dragonite nodded enthusiastically. Oh, it had promised to bring delicious poffins for the Dratini and Dragonairs living there. Naoki thought for a moment, then turned his gaze toward a lone Dratini that was basking in the sun on the ranch. After a moment of consideration, he picked up the little dragon and handed it to Dragonite. "Take this Dratini to Dragonite Island for a little while," Naoki said. There was currently only one Dratini at the ranch, and compared to staying here, Dragonite Island was a much better environment for it to grow. There it would have plenty of fellow Dratini and Dragonair to play with, and the elder Dragonite would be around to take care of them. Dragonite looked at the small Dratini in its arms and readily agreed. Oh, however, the young Dratini's big, round eyes suddenly filled with panic. Its tiny body trembled slightly, and a thin layer of tears welled up in its eyes. Woo! It let out a soft cry. Was Naoki sending it away? Seeing its reaction, Naoki was momentarily taken aback. With his ability to communicate with dragon types, he quickly sensed the Dratini's thoughts. Naoki shook his head helplessly and reassured it. "No, I'm not sending you away. I just want you to go to the World Tree and play for a while. There are many other Dratini there, just like you." Dratini blinked in surprise. "Woo, can I come back?" it asked nervously. Naoki smiled and nodded. "Of course. When Dragonite returns, you can come back with it." Hearing that, Dratini finally relaxed, its tiny body settling down. "All right then, have fun." Naoki waved at them. With that, Dragonite happily took off, carrying Dratini safely in its arms. They soared over the lake, passed through the gateway to the reverse world, and made their way toward the World Tree. Upon arriving, they took the World Tree's natural elevator system and descended into the area where Dragonite Island was located. With Dratini still nestled in its grasp, Dragonite finally arrived at the familiar lake in the heart of the island. A bright smile spread across its face as it cheerfully greeted its companions. Oh, as soon as Dragonite landed, the Dratini and Dragonairs in the lake eagerly swam over to greet it. Dragonite reached into its bag and pulled out poffins and poke blocks, generously sharing them with the young dragons. Seeing the delicious treats, The Dratini and Dragonaires cheered happily, their tails flicking in excitement. Nearby, the shiny Dratini hesitated, curiously observing the unfamiliar group of Dratini in the lake. Noticing this, Dragonite gently placed the shiny Dratini into the water and introduced it to the others. "Oh, this is our new friend." The gathered Dratini and Dragonaires turned their eyes to the newcomer. "Woo, oh, woo, owo." After a brief moment, their expressions brightened with welcoming smiles. They eagerly invited the shiny Dratini to share some poffins with them. After their meal, they planned to head out to the sea together to practice catching fish. Seeing the warmth and friendliness of the other Pokémon, the shiny Dratini felt a wave of relief. It looked at its new companions, blinked once, and then happily agreed. "Woo!" At that moment, several Dragonite caught the scent of the poffins and poke blocks. Their eyes widened, and they turned to stare at Dragonite's bag, filled with the enticing treats. Dragonite immediately noticed their stares and instinctively clutched its bag tightly. "Oh, if you want to eat, you have to work for it." The wild Dragonites blinked in surprise. This wasn't the first time they had heard the word work. They had heard it many times before from their fellow Dragonites, the ones that left the island every morning and returned only in the evening. Those Dragonites always came back carrying large boxes of delicious poffins, sometimes sharing a few pieces with the others. The poffins had been so delicious that the wild Dragonite had never forgotten their taste. And so, every afternoon, they would patiently wait on Dragonite Island, hoping to snag a few leftovers from their working companions. At first, the working Dragonites had been generous and shared their spoils. But as time passed, they had stopped offering, saying, "We worked hard to earn these. If we keep sharing, we won't have enough for ourselves." The wild Dragonites had never really understood what work was, but now, hearing it again, they exchanged glances with each other. Then, an idea formed in their minds. They turned to Dragonite and asked, "Oh, can we also go to the ranch and work for poffins like you?" Dragonite nodded firmly. "Oh, that's right." Hearing this, the wild Dragonites didn't hesitate. 5 minutes later, a swarm of Dragonite soared into the sky, leaving the reverse world behind. Naoki, who had been peacefully weeding his farmland, was suddenly interrupted by Cyclizar. Looking up, he saw what could only be described as an aerial invasion, a flock of Dragonite descending from above. They circled overhead, scanning their surroundings before finally locking their sights on him. Within seconds, more than a dozen Dragonites landed around the farmland. Naoki, the leader of the group, a confident and heroic-looking Dragonite, stepped forward and let out a proud cry. "Oh, Rotom phone," floating nearby, automatically translated. "Want to work part-time too?" "Naoki, oh boy." The Dragonite are all mobilizing. He had way too much experience handling these situations. After confirming their intentions, Naoki sighed and pulled out his Rotom phone. He quickly contacted his own Dragonite and told it to return immediately. Then, Naoki efficiently equipped each Dragonite with a Rotom phone. With the arrival of 12 new recruits, Dragonite Express officially expanded its operations. The next morning, a flock of Dragonite, each carrying a backpack and a Rotom phone, soared into the sky from the ranch, setting off in different directions across the Paldea region to deliver packages. Standing on the ranch, Naoki watched this impressive sight unfold and couldn't help but sigh. Dragonite Island only had a limited number of residents, yet somehow most of them had now signed up to work at his ranch. According to Dragonite, even the young Dratini and Dragonaires back at the island were eagerly looking forward to growing up just so they could join Dragonite Express and enjoy a life of work, poffins, and luxury. It was absurd. Are poffins really that irresistible to Dragonite? As the number of Dragonite employees increased, new challenges arose. More Dragonite meant a much higher demand for poffins. With over 30 Dragonite now working for Dragonite Express, Naoki and Sister NDD had to prepare over 40 boxes of poffins daily. After all, it wasn't just Dragonite. The other Pokemon at the ranch also needed their share. Even with NDD's help, the workload was starting to become overwhelming. After careful thought, Naoki came up with a solution. Instead of making all the poffins themselves, he decided to prepare only a portion each day and outsource the rest. As a staple snack in the Pokemon world, poffins were quite affordable. A large box cost just 500 Poke dollars. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of stock or failing to pay the Dragonite their well-earned wages. With that in mind, Naoki began browsing online for reputable dessert shops. Eventually, he struck a deal with a bakery called Bulbasaur's Dessert Shop, arranging for a daily delivery of freshly baked poffins. The shop was located near Glass Bottle Market. Originally, the bakery used Toucan courier services for deliveries, but Naoki found them a bit too slow. So instead, he decided to handle the pickup himself. Every afternoon at 3 o'clock, he would send a team of Dragonite to collect the ordered poffins. Then, when the Dragonite returned from their shifts at 5 o'clock, he would distribute their well-earned rewards. With this system in place, Dragonite Express could continue its operations smoothly, and Naoki no longer had to worry about a Dragonite labor strike due to unpaid wages. Finally, everything was under control. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Dragonite Express had wrapped up for the day. The Dragonite, having completed their deliveries early, returned to the ranch just in time to receive their daily salary. As the freshly delivered boxes of poffins were placed in front of them, the dozen or so new employees couldn't contain their excitement. This job is amazing. Each delivery took them at most half an hour, leaving the rest of the day free to play, nap, and sunbathe in the pasture. Back in the wild, they had to fly across vast oceans, spending far more time in the air than they did now while working. Compared to that exhausting lifestyle, this job was a dream come true. At that moment, the new Dragonite employees felt one overwhelming regret. Oh, well, why didn't we start working here sooner? We could have been eating poffins every day. Dragonite couldn't wait to return to Dragonite Island, but the temptation of Poke Puffs was too great. As soon as it took a bite, a delightful crunch filled its mouth, followed by the soft, fluffy texture of the filling. The rich aroma of fresh berries blended perfectly with the sweet yet delicate crust, making each bite an indulgent treat, sweet but never overwhelming. That's the taste. The dozen or so newly hired Dragonite employees suddenly had their eyes light up with excitement. Without hesitation, they plopped down on the grass, basking in the golden glow of the setting sun, their faces filled with pure bliss as they savored their well-earned treats. Seeing them enjoy their reward, the older Dragonite workers stood off to the side, watching curiously. Soon, however, those who had been with Dragonite Express for a while found themselves at a loss for words. Rather than wasting time standing around, they gathered up their boxes of Poke Puffs and took off, heading into the distortion world to rest on Dragonite Island. Dragonite cast a sidelong glance at the new recruits, a look of disdain in its eyes. Naoki stood by, observing the scene with amusement. Then, he turned to his own Dragonite and said, "By the way, give this a try. Let me know if the flavor has changed." Hearing this, Dragonite picked up a Poke Puff and took a careful bite. Its eyes widened slightly in surprise before a look of confusion settled on its face. Oh, wasn't today's batch made by Naoki and NDD? Noticing Dragonite's puzzled expression, Naoki chuckled and explained, "I actually bought these from a specialty dessert shop. Do you like the taste?" Dragonite took a moment to assess the flavors. While it still preferred the ones made by Naoki, these store-bought Poke Puffs were still delicious. Oh, Dragonite nodded its large head in approval. Seeing this, Naoki sighed in relief. He had been a little concerned that the Pokemon might not like the change. But now that it seemed they could accept them, he and NDD could finally catch a break. Even so, relying on store-bought Poke Puffs indefinitely wasn't ideal. It would be nice if there were Pokemon that specialized in baking Poke Puffs. If he could recruit some, he could move the kitchen equipment to the World Tree, allowing them to handle the daily baking. That way, the Pokemon living on the World Tree could make their own Poke Puffs without depending on outside suppliers. As he pondered this, several Pokemon came to mind. He had already asked the Great Hero Expedition team to look for them, but Mew and Teddiursa hadn't encountered any yet. Naoki had also considered recruiting a few NDD to help with baking, but wild NDD were incredibly rare. He felt lucky to have even come across the two NDDs he had met before, just a chance encounter during NDD's search for a potential trainer. Well, there's no need to rush these things. After giving it some thought, Naoki decided to put the idea on hold for now, because something far more important was about to happen. May 3rd, year 200 of the Pokémon League calendar. The energy drained from Calyrex had finally been restored. Today was the day the World Tree would be nurtured once again. Early in the morning, Naoki gathered all the Pokémon from the ranch and set out for the floating island where the World Tree stood within the Distortion World. Standing before the colossal tree, both Naoki and Calyrex felt a deep sense of anticipation. This was the second-to-last growth cycle for the World Tree. Just one more time next month, and it will be fully mature. After so many experiences, Calyrex had become completely accustomed to the process. Without speaking, it simply raised its hand. A surge of radiant emerald light surged into the World Tree, enveloping it like a flowing tide. The next moment, an unprecedented wave of lush green energy erupted from the tree, expanding outward in rippling waves of pure life force. Deep within the World Tree, Pokémon could sense the change and instinctively looked skyward. In a blink, Mewtwo appeared at the very top of the tree. Bathed in a warm green glow, Mewtwo gazed down upon Naoki and the Pokémon below. A strange hum echoed across the Distortion World. Then, something astonishing happened. The emerald ripples spread out across all the floating islands in the Distortion World. Wherever the light passed, barren, lifeless landscapes were transformed, dry. Rocky soil became lush and fertile, sprouting new vegetation. Far away, Giratina, who had been idly browsing the internet, suddenly sensed something unusual. Its eyes snapped open. Flapping its enormous shadowy wings, it immediately took flight, soaring towards the World Tree, where Naoki and the others were gathered. As it landed beside them, its piercing gaze scanned the transformed islands in the distance. Giratina's golden eyes widened in disbelief. It could feel the undeniable change in its domain. Compared to Giratina's shock, Naoki remained calm. This was a clear sign that the World Tree's power was nearing its peak. And the first realm to be affected was Giratina's Distortion World. Looking at the verdant, floating islands, Naoki felt a deep curiosity stir within him. What will the Distortion World look like once the World Tree is fully grown? Just thinking about it was thrilling. Unbeknownst to anyone, the World Tree's energy did not stop within the Distortion World. The green energy surged through the gateways connecting dimensions, spilling into the real world. Like ripples spreading across the surface of a pond, the life force radiated outward, expanding in all directions. In mere moments, it enveloped the entire planet. Johto region, a dazzling rainbow stretched across the sky. At its very end, soaring gracefully through the heavens, was a Pokémon of unparalleled beauty. This was Ho-Oh, the legendary Pokémon said to bring happiness to those who glimpse it, a symbol of hope and rebirth. Suddenly, a breeze carrying a pure, natural essence swept past. Feeling the surge of vitality and energy, Ho-Oh abruptly halted mid-flight. Its crimson eyes flashed with a mix of surprise and uncertainty, scanning its surroundings, searching for the source of the mysterious energy. But just as quickly as it had come, the wind vanished, like an illusion, leaving behind no trace. In the ozone layer, high above the Earth, Rayquaza hovered, lazily gnawing on the outer shell of a passing meteorite. Mid-bite, it suddenly froze. Something was different. It lifted its head, emerald eyes narrowing as it scanned the vast expanse of the ozone layer. Yet there was nothing. A flicker of confusion crossed Rayquaza's gaze before it unfurled its serpentine body and bolted into the distance, moving as fast as lightning, determined to track the source of the anomalous energy. Kalos region. Deep within a mysterious, shadowy cave, a monstrous serpent-like Pokémon stirred from its slumber. A pair of glowing, pale blue eyes flickered open. Zygarde, the guardian of the ecosystem, had awakened. Unlike other legendary Pokémon that roamed freely, Zygarde functioned differently. It existed in pieces. Dividing itself into cores and cells, it had spread across the land, silently monitoring the world's balance. When the balance tipped too far, Zygarde would appear to eradicate the threat. And now, that time seemed near. Across Kalos, forests once lush and teeming with life had begun to wither under the influence of something unnatural. Dark, writhing roots, corrupt energy cores, had begun spreading like a plague. The true culprits? The humans who carelessly disrupted the ecosystem. But today, Zygarde sensed something different. A faint but potent energy had rippled through the world. It wasn't the same corruptive force that had been plaguing the land. It was something pure, something restorative. A warning? A message from nature itself. Zygarde's piercing gaze sharpened. Although the energy was faint, it could sense where it had come from. Not Kalos. Somewhere distant. After a brief pause, Zygarde sent out an order to one of its many scattered cells, instructing it to investigate. Hoenn region, deep within an active volcano, where molten rock churned and temperatures exceeded survivable limits, a massive red-scaled Pokémon stirred. Lava bubbled and churned, yet Groudon remained unfazed, resting within its domain of magma and fire. Meanwhile, miles away, far beneath the ocean's crushing depths, within the darkness of a deep-sea trench, another colossal being awoke. Inside a hidden underwater cave, Kyogre, the sovereign of the seas, slowly opened its luminous blue eyes. For a moment, both titans remained still. Something had just brushed against their consciousness. A surge of life energy, pure and vast. But it had disappeared in an instant. Groudon and Kyogre both lifted their heads, attempting to track its source. Yet, no matter how they tried to focus, the energy was gone. Was it just an illusion? Beyond the stars, in the endless void beyond time and space, the god of creation, who was quietly observing the development of humans and Pokémon, suddenly noticed something strange coming from one of the worlds. A gleam of light flickered within the divine gaze of the great being. Then, the entirety of that world unfolded before its eyes. A human named Naoki, the Calyrex, the world tree that had been planted, the Expedition Guild, the Hero Expedition Team, Mew, and Teddiursa. Arceus narrowed its eyes slightly. An expedition team, its voice resonated softly, yet within that murmur was the weight of eternity. There had been no expedition team in the world Arceus had originally created. It had once crafted many realms, one where only humans existed, and one where Pokémon lived independently, unburdened by human influence. The Expedition Guild, however, had only ever emerged in a world where Pokémon lived without humans. But here, in a world where humans and Pokémon coexisted and evolved together, such a thing should not have appeared. Could it be because of that human? Had his existence somehow brought forth something unnatural, something that was never meant to be? A ripple of curiosity flickered through the god's omnipotent mind. Then Arceus spoke two simple words, words that echoed across the fabric of reality itself. How fascinating. A human who had changed the course of the world. One who had even befriended the cold and violent Giratina. Arceus let the other worlds it had been watching fade into the background. For now, its focus was wholly fixed upon this world. It wanted to see what else this Naoki and his Pokémon would bring into existence. As Calyrex's ritual concluded, the surging energy of life that had flooded the world tree began to settle. The pulsating emerald glow faded, and within moments, the tree stood once more in serene majesty, its presence unchanged yet profoundly different. Naoki lifted his gaze, and the world tree's detailed status surfaced within his mind. World tree, mature stage, a sapling that has absorbed an immense amount of grass-type energy. Due to its connection with Gagode, its growth has undergone a unique mutation. It harbors a boundless vitality, nurturing all life that surrounds it. It is said that one day it will be able to sustain an entire world, its energy nourishing all living things. Estimated time to full maturity, 9,854 years. Naoki's heart swelled with satisfaction. One more time, just one more cultivation cycle next month, and the world tree would finally reach full maturity. It was unbelievable. From 100,000 years to just 9,000, and all in the span of 2 years. And none of it would have been possible without Calorex's incredible power. Naoki turned toward Giratina, who loomed beside him, its imposing form basking in the afterglow of the ritual. With excitement brimming in his voice, Naoki grinned. "I'll be counting on you next month." Giratina, still reveling in the changes sweeping through its domain, let out a deep, resounding chuckle. For the first time in eons, its once barren and silent reverse world was flourishing. Life had taken root where once there had only been decay. Flowers bloomed upon the floating sky islands. Green sprouted from the ruins of a realm long abandoned. It turned its golden gaze to Naoki and bared its fearsome, jagged fangs in what could almost be called a smile. "Leave it to me." With the ritual complete, Naoki bid farewell to Giratina and left the reverse world, returning to the ranch alongside his Pokémon. The moment they stepped foot back into reality, a wave of heat pressed down on them. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its blazing rays over the landscape. The northwestern region of Paldea had reached a scorching 37 degrees Celsius today, a day fit for resting in the shade or lounging under cool waters. With the EV evolutions off playing at the World Tree and Dratini visiting Dragonite Island, the ranch was unusually quiet. Only Naoki, Koraidon, Cyclizar, and Alchemy remained behind. Naoki glanced around the cozy living room of the ranch. Koraidon was sprawled lazily on the carpet, yawning as it stretched out its powerful limbs. Alchemy was perched on the windowsill, deep in conversation with Palmot, who was nodding along attentively. Cyclizar was comfortably lounging on the sofa, eyes fixed on the television, completely absorbed in whatever was playing. Meanwhile, the NDD siblings were huddled together, engrossed in a handheld gaming console that Naoki had bought for them. Curious, Naoki approached them. "What are you playing?" The younger NDD turned to him excitedly, her round eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. She eagerly held up the game console, showing him the screen. On it, a Charmander and an EV were navigating a complex dungeon maze together. In order to make Naoki understand what she was saying, Sister NDD brought Naoki a couple of translation seed crisps, and then said happily, "Aya, we're playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. My brother is Charmander, and I'm EV. We're teaming up to explore the dungeon together." Naoki blinked in surprise. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? A mix of nostalgia and confusion washed over him. He pressed the home button on the console, switching the game to the background to check the title screen. There, in bold letters, was the game's name. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Rescue Team. Naoki's eyes widened. Wait, Game Freak exists in this world. He had long since accepted that the Pokemon world was vastly different from anything back on Earth, but to find out that Game Freak still existed here, and that Pokemon Mystery Dungeon was a thing, that was unexpected. Seeing his surprise, NDD tilted her head and asked eagerly, "Hey, Naoki, do you want to play with us?" Naoki hesitated for a moment. "Wait, this game supports multiplayer." Her older brother, the more tech-savvy NDD, nodded confidently. Up to 6 players can connect online." Naoki raised an eyebrow. "All right, you guys keep playing for now. I'll order a console first. Once it arrives, I'll join your team." Without missing a beat, he pulled out his Rotom phone, navigated to an online shopping app, and placed an order for a brand new 3DS. A single console cost 18,000 Poke dollars. Not too expensive, considering how much he was earning from the ranch. The moment he confirmed the purchase, the NDD siblings cheered excitedly. That's awesome." The younger sister clapped her hands in delight. The older brother, who prided himself on his gaming skills, clenched his fists with determination. If Naoki was joining, I would make sure to lead him through the most difficult dungeon in the game. He had already completed the hardest levels a long time ago, but since his younger sister preferred a more relaxed pace, she always made him slow down and enjoy the adventure. Since he couldn't win against her persistence, he had no choice but to go along with it. The next afternoon, the 3DS that Naoki had ordered online finally arrived. After signing for the package, he wasted no time setting it up and jumping into the game, teaming up with the NDD siblings for an adventure. The game was called Pokémon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team, but Naoki quickly realized that this version, native to the Pokémon world, was slightly different from the one he remembered from his past experiences. This version featured a massive overworld map divided into numerous smaller dungeon mazes. Players controlled a team of Pokémon to explore these mazes, encountering various dangers along the way. Inside, there were hostile wild Pokémon, treacherous traps, shifting terrains, and hidden surprises. But, as with any true adventure, risk came with reward. Pokémon could find evolution stones, held items that boosted stats, berries with unique effects, and even the highly sought-after rare candies, which instantly increased a Pokémon's level. Players could battle enemies using moves, gaining experience points to level up and evolve into stronger forms as they progressed. Naoki glanced through the 10 available starter Pokémon at the beginning of the game. Among them were Charmander, Eevee, Totodile, Squirtle, Trico, Meowth. Brother NDD mentioned that more Pokémon could be unlocked by defeating dungeon bosses. The NDD siblings had already made their choices. The younger sister chose Eevee. The older brother picked Charmander. After quickly familiarizing himself with the controls, Naoki decided to pick Oddish as his starter Pokémon. With their team of 3 players, they officially stepped into their first dungeon and began their adventure. At first, the upper floors of the maze were relatively easy to navigate. There were only low-level Pokémon wandering about, and basic items scattered on the ground. Sister NDD, who loved collecting things, went around happily picking up berries and useful healing items. By the time they cleared out all the hostile Pokémon on the first floor, Naoki and Brother NDD had both reached level 8. Then, they found the stairs leading to the next floor. As expected, the second floor was more challenging. Stronger wild Pokémon appeared, and the layout of the maze became more complex. However, thanks to Oddish's acid attack and Charmander's Sember, the team managed to clear the floor without much trouble. By the end of second floor, Charmander reached level 16 and evolved into Charmeleon. Eevee used a Fire Stone to evolve into Flareon. Then, they proceeded to the third floor of the dungeon, where things got serious. Among the Pokémon they encountered, the most troublesome was a ferocious Gyarados. The battle quickly turned intense. Flareon and Charmeleon, both fire types, were completely outmatched. Gyarados launched 2 powerful hydro pumps, reducing their HP to dangerously low levels. Seeing this, younger NDD panicked, letting out a startled cry. Fumbling through her inventory, she hurriedly pulled out orange berries to heal them. Meanwhile, her older brother furrowed his brow in frustration. He looked as though he desperately wished he could step into the game himself and take on Gyarados directly. Just when it seemed like they were on the verge of defeat, Naoki's Oddish evolved into Gloom. Having gained enough experience from battling, Gloom was now much stronger. Gloom successfully paralyzed, poisoned, and sapped away Gyarados' health, eventually taking it down. When Gyarados fell, it dropped a huge pile of rare candies and valuable held items. Aya! Younger NDD cheered excitedly, her eyes shining with admiration. She turned to Naoki, looking at him like he was some kind of legendary strategist. Even her older brother nodded in approval, clearly impressed by Naoki's skills. Naoki grinned and waved it off. "It's nothing," he said casually. "After all, I'm a trainer. I know how to handle a Gyarados. Now, come on, you should use those rare candies." However, the older NDD sibling hesitated. He firmly believed that Naoki, being the stronger player, needed the rare candies more than he did. Naoki shook his head with a smile. "There's no need. Gloom doesn't require level-ups to evolve. just a leaf stone or a sunstone to reach its final form. He glanced at the Charmeleon on the screen and continued. But for Charmeleon, evolving into Charizard will boost its power tremendously. You'll need that for the next floor, so use the candies on it instead. Understanding the reasoning, the older NDD sibling took the rare candies and fed them to Charmeleon. In a burst of brilliant white light, Charmeleon evolved into a majestic Charizard, spreading its powerful wings. The adventure continued. As they explored deeper into the maze, Flareon, controlled by the younger NDD, discovered a leaf stone inside a tree hollow. Naoki wasted no time using it. With a flash of radiant green energy, his Gloom evolved into Vileplume, instantly learning new moves: Toxic, Moonlight, Moonblast, and Ingrain. Armed with Naoki's signature strategy of poison and endurance tactics, and with the help of the NDD siblings, they successfully reached the bottom floor of the dungeon. All that remained was the final challenge, the boss battle against Tyranitar. Naoki assumed it would be a straightforward fight, but he was dead wrong. As soon as the battle began, Tyranitar used Screech, drastically lowering the defense stats of Charizard, Flareon, and Gyarados. Naoki immediately sensed danger. He quickly maneuvered Vileplume to the back line, readying its support moves, while simultaneously warning the NDD siblings about the potential threat. But before he could even finish his sentence, Tyranitar unleashed Earthquake. The screen rumbled violently, and in an instant, Flareon's HP dropped to 0. The younger NDD let out a startled cry, watching helplessly as her partner Pokémon collapsed. Meanwhile, Naoki's Vileplume barely survived by using Ingrain to root itself into the ground, sustaining itself through the damage. Naoki immediately activated Moonlight, restoring a chunk of Vileplume's health. Seeing an opportunity, the older NDD sibling had Charizard charge forward and unleash Flamethrower at Tyranitar. However, Tyranitar saw it coming. Before Charizard could attack, Tyranitar stomped the ground, launching a devastating Stone Edge. The move struck Charizard head-on, knocking it out in a single hit. Naoki clenched his jaw. That thing is reading our every move. His instincts told him to fall back and play defensively, but before he could react, Tyranitar locked onto Vileplume. With one final Hyper Beam, it obliterated Vileplume in an instant. A moment later, the words "Game Over" appeared on the screen. Outside the screen, the three players sat in stunned silence. The younger NDD sister frowned, turning to her brother with an accusing look. Aya, brother, you liar. Didn't you say you already cleared this level?" A single bead of cold sweat formed on the older NDD sibling's forehead. The older NDD sibling tried to recall what had happened during his last playthrough. He frowned in thought before hesitantly saying, I don't remember clearly. The boss last time wasn't Tyranitar, it was a Meganium. And my Charizard took it down in 2 moves. Naoki. So he wasn't lying, but the dungeon boss changes randomly each time? Seeing the disappointed look on his companion's face, Naoki patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry about it, he said with a grin. It looks like the dungeon bosses change every time. We were just unlucky this time. Tyranitar had a type advantage over us. Next time, we'll come better prepared. He wasn't upset at all. If anything, this dynamic dungeon system made the game even more exciting. Rather than following a strict turn-based system like in traditional Pokémon battles, this game had a more fluid, real-time combat system, somewhere between an action RPG and a strategy game. Additionally, Pokémon weren't limited to just 4 moves. Players could pre-configure move combinations before battle and freely switch between them using a tactical move wheel. This world's version of Pokémon Mystery Dungeon was incredible. Naoki's competitive instincts flared. He immediately decided to try again. This time, Naoki carefully planned a well-balanced and synergistic team that could adapt to various threats. The younger NDD's sister chose Psyduck, which would later evolve into Golduck. Golduck could use both water and psychic-type attacks, making it a versatile fighter. It also had access to Screech, which could weaken the enemy's defense. The older NDD brother kept Charmander, which would evolve into Charizard. Charizard would provide fire, flying, and dragon-type coverage. Naoki replaced his previous Pokémon with EV. His plan? To evolve EV into Leafeon. Before evolution, EV would focus on support moves like Tail Whip, Charm, Helping Hand, and Yawn to assist the team. Once it evolved into Leafeon, it would become a powerhouse. It would use Sword's Dance plus Leaf Blade for powerful strikes. Screech from Golduck would help lower enemy defenses, maximizing damage. Sunny Day would enhance both Leafeon and Charizard. Charizard's Fire-type moves would be boosted. Leafeon's Chlorophyll ability would double its speed, making it incredibly fast in battle. With the strategy set, they jumped into the game once more. Under Naoki's tactical leadership and with seamless cooperation, the team made their way through the maze safely. When they reached the final floor, the boss had changed again. Instead of Tyranitar, this time they faced an Infernape. As soon as the battle started, Golduck opened with Screech, weakening Infernape's defense. Charizard launched Flamethrower, while Naoki had Leafeon set up Sunny Day to power up Charizard's attacks and double its own speed. Once the battlefield was set, Naoki commanded Leafeon to use Sword's Dance, stacking attack boosts. With everything in place, Leafeon charged in, Leaf Blade slicing through the air, while Charizard provided aerial support with Wing Attack. Working together, they successfully defeated Infernape. Victory! Aya! The NDD siblings cheered in delight, throwing their hands up in excitement. Naoki leaned back with a satisfied grin. Now, that was a perfect run. Even Koraidon and Cyclizar had been drawn in by the game, watching the battle with interest. Noticing how captivated the Pokémon were, Naoki laughed and asked, "Do you guys want to try playing too?" Gah! Cyclizar immediately perked up, nodding eagerly. Alchemy also looked interested, its creamy body bouncing slightly in excitement. Koraidon, on the other hand, seemed less interested in the gameplay itself, but was still curious. Seeing their enthusiasm, Naoki handed them the game console and then pulled out his Rotom phone. Opening his online shopping app, he smiled and said, "All right, I'll order a few more 3DS systems so you guys can team up and play together." Without hesitation, he placed an order for 10 3DS consoles at once and messaged the store owner that he'd send someone to pick them up. After that, he stepped outside and contacted one of the part-time Dragonites, offering a delivery commission. 15 minutes later, the Dragonite returned with a fully loaded satchel, filled with 10 brand-new 3DS consoles. Naoki handed them out to the Pokémon, patiently teaching them how to use the controls before settling down on the sofa to watch them play. As he observed, Naoki's mind wandered, recalling the mechanics of the game. The concept of exploration was quite intriguing. Pokémon venturing into mysterious dungeons, searching for treasure, and collecting rare, evolutionary items and powerful gear. Even after defeating the final boss, players could recruit defeated Pokémon, expanding their team for future expeditions. What truly piqued Naoki's interest, however, was the existence of fruits and treasures scattered throughout the maze. It would be amazing if the World Tree had a real dungeon like this. A place where Pokémon who wanted to train and grow stronger could test their skills. For instance, that young Skiddo being trained by the 3 Goggoed on the ranch. It could enter a dungeon, face wild challenges, and hone its instincts. Or Farfetch'd, who had been training to perfect its swordsmanship skills. The dungeon full of wild battles would be the perfect environment for it to grow. Unfortunately, no such place existed within the World Tree. To create something like this, he'd need Palkia, the legendary Pokémon of space. If Palkia could open a space-time rift connecting to a real mystery dungeon, Pokémon from the World Tree could enter and explore at will. The Expedition Guild headquarters would finally become a true guild, offering missions such as treasure hunts, rescue operations, maze expeditions. With the World Tree as the entry point, Pokémon from the ranch and beyond could embark on their own adventures. However, there was a problem. Naoki hadn't even met Palkia yet. And even if he had, there was no guarantee that Palkia would be willing to help. On top of that, Giratina and Palkia did. and exactly get along. If he brought up this idea in front of Giratina, things might get complicated. Naoki sighed, shaking the thought from his mind. No point in thinking about it now. For now, he set the idea aside. With the Pokémon immersed in their games, Naoki pulled out his Rotom phone and opened the Pokémon Trainer forums. Entering the Hoenn section, he skimmed through the latest discussions. The top threads were still dominated by heated debates about Team Aqua and Team Magma. Insider reports claimed that the Hoenn League's champion, Steven Stone, and all 8 gym leaders were already preparing a response. According to leaked information, Steven had already set out to stop the organization's schemes. Wallace, the Setopolis city gym leader and contest master, had also vanished from the public eye. Trainers who had traveled to challenge the Setopolis gym had found it completely closed down. Wallace! Naoki tapped his fingers against the armrest of the sofa. His mind drifted to Steven's closest friend. Considering their deep friendship, it was highly likely that Steven had confided in Wallace about everything. Additionally, Wallace had a deep connection with the people of Setopolis and the ancient lore of Kyogre and Groudon. If Naoki had a guess, Wallace might have joined Steven in confronting the crisis. The situation in Hoenn was growing increasingly tense. But just as Naoki was about to continue reading discussions about Team Magma and Team Aqua, a trending topic unexpectedly caught his attention on the Pokémon Trainer forums. The Millennium Comet is coming. Experience this 7-day event at Pokémon Park. Millennium Comet? Naoki's eyes flickered with recognition. A certain Pokémon's name immediately surfaced in his mind. Jirachi. Wait, does this mean the events of the Jirachi Wishmaker movie are about to happen? His heartbeat quickened slightly. The legendary wish-granting Pokémon was said to awaken only once every 1,000 years, absorbing energy from the Millennium Comet before returning to its slumber. If this event was happening now, then somewhere out there, someone would soon try to capture Jirachi. Meanwhile, in Hoenn, southwest of MT Chimney, just north of Lavaridge Town, lay Farina, a vast, unspoiled wilderness. Here, a lone man stood, his purple hair swept back, his white tuxedo slightly dusted from travel. His name was Butler, and right now, he was searching for something. Clenching his fists, he muttered to himself, "I will prove myself." His eyes burned with determination, but behind them lay memories of humiliation and failure. At one time, Butler had been a brilliant scientist for Team Magma. He had dedicated himself to his research, developing a cutting-edge machine for Team Magma's leader, Maxie. His goal? To use ancient fossilized remains of Groudon's shell to restore the legendary Pokémon to its full form. The experiment had seemed flawless. The device was powered up, his calculations were precise, and the high-ranking members of Team Magma gathered to witness his moment of triumph. But then, the machine malfunctioned due to insufficient energy, triggering a catastrophic explosion that obliterated the lab and exposed him to ridicule. The entire upper echelon of Team Magma laughed at him. Instead of recognition, he was met with mockery and scorn. And then, they expelled him. Butler clenched his jaw. He refused to accept that they were right. If Team Magma wanted to abandon his research, then fine. He would revive Groudon on his own. And when he did, he would make those fools pay. To restore Groudon, he needed a stable and powerful energy source. After years of searching, he had finally found a potential answer: the Millennium Comet. Legends in Farina spoke of a Pokémon known as Jirachi, the wishing star Pokémon. According to ancient folklore, Jirachi awakens once every 1,000 years to absorb the energy of the Millennium Comet. This energy was then distributed to the land, nourishing Farina and making it more fertile and prosperous. If he could capture Jirachi and harness its power, he would have the perfect energy source to restore Groudon. "It has to be here," Butler muttered under his breath. He had pored over every ancient record and followed every legend. And now, after months of research, he had finally tracked down Jirachi's resting place. As Butler trudged through the rocky landscape, his eyes caught something up ahead, a cave entrance hidden among the cliffs. His breath hitched. This was it. Without hesitation, he rushed inside. The air within the cave was cool and still, untouched by time. As he ventured deeper, he spotted a natural opening in the cave's ceiling, allowing a single beam of sunlight to pierce through the darkness. At the center of the illuminated space, a strange crystal lay dormant. The sun blazed overhead, casting its golden light over the breathtaking quartz sandstone peaks. Stretching endlessly toward the horizon, this rugged and unique landscape was a tapestry of towering mountains, dense forests, and winding rivers that carved through the sandstone cliffs. Standing atop a high ridge, one could gaze down upon miles of untouched wilderness, a land seemingly untouched by human hands. Abundant water sources flowed through the valleys, nourishing lush green groves brimming with plump, wild berries. It wasn't hard to imagine the countless wild Pokémon that called this region home. At that moment, 3 Pokémon belonging to the Hero Expedition team, who had been following rumors of Jirachi, descended onto a hilltop. Mew and Teddiursa hovered off the back of Zapdos, their eyes widening as they took in the breathtaking scenery. Teddiursa, mesmerized by the sheer beauty of the land, couldn't help but murmur in awe. Aye, this place is beautiful. So this is Farina? Mew. Mew tilted its tiny head, its large, sapphire-blue eyes scanning the vast woodland below. If the Swellow Elder had been right, then this should indeed be Farina, the place where Jirachi was said to be sleeping. Zapdos, too, was taking in the unfamiliar land. Chiyu, no matter what, we'll know for sure once we ask around. Hearing this, the 3 Pokémon exchanged glances before swooping down toward the valley below. Just like in other regions, Farina was teeming with wild Pokémon. From Parasect and Electabuzz to Ursaring, Tropius, Nuzleaf, and Altaria, the land was rich with life. The Pokémon of Farina quickly took notice of the unfamiliar visitors. Likewise, the Hero Expedition team observed them with keen eyes. Determined to gather information, Mew floated toward a group of Parasect and asked in its soft, curious voice, "Mew, excuse me, do you know where Jirachi is?" The Parasect blinked in confusion at the unfamiliar name. Jirachi? Who's that? Mew. Jirachi is a Pokémon that looks like a little star. Mew explained. That's how Naoki had described it. But even after hearing this, the Parasects still shook their heads. Teddiursa frowned. Teddy, looks like they've never heard of Jirachi either. That left them with a dilemma. Teddiursa quickly thought of a solution. If they couldn't get answers here, they could just ask Naoki directly using the Rotom phone. Brightening up at the thought, the little bear held up the phone and called out, "Teddy." "Rotom, connect us to Naoki." "Understood, Rotom." The Rotom phone screen flickered twice before the call interface appeared. After 2 rings, the video call connected. Naoki's face appeared on the other end of the screen. Through the display, he immediately recognized the unique rock formations behind Teddiursa. It only took him a second to identify their location. "So, you've made it to Farina." Naoki nodded. Farina's unique stone peaks made it one of the most distinct landscapes in the entire Pokémon world. After all, its real-world inspiration was Wolingyuan in China. Yeah. Teddiursa nodded excitedly. Then, it quickly explained their current problem. "Teddy, the Pokémon here don't seem to know who Jirachi is." Mew floated closer, its tail swaying as it listened, equally puzzled. With several pairs of expectant eyes watching him, Naoki thought for a moment before answering. "I think I know why." After a brief pause, he explained. "You see, Jirachi only wakes up once every 1,000 years. Since a full millennium has passed since the last time it was awake, all the Pokémon living here today were born long after that. It makes sense that none of them would recognize it." Teddiursa's ears twitched in alarm. "Itchy, then how are we supposed to find Jirachi?" Naoki simply smiled. "That part's easy." He reassured them. "Your best bet is to find an Absol. If Jirachi really is sleeping here, Absol should know where to find it." There was an Absol in the Jirachi Wishmaker movie. It served as Jirachi's guardian, capable of sensing its presence. In the film, Absol was the one who guided Ash and his friends to Farina, where they helped Jirachi fulfill its purpose. Hearing this, Teddy Ursa quickly turned to the group of Parasect and asked eagerly, "Teddy, do you know Absol?" The Parasect exchanged glances before nodding. Absol was well known as the guardian of Farina. Many Pokémon in the area had been helped by it before. Although they didn't know why these three unfamiliar Pokémon were looking for Absol, one of the Parasect stepped forward and pointed in a specific direction. "Para, Absol lives there." Mew and Teddy Ursa turned to look in the direction they had pointed. They quickly thanked the Parasect before hopping on a Zapdos and soaring toward their new destination. During this time, the Rotom phone connection remained active. Naoki took the opportunity to observe Farina and the diverse Pokémon that lived there through the screen. Shiftry perched high in the treetops, Tropius gathered by the riverside to drink, while Puchina and Mytina lurked cautiously in the tall grass. Naoki had to admit, this place was absolutely teeming with Pokémon. It was no surprise, really. Jirachi absorbed energy from the Millennium Comet and used that energy to nourish the land, making the soil rich and the forest lush. When the land was fertile, resources flourished, and naturally, more Pokémon would inhabit the area. But Naoki still had one lingering question. What should he do to prevent Jirachi from falling asleep again? Trying a reversal-style meal? No, that might backfire, turning Jirachi's grace into a punishment rather than a blessing. It was well known that Jirachi could absorb energy from meteors to revitalize Farina. And if Naoki recalled correctly, the World Tree's natural energy could do something similar. So what if Jirachi absorbed enough natural energy? Could it wake up without waiting another 1,000 years? Just as Naoki was deep in thought, a figure suddenly appeared before the expedition team. A four-legged Pokémon with snowy white fur, piercing red eyes, and a crescent-shaped horn stood before them. Its gaze was calm but sharp, sizing up the strangers that had intruded upon its domain. It was Absol. Teddy Ursa and Mew immediately noticed it as well. Naoki introduced it through the Rotom phone. "That's Absol." At the sound of a human voice, Absol's crimson eyes snapped toward the floating Rotom phone. Mew floated closer and spoke first. "Mew, hello Absol. Do you know where Jirachi is?" The moment Jirachi's name was mentioned, Absol's expression tensed. It glanced at the Rotom phone, then at the three unfamiliar Pokémon. "Absol, why are you asking?" Teddy Ursa immediately caught onto Absol's cautious tone. Realizing that Absol might have misunderstood their intentions, the little bear quickly explained. Teddy, we're the Hero Expedition team, not bad Pokémon. We're looking for Jirachi because we want to help. It shouldn't have to wake up only once every 1,000 years." Hearing this, Absol remained silent. As Jirachi's guardian, it knew very well the circumstances surrounding the Wish Pokémon. However, Absol studied the three Pokémon in front of it before finally speaking. "Absol, Jirachi is gone." "Gone?" Hearing those words, the Hero Expedition team fell into stunned silence. Absol turned and led them into a cave. "Absol, Jirachi was supposed to be sleeping here, but it disappeared 3 days ago. Some Pokémon in the area mentioned seeing a human nearby, but I couldn't track him." Hearing this, Teddy Ursa's expression darkened as a troubling thought crossed its mind. Could it be that Jirachi was captured by a human trainer? Absol immediately responded with firm conviction. "Absol, impossible. Jirachi hasn't woken up yet. It wouldn't be able to make that decision on its own." "Absol is right." Naoki's voice chimed in through the Rotom phone. Absol's sharp gaze immediately shifted to the device, narrowing at the human on the other side of the screen. Sensing Absol's suspicion, Naoki chuckled lightly and explained, "There's no need to be so wary. I'm Naoki, and I only want to help Jirachi." Teddy Ursa eagerly nodded in agreement. "Teddy, that's right. It was Naoki who sent us here to help Jirachi." Mew chimed in with a reassuring smile. Naoki is a very kind human." Despite their words, Absol remained cautious. It wasn't so quick to trust, especially not a human. After all, it was a human who had taken Jirachi in the first place. Silence filled the cave as Absol hesitated, weighing its options. Meanwhile, Naoki had already pulled up information about Pokemon Park on the internet and quickly sent it to Teddiursa and Mew. If his guess was correct, the crystallized Jirachi had been taken by Butler, the former scientist of Team Magma. Butler and his partner, Diane, were currently organizing a massive Pokemon amusement park near Farina to entertain visitors during the 7 days of the Millennium Comet's passing. On the surface, it appeared to be an innocent festival, a place for trainers and tourists to have fun. But in reality, this was all a front. Butler's true intention was far more sinister. He planned to use Jirachi's energy to revive a Groudon using fossilized remains and prove his worth to Team Magma. Every poke dollar earned from the amusement park was being funneled into his research. All right, I've sent you Jirachi's likely location. Just follow the map on the Rotom phone. It'll lead you straight there. However, Naoki added with a slight frown, there are still a few days before the Millennium Comet arrives. Jirachi likely hasn't woken up yet. Teddiursa and Mew's eyes widened with admiration. Teddy, Mew, as expected of Naoki, always so reliable. Absol, on the other hand, stood frozen in shock. How did this human know where Jirachi was? Mew glanced at the Rotom phone, quickly confirming the location of Pokemon Park. Once it realized it wasn't far from their current position, it immediately prepared to set off. Teddiursa turned back to Absol and eagerly extended an invitation. Teddy, Absol, come with us and help Jirachi. Absol remained silent. It still wasn't sure if it could fully trust this human and these Pokemon, but at this moment, Jirachi's safety was far more important than its doubts. After a brief pause, Absol finally let out a deep sigh and nodded. Absol, all right, I'll go with you. All right, you guys head over first. I'll keep researching a way to prevent Jirachi from falling back into its slumber. If anything happens, contact me right away. Teddy, Baby Bear responded happily before ending the call. In order to avoid drawing too much attention, Mew quickly recalled Zapdos into its Pokeball before the team took off toward Pokemon Park. Mew transformed itself into a bluebird, perching lightly on Absol's back while Baby Bear climbed on as well. With the Rotom phone guiding them, they followed the navigation toward Pokemon Park. Meanwhile, Naoki stepped out of his house, his gaze falling thoughtfully on the Pokemon playing in the ranch. As far as he knew, Jirachi wasn't a unique Pokemon. There were multiple Jirachi in different parts of the world. However, all of them shared the same biological trait, sleeping for 1,000 years and awakening for just 7 days. Of course, not every Jirachi required the energy of the Millennium Comet. The Jirachi in Farina was special. It didn't absorb energy for its own sake, but rather to nourish the land itself, ensuring the region's natural balance and prosperity. Moreover, judging by its portrayal in historical records, Jirachi's ability didn't work as most people imagined. It wasn't capable of directly granting any wish. It could only transfer objects from one place to another. If someone wished for food, for example, Jirachi wouldn't create it out of thin air, but instead relocate food from somewhere else. That meant simply wishing for Jirachi to remain awake forever wouldn't work. Deep in thought, Naoki wandered through the ranch, following the dirt path that led to the lake. The shimmering surface of the water reflected the sky above, marking the gateway to the reverse world. Without hesitation, he crossed the lake and stepped into the distortion, arriving at the floating island where the world tree stood. However, instead of climbing to the top, he remained at the base, his mind racing with possibilities. Would food prepared using the leaves of the world tree have an effect on Jirachi? Back when the world tree was still growing, he had experimented with its leaves, creating a dish known as leaf cake. That dish had 3 special effects: permanently boosting grass-type moves by 25%, accelerating crop growth when grass-type Pokemon used their energy for cultivation, a hidden effect that only worked for the Lord of the World Tree. As Naoki pondered over this, something extraordinary happened. The World Tree seemed to sense his thoughts. A soft, green glow shimmered at its massive crown, illuminating the floating island. Moments later, 2 radiant leaves detached from the branches, drifting gently downward before landing at his feet. Naoki stared, momentarily stunned. He slowly bent down and picked them up. Almost instantly, information about them surfaced in his mind. Awakening leaf, a leaf with mystical properties. When used in cooking, it grants certain Pokémon the ability to remain awake indefinitely. Leaf of life, a leaf imbued with the world tree's vast natural energy. Placing it anywhere will enrich the local ecosystem, revitalizing the land and making it flourish. What? Naoki blinked in disbelief. He looked up at the massive tree towering before him. Did the world tree just help me? He had always known that the world itself had a will. After all, the power of Verdant, the divine force of nature, was an embodiment of this will. Nature would occasionally bestow this power upon chosen humans. Now, Naoki had his answer. The world tree's natural will had sensed his dilemma and had taken the initiative to aid him. So this is what it means to be the lord of the world tree. The realization sent chills down his spine. It was terrifying. Beyond the cosmos, in a realm outside time and space, Arceus watched the human named Naoki with quiet amusement. Fascinating, even though you've never met that Pokémon, and you only know of it through secondhand stories, you're still willing to go out of your way to help it. A glint of intrigue flickered in the deity's many eyes. In that case, I shall grant you a gift. With the faintest thought, Arceus willed 2 leaves to descend from the world tree. As the creator of all Pokémon, he had no qualms about rewriting reality itself. After all, a simple adjustment to the rules of existence was nothing to him. But why bother aiding this human? Because Arceus saw something new, a rare possibility that had never existed before. Across the countless universes he had created, some were peaceful, thriving under natural order. Others teetered on the brink of destruction, plagued by chaos. Arceus needed individuals who could act in his stead, those who could protect worlds that were unable to save themselves. And this human, Naoki, had created something interesting, the Hero Expedition Team. It wasn't the first time Arceus had done this. A long time ago, he had selected a human named Akari from another world and transported her to Hisui, a region threatened by distortions in time and space. To aid her, he had granted her his Arc Phone, a tool imbued with his divine will. Now he had set his sights on Naoki. Arceus' divine gaze reflected the image of the young man, bending down to pick up the 2 glowing leaves. A small smirk played across the god's lips. Naoki was still young, still unaware. He didn't yet realize the truth, that every blessing from fate comes with a hidden price. May 7th, year 200 of the Alliance calendar, summer. Naoki sat at the table, deep in thought as he gazed at the 2 leaves that had fallen from the world tree. One of them, the awakening leaf, had already been ground into a green leaf ball, a remedy that, once he fed it to Jirachi, would free it from its 1,000-year slumber. The other, the leaf of life, glowed with a vibrant green light. It contained a vast amount of natural energy, capable of sustaining the land of Farina in Jirachi's place. With it, Jirachi could finally travel freely, no longer bound by the responsibility of nourishing this land. Everything was ready, except for Jirachi's arrival. 3 days had passed since the Hero Expedition Team last contacted him. During that time, Teddy Ursa and Mew had kept him updated on their mission. They had successfully found Jirachi in Pokémon Park. Though Butler had attempted to interfere, they had managed to thwart his plans just in time. Thanks to Zapdos's powerful thunderbolt, Butler's dreams of resurrecting Groudon were shattered. By now, the Hero Expedition Team was likely bringing Jirachi to the ranch. Tonight was the night of the Millennium Comet's arrival, the moment when Jirachi would awaken. Just as Naoki was thinking about all this, knock, knock, knock. The sudden knocking at the door pulled him from his thoughts. Naoki was slightly surprised. Who would visit the ranch at this time? Putting down the leaves, he walked over and opened the door. Standing outside was Mayor Thomas, his face lined with worry. Mayor Thomas? Naoki blinked in surprise, then quickly stepped aside. Come in and have a seat. However, Mayor Thomas shook his head. Naoki, I came to ask for your help, he said, his voice carrying a heavy tone. Of course, what is it? Naoki asked. Mayor Thomas sighed and explained, it's about Cyclizar's mother. Cyclizar is 53 years old now, but recently, it's been looking troubled. So yesterday, I took it to the Pokémon Center for a checkup. Nurse Joy said, its time is almost up. It doesn't have long left. I want you to take Cyclizar to visit her. Hearing this, Naoki was taken aback. The lifespan of Cyclizar is only around 50 years. Mayor Thomas shook his head. No, normally, Cyclizar can live much longer, he explained. But when it was younger, Cyclizar suffered serious injuries while protecting me. It never fully recovered, and it seems that battle took years off its life. Naoki understood immediately. Wasn't this the same as Alder's Volcarona? I see. Without hesitation, Naoki turned and took a bottle of life goat milk from the fridge. Then, he called over Cyclizar, who was completely unaware of the situation. Gah! Cyclizar tilted its head, confused. It looked at Naoki, then at Mayor Thomas. However, the moment it saw the solemn expression on the mayor's face, its instincts flared. Something was wrong. From the side, Koraidon, who had been resting in the shade, noticed the tense atmosphere and hurried over. Aga! Naoki could tell what Koraidon meant. It wanted to come along. All right, Naoki nodded. Then, he turned to the NDD siblings, who were standing nearby. I'll leave the ranch in your hands for now. I'll take Cyclizar and Koraidon to town. Yeah. Though the siblings were worried, they still nodded obediently. With that, Koraidon carried Naoki, and Cyclizar carried Mayor Thomas, and they quickly made their way into town. At Mayor Thomas's home, as they arrived at the house, Mayor Thomas looked at Cyclizar and sighed. Little Cyclizar, go see your mother. The bad feeling in Cyclizar's heart was confirmed. It dashed inside without hesitation, and Koraidon immediately followed. Lying in the center of the room was an elderly Cyclizar, her eyelids drooping, her breathing shallow. Just looking at her, it was clear she was at the end of her life. Cyclizar immediately ran to her side, its cries filled with distress. Gah! Hearing the voice of her child, the mother slowly opened her eyes. With what little strength she had left, she lifted her claw and gently stroked her child's face, as if to comfort it, telling it not to be sad. Tears welled up in Cyclizar's eyes. Aga! Even Koraidon, standing beside them, lowered its head in sorrow. However, within moments it turned toward Naoki. Naoki nodded. He stepped forward, pulled out the bottle of life goat milk, and knelt beside the mother Cyclizar. Then, under Mayor Thomas's puzzled gaze, he slowly fed the milk to her. Don't worry, she'll be fine. As soon as the warm, life-infused liquid entered her body, the old Cyclizar felt a sudden surge of energy coursing through her veins. For the first time in years, her limbs no longer felt heavy. Her body, which had long since been burdened by age, felt lighter, as if she had returned to her youth. The power within the mother Cyclizar slowly surged, restoring vitality to her weary frame. Letting out a startled cry, she lifted her head, blinking in confusion at her own body. Gah! Mayor Thomas, standing beside Naoki, widened his eyes in shock. Meanwhile, Cyclizar's own tears came to an abrupt stop. As realization dawned, its expression shifted to sheer joy, and it let out an ecstatic cry. Gah! Seeing this, Naoki turned to Mayor Thomas and explained, "This is life goat milk produced by the Gagoat at my ranch." Mayor Thomas instantly recalled the expensive bottles of goat milk sold in town. His wrinkled face twisted in disbelief. What exactly is going on? Naoki took a deep breath, already anticipating his reaction. It's likely the power of Calyrex, he explained. When Calyrex blessed my ranch, the milk from my Gagoat was imbued with natural energy. It not only restores strength, but can also heal even the most severe injuries. In other words, life goat milk could even extend the lifespan of Pokémon whose lives have been shortened by injury or illness. Mayor Thomas murmured in shock. I never imagined that goat milk could have such incredible properties. While the mayor was still reeling from this revelation, The once frail Cyclizar suddenly pulled her child into a tight embrace, nuzzling it lovingly. Nearby, Koraidon watched the scene, its gaze softening. A hint of longing flickered in its golden eyes, but it hesitated, shuffling its claws against the floor. Naoki noticed its demeanor. Koraidon looked like it wanted to join in, but something held it back. A wave of emotion surged through Naoki. Pokémon are both powerful and fragile creatures. They possess incredible strength, boasting abilities beyond human comprehension. Yet, beneath their powerful exteriors, they are still living beings, just like humans. A healthy Bala, NCE of training and battle sharpens their skills, making them stronger. But excessive combat, severe injuries, or the ravages of time could weaken even the mightiest of Pokémon, cutting their lives short. This wasn't just an isolated case. It reminded Naoki of Alder's Volcarona, whose lifespan had been greatly reduced due to years of injury. Or the former Galar champion, Mustard. Decades ago, he had been an undefeated champion. But after countless battles, his partner Pokémon grew weaker and eventually passed away before its time. His own strength faltered afterward, and for the first time in years, his long-standing unbeaten record was shattered. Naoki exhaled slowly. He had seen too many cases like this. At that moment, Cyclizar, who had been celebrating its mother's recovery, turned its head. Its gaze landed on Koraidon, who stood nearby, looking unusually quiet. Tears still clung to the corners of Koraidon's eyes. Cyclizar tilted its head in confusion. "Gao, why are you crying?" Koraidon stiffened, its expression unreadable. It didn't respond. Cyclizar grew even more puzzled, watching Koraidon intently, trying to understand what was going through its mind. Meanwhile, Mayor Thomas, who had finally gathered himself, turned back to Naoki with gratitude written all over his face. For days, he had been haunted by worry, unable to sleep, fearing his old friend's inevitable passing. Now, seeing Cyclizar healthy again, seeing her sharing this heartfelt moment with her child, he finally felt at ease. Tears welled in the old mayor's eyes, and he wiped them away with the back of his hand. "Naoki, I don't even know how to thank you properly this time." Naoki shook his head with a small chuckle. "There's no need to thank me. You helped me when I first arrived here, so this is nothing." Hearing this, Mayor Thomas let out a hearty laugh. Mayor Thomas looked at Naoki with deep admiration. "No, it's all because of your hard work. You've managed that abandoned ranch so well that it's even better than your grandfather's." Naoki smiled, feeling a warmth in his chest. Mayor Thomas invited them to stay for lunch, but Naoki was too preoccupied with Jirachi's situation to accept. After politely declining, he set off back to the ranch with Koraidon and Cyclizar. However, as soon as Naoki arrived home, he was met with chaos. A commotion had broken out in the orchard. Several fruit trees had been knocked down, their branches and leaves scattered all over the ground. Naoki stopped in his tracks, stunned. What happened? Did a wild Pokémon break into the ranch? Without hesitation, he ran toward the orchard, Koraidon and Cyclizar close behind. By the time he arrived, he found that Sister NDD, Butterfree, and several of the other Pokémon had already gathered. Even the 3 Gago from the ranch had come to investigate. The Pokémon were all standing in a circle, glaring at a single Pokémon lying on the grass, tightly restrained by vines. It was a yellow and white primate Pokémon with brown stripes down its back and a tuft of orange fur on its head. Naoki immediately recognized it. Vigoroth. He blinked in surprise, recalling a certain Pokémon from his past. At that moment, NDD and Butterfree noticed Naoki's arrival. The Pokémon immediately turned toward him, angrily complaining about the troublemaker on ground. "Aya, this troublemaker knocked down several fruit trees. Free, it even tried to attack us. Booyee, so annoying." Naoki sighed, rubbing his temples. The Slacketh that used to nap in my orchard evolved into a Vigoroth. His eyes fell on the struggling Pokémon. Even though it was bound tightly by Gago's vine whip, it was still thrashing wildly, letting out agitated grunts. It was filled with restless energy, its entire body practically vibrating with impatience. Naoki stepped closer, and spoke calmly. Vigoroth, do you still remember me? The Pokémon stopped struggling for a brief moment. Its wild, unfocused eyes locked onto Naoki's face. Of course it recognized him. He was the human who had rescued it from a forest fire. But its heart was pounding too fast for it to sit still. Its blood was boiling with energy, and it felt as if it would suffocate if it didn't move. The Vigoroth trembled, barely able to contain itself, and let out a loud cry. Huh, as if it was about to explode. Naoki sighed again. Let it go, he said to Gago. The grass-type Pokémon hesitated for a moment, but eventually loosened its vine whip. The moment it was freed, Vigoroth sprang into action, dashing forward and bouncing off trees, kicking up dust, and leaping from branch to branch like a whirlwind of chaos. Naoki expected this. He understood Pokémon like Vigoroth better than most. Vigoroth weren't aggressive because they wanted to cause trouble. Their behavior was completely due to their biology. During its slacketh stage, the Pokémon had been extremely lazy, sleeping for nearly the entire day. But after evolving into Vigoroth, all that built-up energy suddenly burst free, making it nearly impossible for them to stay still. Their heartbeats increased tenfold, and their bodies demanded constant movement. If a Vigoroth remained inactive for too long, it would experience severe stress, and its health would decline. This was what made training a Vigoroth so difficult. If they weren't constantly battling, they would find other ways to release their energy, usually by causing destruction. As soon as the Gut loosened the whip that had bound the Vigoroth, it began to make a scene everywhere. Instead of attacking Naoki directly, the Vigoroth turned its destructive energy toward the surrounding fruit trees. Within moments, yet another tree came crashing down under its rampage. Naoki, watching as the frenzied Pokémon prepared to charge toward the next tree, Naoki quickly called out to his Gagote. Gagote, use Vine Whip. Swish, swish, swish. With a sharp sound cutting through the air, the furious Vigoroth was once again tightly restrained by Gagote's vines. Realizing that restraining it repeatedly wouldn't be a permanent solution, Naoki decided to try a different approach, burning off the Vigoroth's excess energy through Pokémon battles. He sent out a rotation of Pokémon, including Flareon, Miltank, and Butterfree, each taking turns battling Vigoroth. However, it didn't take long for his Pokémon to start voicing their complaints. Flareon and Butterfree were the first to return, clearly unhappy. Flareon's fur bristled, and Butterfree flapped its wings angrily. Their message was clear: Vigoroth was too rough. They had taken too many hits and wanted no part in another match. Even Miltank, renowned for its endurance and stamina, looked exasperated after facing the hyperactive Pokémon. While Cyclizar managed to temporarily knock out Vigoroth, it wasn't long before the Pokémon got back up and started causing trouble again. The sheer energy reserves of the Pokémon were too much to handle. Even though the Pokémon on the ranch tried to wear it down through battles, the moment it regained its strength, it resumed its chaotic rampage. By the end of the afternoon, the damage was catastrophic. 5 fruit trees had been completely uprooted. Farfetch'd's carefully tended leek garden had been ruined. The fields were trampled, and crops were left in ruins. The furious Farfetch'd chased Vigoroth, brandishing a giant leek like a warrior wielding a sword. Yet, even after being knocked out, Vigoroth only needed an hour to recover before resuming its rampage. By the time the sun began to set, Naoki and all the Pokémon on the ranch were utterly exhausted from trying to contain this restless, havoc-wreaking fighter. Staring at the wreckage left in Vigoroth's wake, Naoki felt his heart ache. Pokémon like Vigoroth really aren't suited to life on a peaceful ranch. It needed a trainer, someone who could take it to challenging battles, gym matches, or even the Pokémon League. Most of the Pokémon at the ranch had grown accustomed to a laid-back, peaceful life. They had little interest in constant, high-intensity battles. Just as Naoki was pondering what to do next, the Hero Expedition team returned, bringing Jirachi with them. But they weren't alone. Walking alongside the expedition team were 4 very familiar faces. On the far left stood a young girl in a red dress and a boy in a green short-sleeved shirt and black-framed glasses, a pair of siblings. In the middle was a black-haired boy wearing a cap, and a Pikachu perched on his shoulder. On the far right was an older boy with tan skin and squinted eyes, exuding a calm and experienced aura. Naoki froze in surprise. May, Max, Ash, and Brock. Why were they here? Weren't they traveling in the Hoenn region? How had they ended up in Paldea with Mew?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.